All right. Let's see, where are we at with everything? Is this thing going? Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. The stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. Okay, we just restart that. We just restart that then. Okay, let's see how this works. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that should fix the bitrate. Right, good morning everyone, and I'm happy whatever today is. Who cares? Let's do a little bit of programming shortly. Hello Enrico, hello Caleb. How you doing? Yeah, I bet you got I bet you got a nice adrenaline boost from that. Right. Oh. Okay. Send a text message, and then we should be good. How do you write this then? I hate phones. Oh, what is this called? Stupid languages, man. Hello, Eldon. How you doing? I'm just trying to. So, I'm struggling with some translation stuff. Just have to tell my neighbor something. Ah. What is this thing called? Damn. And my phone is being a right twit about it as well. It's just correcting everything I'm writing, and like, no, that's not what you're writing. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm just like, come on. Whew. Anyway. So yes, we are off to an early start. Took me a while to find some breakfast this morning, but here we are. So I think we're gonna divide the day into multiples. So we don't do the same thing for the whole day, right? I think that should be okay. Oh, we don't need this anymore. So what did we look at last time? Yeah, we were talking about the man, my head. How am I gonna do this? How am I going to do this? All right, it's day 3, and I'm already losing the plot. Oh, we gotta fix this thing. There. So day 3, and I'm already losing the plot, right? Hi, how's it going? Process one thought at a time. Come on, brain, you synchronous fool. Oh yes, all right. Anyway, we're gonna try to divvy up the stream into like multiples or whatever, right? So we'll figure all this out. And then what? We just stop being programmers. What should we do instead? Farming is too boring. All right, now we're gonna figure this out. But I don't think we're gonna do this for the entirety of the stream, right? If I'm gonna stream for like 10 hours today or whatever, then I don't think this is gonna be what I want to do. Also, I don't know how I'm gonna swing this, given that I don't have any food in the house, so I'm gonna have to go and get food at some point. I can just eat whatever is under the sofa, I guess. What else do we do then? Yeah, so if anyone has any interesting ideas of what we can do, that'll be pretty cool. Maybe we should do the maybe we should do something with drink only coffee. I hadn't had coffee since 2017, right? I don't do coffee, right? But yeah, maybe we do something else today. We have WGPU. I wanted to do that. I wanted to do the question thing for T with toggle. So I wonder if we could just maybe we could do that, right? What do we need for that? We would need a web server for that, and we do need some front end jazz too. We could really just hack this, couldn't we? Although arguably we could do this with Anathema as well. Need an ID stage here. Do you guys have any ideas? No, don't worry about it. Okay, all right, so let's get on with it. Let's see, what are we doing here? We are looking at the virtual list. That was good. With cool animations. Yeah, so that could be doable, right? We could just show a terminal window somewhere. What does that look like? I need like a screenshot from that. Hang on to your sockets. Your channel. Do I have some? What? Okay, what do you want from me, YouTube? $23,000. Okay, hang on. Okay. I'm restarting the YouTube stream. Okay. Stream health is excellent. All right, thank you. I think that should be good. All right, then. So this virtual list, that would be pretty, if you guys remember, we talked about this yesterday, that would be pretty good to do, right? So we could have had what could we have had? We could have had the this is going well. I'm not at all incredibly stressed about everything to the degree that my brain isn't working anymore. Hi. Yes, screenshot. Thank you. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I was like, what? No, I don't want to hear my own voice. Can we do... So if we do this... Oh, come on. What is this? Oh, it's the chat thing. No, don't play it. So where would we put... What a good frame. Where would we put that thing? Maybe we put it here. Up here. So what would that look like? Well, I guess we could just start up a terminal window, float it, full screen this thing. Apparently that didn't work. No, not doing that. Get out of there. Like that, maybe? Caleb, look at that. You're there. Look at the bunny. All right, maybe here would be good, or maybe there. What do you think? I'm very animated. It's very weird to look at yourself. No, we can't have it there because that's where the sub alerts are. We could have it here, like that. I think that would work. All right, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, thank you for that idea. Good morning, Limbic. How are you doing, right? Reality is what you make of it, right? Now we have two situations. We have the... I'm super confused, Lumicode. I'm like, my head's so shattered, right? On Saturday, I streamed for 13.5 hours with about 2.5 hours pre-stream work for stream staff. By the way, new gift sub animations today again. I'm adding a new... I don't know where this comes from. I don't know if I'm going to be able to add a new video animation for every day we'll be doing this, but I'll try. So, yeah. And then yesterday, I streamed until I had to go to Sunday dinner. It's just... Oh. I really don't, Enrico. Oh, do you wanna see something funny, Enrico? Right, just because there's you guys, okay? No one else is watching the stream right now. We have like no viewers, so I'm gonna show you what it looks like when I'm gonna show you a clip from the gym. Oh man, okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. You're not going to be able to see this very well, and I'm not going to show this in like great detail, but I am trying to beat a PB in lat pull down, and look at my feet, both my feet. All right, you can't really see much, right? Those are my very skinny legs and my feet. Look at this now. Look at the feet. Whee! So I had to when I moved my legs out from the the thing that kind of holds you down. I went straight up. So I managed to lift myself, Enrico. 13 plus 2 hours is a lot by itself. Yeah, and then Sunday dinner the next day and streaming and oh man, I should have done that. I should do my next sub alert with some kind of gym fail. That would be funny. Right? Although I don't intentionally want to fail at something, and I don't like recording myself in the gym either. That was like a one-off because I wanted to flex to the wife if I managed to beat my PR. But instead I got airborne and I laughed when I looked at it. So instead of showing the wife how I PB'd, instead I was like, it's me taking off. Yeah. So I don't think they beat PRs, they merge PRs. That's even worse then. Yeah, so now we're at a bit of a crossroads here. Because I started some work that we need to finish. But I also have some optimizations to do. Although these optimizations will be meaningless once... These optimizations will be meaningless once we do... If we can do the list thing. Maybe, okay. Maybe we can do this. All right, let's go into the runtime. Why is this so short? I know, I scrolled too fast. There's the tick. Okay, let's run some anathema code. Maybe this one. Nothing. I guess we should run the example codes, really. Reddit is a cesspool anyway. We need a new social network, one that is focusing on making humanity better, not making it worse, right? It's like it's such a detrimental state we're in with social networks. It used to be like a fun way to keep in touch with friends and do things. Now it's like, see how much you can scroll. Oh yeah, I have not given up on o/. That is definitely something I want to get back into. But now I do wonder why this isn't working. We always have reflow set to true. That means we should always do this, yeah? Let's just debug some. Let's go from here. All right, let's make a new one. Demo. Remember Usenet, but I often send it. Yeah, I don't think Usenet is. I don't think like Usenet is on news groups in general is a good example. I don't think I would be comfortable with that. All right, so if we were to outline the problems or the hurdles to overcome if we build a social network, right? That would be one, competing with these large networks that are out there with zero marketing budgets. Two, getting people to sign up, which I guess is kind of connected to one. Three, preventing bot spam. Four, these are in no particular order though, right? Four would be the hardest one, and that is shaping the nature of the interaction in such a way that it is beneficial to humanity, not detrimental, right? Paying for a service would be the easiest way to get rid of bots. You're actually not wrong. I think that's actually not a bad solution, but people don't want to pay for it, right? Especially not in the beginning when you have no community. So putting a price barrier there would just be annoying. But the hardest problem to solve would be to shape it in such a way. Imagine something like Twitter or Reddit or whatever, but you don't project an image of dread, right? You can share useful information, not this kind of dread mongering that we have now. Like right now, if you're going to read Reddit or Twitter, you'll end up with either an existential crisis or a feeling of hopelessness or overwhelming distraught over the state of things, even though your home, your everyday life and everything looks the same as it did yesterday, right? Kind of thing, right? Please don't pervert my words, okay? So how can you solve this then, right? How can we get... So we have a great community here, all right? There's a little bit of friction every now and then, but that's just human interaction. As long as everyone's cool with that, it's fine. It's always going to be someone saying or doing something that someone else don't agree with, and I think that's fine. I'm talking about getting rid of things that are so one-sided and perpetuating... I was going to say mental illness, but that's not what I mean. I mean, it's detrimental to mental well-being is what I mean, right? So I think like if you spend your day reading Twitter, you are most likely going to feel terrible, right? But oh, what's happening there? Oh my God, why did I look at this? Okay, and no one wants that. So I'm thinking like, what could you do to make this thing more like a beautiful, and not beautiful as in like, let's all dance in the meadow with butterflies in our eyeballs, right? But rather, how can you make it a beautiful experience in that you want to come back? You can have discourse, you can argue with people, you can even say really dumb things like, well, if you think that, you're an idiot, right? You can say that. That's not good behavior, but that's just people being people on the internet. I'm talking about promoting an attitude that, I mean, obviously you want to discourage that, but don't block it. I'm talking about promoting well-being, right? A healthy take on the state of things. Not like everything's fucked. There's no point in us doing anything. Let's just lay down in the corner and give up, right? Humanity doesn't need that. But I feel like that's what we get from social networks these days. I mean, it annoys me when people come into my chat and they try to do that here, right? They're like, oh, everything's so terrible. It's either like, oh, poor me, or like everything is doomed, we're all fucked. And like, well, what are you doing? Right? You're not making it any better. You're not saying anything that people aren't already thinking about, right? I mean, I'm talking about like interesting new things that are relevant and what have you, right? But of course, what I'm talking about is an impossibility as well. It's not an impossibility, but it's difficult. Because you are... Well, I am talking about a content format that is really hard to define, right? Like the classic, well, we just don't allow heads to be on the platform. But then how do you qualify who's a head, right? You can't, because in the end, everyone falls on the wrong side of that line, right? One way or another. Sorry, I'm rambling, Limicode. All right, yes. Let's do a little bit of programming, but it would be nice if we could do that. I would wholeheartedly be on board with that, right? It's all good. Let's do this, and we're just gonna have text saying hello here, right? Hello is sufficient. There's a big catch. All right, what's the big cache range, Bomber? Assuming you're gonna say something I didn't already say. It's as much a people. Yeah. No, it absolutely is, right? It's the people that brings the content, right? But you have something like you have things like this community, right? There's this community, it's small. So if we had like these little pods of fostered communities, that could help. You're gonna end up trending towards negative. You say that whole, but this community doesn't. All right. So and there's speaking of moderation, I don't even have mods, right? I stopped having mods on this stream. I turn them on when I give someone mod when I like have to leave the stream for a while, or we're doing tea with toggle, which is different format. Although technically, since I have the keyboard over there now, I don't even need that, right? You can't, Range Bomber. You can't really. So if you desensitize yourself to humanity, then don't you run the risk of what's the word? Like we become numb to our own humanity, right? So that's not an ideal situation, right? If your reaction to 100,000 people died from this terrible thing that happened, if your reaction is like, okay, cool, let's go to the next thing, right? Which is what a lot of people's reaction is, like, but this has to do with the monkey sphere. We're not gonna get into that again, right? A Dunbar's number and all that, right? It's fine, but if terrible things don't face you anymore because you're constantly exposed to them, that's not right either, right? But yes, it's about like what you focus on and what you bring to the community. So if we, for instance, por ejemplo, talk about programming and only programming, which we should be doing here, but if we do that, then there is no let's discuss the latest means of torturing prisoners for information, right? That is not the main topic of conversations here, right? So, you know, but people do. That's the thing, right? Hang on, I'm gonna find it. There we go, right? Oh, hang on. How did that happen? Well, there is a really good book, Range Bomber, that talks about this, and the thing is, you can't put everything in the hands of the end user. There are two sides to this thing, right? One is people not wanting to take any responsibility for the situation, and then on the other side, there are people saying that you are all responsible for your own thing in this. But the problem is that there is actually a middle ground here. It's a lot more gray nuance than that, right? for instance, when we talk about social networks and these kind of things, there are thousands upon thousands of engineers that are working day and night on coming up with ways to retaining your attention, to glue you to the screen, to keep watching and scrolling this content, okay? And to say to someone like, well, it's your fault if you can't stop doing this. That's like on you, all right? If you can't desensor. People are have very varying tolerance to pain, very varying tolerance to fear, and varying tolerance to these kind of things, right? So to say to someone who's hypersensitive, right? I'm quite sensitive, I'm not hypersensitive, but to say to someone who's hypersensitive, you need to toughen up, princess. That is not the right way to go about this, right? I don't think so. Now, obviously, I'm going into the extreme of what you're saying. So yes, it's a little bit of word twisting here, right? You never said that, right? But I'm kind of playing on what you're saying here a little bit, right? So saying to someone, or range bomber, if I want to take this one step further, you can't just say to someone who's feeling unwell about the state of things that they have by learning to handle the mental space, or rather you have a skill issue, right? It's like, oh my God, I feel terrible about this skill issue, right? That doesn't really work either, okay? So what if my work is a means to torture out information out of prisoners? Then you think you should get a new job, right? Since when has violence ever hurt anyone? So, but there is that, right? There is a burden on you as the user to limit your own interaction, but there is also a moral violation by the people who do this for a living, by people who are engaging in this thing, right? And then you could obviously you could follow that line and then say that you, TB, which is me, Mr. Tuberculosis, you're immoral because you're using a social network, you're using a platform, and your goal is to retain people's attention, right? So, I mean, you're as much part of the problem. And maybe I am, right? Maybe I am. It's all skill issues, solace them, but do make sure, let them know later that it's a skill issue, emotional skill issue. No, it's a very finicky situation, right? Like, what do we do with it? But I do think that we can have a social network. Do I? That's true. There we go, right? So how come the cycle doesn't run? Did I break this? Yeah, I did. All right. No, wait, I didn't. Hang on. Why is nothing happening? Hello, Isaiah. How you doing? Yeah, so sorry. It's not that straightforward. Exactly. It's not that straightforward, but we can, as can be seen by this community, we can foster normal conversation. We can have disagreement without that spiraling into like a funnel of doom and dismay, right? Okay, so let's see. What do we have? We have layout, we position, okay, so paint again. Okay, so this doesn't seem to actually work. So we need to get the text widget in here. All right, let's see if we have any painting happening here more than once. So the first time, yes. Second time, not, yes. Why is there like a long break there as well? We literally have the string here that we are painting. How have I broken this? What sparked the conversation? Me not wanting to write software. No, the desire to create a social network that is uplifting and has a positive impact on humanity, unlike things like Reddit and Twitter. That's what sparked the conversation. Right? And then again, I like to draw attention to this community, which is very good. Right? Hello, Al. How you doing? So this community is pretty healthy and is pretty well adjusted. We've had our ups and downs, obviously, and that's fine. But in general, it's fine. And we have little to no need for moderation. I have banned 2 people maybe this year on Discord. So there was 2 bots that turned up, and I haven't banned a single, maybe I banned 1 or 2 viewers this year, and I'm ignoring bots, right? Anyone who wants me to buy viewers, I'll either just kick them out or ban them, but that's not, I don't count that. I mean, I think my level of bullshit acceptance is reasonably high, right? One second. Whew. Buenas noches. When I talk about photography and cameras, your chat are respectful. Nice. I think we have a pretty good community, lady. And this is why I think it's possible. Diffuses in those mindsets. No, we're not doing that again, crypto. I know some people like that, and I don't think we should discourage those kind of conversations, but there's like a time and a place for those conversations, and that's called Twitter, right? No, but I think having you should definitely be allowed to have political conversations, right? But everything should be in its rightful place, right? So when, for instance, if you go in to learn about making some kind of food, right? You're gonna go and look at some recipe stream or whatever, or video. You don't want to open that and it's a picture of Elon being like, "Hi, buy my car," and like, "Oh shit." Right. So it's like it gets very sketchy, the whole thing, right? So if you want to talk about the whole Elon thing, then that's fine, but that should be in that space, right? Not where someone goes to find out how to make cupcakes. So I really think that these conversations has to be had, right? There's just that if you find the right place for them, they're not cramping someone else's style, right? It's all good, Lady the Killer. I think making people feel bad when they ask questions is really... I can see 2 reasons why people might make other people feel bad for asking questions, okay? The first one is, or in no particular order, you want to look good by making someone else look bad, right? The second one is in defense of the person being a bit of a D-bag, and it's stress, okay? if someone is asking you the same thing over and over again and you are very stressed, then I can understand that you would snap at people. You should probably do something about your stress levels, but we can't all be magical unicorns that can turn off stress whenever we want to, right? We can learn how to make cupcakes here if you want to. I almost did a cooking video to play in between, but I didn't really come up with anything good. Because this is the first time in 100 years that my kitchen has been clean, so I thought... Now, we've had some work done on the kitchen, and like we've been painting. I say we, but the wife has been painting. I've been moving things around, being all manly. I moved this toothpick, I moved a spoon, but and the kitchen's starting to look nice now. And I'm like, oh man, I could just put a camera here. We can move this thing out. We have a good backdrop there. Can I actually do like a video thing in here? All I have to do is learn how to cook. Exactly. Okay, but why is this not displaying anything? Cooking is like coding. Cooking is like coding. It makes you cry at the end of the day. That's what we're saying though, right? Why is this not happening? Why are we not rendering anything? This is doing my head in. The render doesn't do anything. I don't know how this has gone wrong, right? If I take over cooking, then my wife takes over coding. No, if I take over cooking, maybe the food would taste nice around here. Okay, hang on. Let's just clip that and send that to the wife. Nah, I don't want to deal with divorce. I just, of course, my wife does really well in the kitchen. But I like cooking. I like spending time. I'm very methodical. I'm an obvious programmer in the kitchen, right? I will do the prep work. I will fill the little bowls with ingredients. I will do all the things I can do up front. So when it comes to cooking, the actual cooking, I'm just adding things as I go along, right? So you're just tipping bowls into pans and whisking things and spilling things, right? Cocaine instead of cooking. I mean, either way, you're gonna be happy, right? Just that cooking is possibly a more expensive habit. I mean, if you buy your cocaine in bulk, right? If you don't, then what kind of junkie are you, right? Don't even buy your coke in bulk. You know what? This might actually fail. If we unwrap here. No, it wasn't failing. Wholesale cocaine, yes. But why wouldn't you? Okay, can we see the changes now? There's nothing there. Huh. I say, Enrico, I mean, I don't think you can. So changes are empty. And then okay. Then it's this really long period where nothing happens. I don't get this. Oh, yesterday, for those of you who weren't here, we were going to Sunday dinner, and my kid started listing what kind of things she wants to put on me. And in the end, I had to say to her, "Look, are all these things very like? Is there any part of this that doesn't like put makeup on me like a woman, right? Do I have to be a witch? Can I be a warlock instead? No, because warlocks are cool." So the long and short of this, no, if I can fix this corn, I can show you what we're building. So so we set this goal for that's gonna run until the 31st for Halloween, right? And we started this the other day. Hello, Axel. Happy Monday. Oh, it's Monday today. Oh, that explains a lot. But so she outlined what she wanted to do. One was the clown from It, Pennywise. And I was like, okay, why do you know about this? But fine. The other one was like a Pinky something, My Little Pony. I have no idea. I said, but like, how do you gonna do... How does that work? And she goes like, well, we just get pink face paint. And I'm like, oh, that sounds comfortable. And everything involved red lipstick for some reason as well. So obviously, by the end of that stream, if we reach the goal, no matter what happens, I'm going to look like a prostitute. She's going to buy some cheap red lipstick that some old woman would wear, and she's going to smear that all over my face. So it was the clown from It, the pink pony, a witch. For some reason, it has to be a witch. Shrek, which is concerning, but at least that's manly. So there is that, right? You're gonna look spectacular and amazing. You're just gonna own it. A 10-year-old child is gonna draw on my face, and there was a lot of mentions of mascara in there as well. So I said, if you're gonna buy any kind of makeup like that, buy whatever brand mommy is using, so she can have it afterwards, right? So don't waste money on that. So if we reach the goal, my child is going to be allowed to color my hair, draw on me, and apply whatever props she wants, right? From that can be bought in one of these Halloween stores things, right? So, yay. All right. The sooner we reach the goal, the sooner if we reach the goal, the sooner I can tell her to go and get whatever she wants. But I asked her how much time do you need to acquire this stuff, and she said about a day. So yeah, there's no stress, right? I hope we reach the goal, but at the same time, I'm not super sad if we don't reach it, because I'm gonna have to wear that for the whole day, and I'm going out trick-or-treating with my kid. So it's gonna we're gonna knock on someone's door, and some wife is gonna open and go, honey, your prostitute is here. I'm gonna feel great about myself, right? So anyway, why is this not working? Why are these just empty? It's like the buffers don't get anything. Let's have a look inside. Not bud, but that would be fun. Buff. There we go. Text. Let's look at the paint here. Wearing makeup, we're going trick-or-treating doesn't sound that bad. It does if you look like a prostitute, right? But it's gonna be dark outside, and I'm thinking we're not gonna go to like the immediate houses on the same street we're on, hopefully. If they won't call you cheap, then you're good. All right, that's one way of looking at it. That's one way of looking at it. All right, we're gonna place some glyphs here. All right, what do we got here, Glyphy? We got the letter H, so we're gonna do a place glyph here. Huh. It's not in the clipping region. That's the fun part of Halloween. I'm not a grumpy old man and be like, dressing up is for babies. That's not at all what I'm like. I think my kid, if we had more time, because she has to go to school, right? If we had more time in the morning, I would help her make some really elaborate costume, right? We bought this silicone paste that you put on your skin, and when it dries, you can sort of like pull it out a little bit. So I put like safety pins in her face, and we had some fake blood and stuff. If I could, I would do my kid up like a Cenobite from Hellraiser, right? I'm not gonna show that on screen, but if you just search for Cenobite Hellraiser, you can. These are gonna be like this is from a horror movie, right? So you're gonna see these things if you do, right? So I would do that, but we had such limited amount of time, right? I'm totally up for these things, right? And I did like one. I had some kind of a Halloween makeup for one of my streams, but it wasn't very good. There's the kids Halloween, there's the teenage and young adult Halloween, which is quite a bit different. Yeah, it's a lot more alcohol with the children, though, isn't it? So apparently this thing is... so can I tell you more about Anathema? Yes. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. Let's go to temp. Let's git clone Anathema. All right. We already have it here. Ooh, hang on. Let's do this. Okay. So... if I go to... okay, I already had that. If we do this... no, yes. Now I can show you what this is all about. All right. I was thinking about costumes. Yeah. And then there is no Halloween. There is that too. Okay, so what we're looking at here is Anathema, the project. And it's running down here, as you can see. Let me get rid of this thing. Let me split this window. No, that's not how you split something. There we go. Okay, so I'm running this code down here now. And what we can do, first of all, let's get ourselves a component, right? We're going to call it C. And we're going to have a tick function here. We don't care about these things. We do care about tick, nothing else. And we're going to have a state as well. And we're going to say that S is the state here. We can implement default for this and make it a bit easier. Okay, I'm almost ready to show you this. Okay, so we built a state. We built a component that responds to tick events. Well, it doesn't respond to anything yet. Now we're going to register another component here. We're going to register my component. And that's going to be component. You know what? Let's just use index. Why don't we? And then we can do register default instead. As long as this thing implements default. Ooh, okay, there we go. So if I rerun this thing, you won't see a difference, right? Very anticlimactic. But what we can do now in our index ammo is we can make use of this value that we have here. So we're going to say value. And all of a sudden it says 0 down there. All right, let's add a space to that. Okay, that's pretty good. It's updating in real time as we edit values. Let's make the value red. There we go, right? That's pretty good. If the value is larger than 10, else, let's make it yellow. Okay, so it's yellow until it's larger than 10. Whoops. Okay. Let's make the value update now. And now we're going to modify Rust code, which means we have to recompile, right? So state dot value, make it mutable, add 1 to it. Okay. There you go. Did you see it tick over and become red? Right, it's moving pretty fast. Okay, well that's kind of that's a little bit something rather. What we could do now is we can put a VStack here. Okay, so then we can do other things in here. Let's build ourselves a header, and let's have a. Is that off? Header, I say. And let's have a, like, this is going to be our main body here, right? Main, and then we'll add a footer here as well. Why don't we, right? So for a header, we just want this gray bar, like you do when you, if you were to do, there we go, right? If you want to do this thing, right? So let's just say that we're going to have some text here, right? I am the header, okay? All right, so we got a header up there, but that doesn't look anything like this thing, okay? So let's set the background color on this thing, right? Let's put a container up here. Let's set the background to black. Okay, now this is black, but it still doesn't fill the whole thing, right? So we're gonna make this into a horizontal stack, okay? And then we're gonna put a spacer here. Bam, now it takes up all that space. That's pretty good. What if we wanted to do something that looked like we had tabs, right? Let's make a tab 1 here and then tab 2 there, and we're gonna pretend that this thing is active. So we're gonna set the background to gray and the foreground to white and bold to true. Okay, whoops, there is an unterminated string. Oh, right, there we go. Bam, it's running again though, right? That gray looks a bit bad. Let's do dark gray. As a matter of fact, I don't like that either. Why don't we just use hex values? There we go. That's better. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe 5. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. All right, thank you, Wairu. And also, it was nice seeing you stream yesterday. All right, we can have a little bit of space between these two, right? So obviously what we could do is add space like that, but that's a bit off. Why don't we just put some padding around this thing instead? We're going to put padding to the left of 1. Bam, there we go, right? You know what? I think the padding should have the background color instead. So why don't we do that instead, all right? There we go, right? Now, this looks a bit odd with space there, but not there. So let's add padding to the right as well, shall we? Now, we could add right after the background, but that would be weird. So let's just do right 1 as well. There you go. It looks a bit nicer. All this is happening while the program is running and the state isn't. The state is retained while we rebuild this thing. If we wanted to, we could repeat this thing, right? Several times. But that's kind of weird as well, right? So why don't we do this with a for loop instead? And we got 3 of these. Yeah, we're supposed to have a footer as well, right? So let's take the header and we make that into the footer, okay? That looks a little bit odd, right? Because the footer is up here. So if we add more stuff here, then the footer goes down, but that's not what we really want. So instead, if we can use a spacer up here to push the horizontal stack out, then we can use a spacer down here to push the footer down. Bam, now we have a footer, right? So no matter what we add here, this stuff will just keep growing, right? It won't affect this. This will always be at the bottom, right? Because that's computed after the fact, right? Afterwards. Okay, what else can we do? Well, let's say that we want to split this window, right? Let's split this thing. So let's have a horizontal stack in the middle. And we're going to have a vertical stack for this stuff. And now you will see no difference whatsoever. Except what we can do now is we can put a border here. And we can put some text here saying left side. Bam, there we go. Not on the left side. The H stack is in the wrong place, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There we go. There we are, right? Now we have a border on the left side. But this one looks a little bit weird as well, right? Because this one doesn't take up any space. And we can't really say to the border, you have to take up all the space in one direction, right? Actually, we can. We can say expand this. And I want you to expand this along the vertical axis. Let's see if this breaks things. There we go, right? Yeah, we lost the footer. That's okay. All we have to do for that to work is expand the middle. And if we're expanding the middle, there's no point in the space anymore. There we go. We got a footer. We got all this while the program is running. So you can design and customize your layout however you want to while your program is running, right? And if we want to go like really nuts about all this stuff, right? We can add layers with a C stack, right? And now somewhere around here, we can put an alignment. We can do an alignment center. Well, let's do top right maybe. And let's put a border here. Let's put some text going hello. All right, now we got a little floaty border up there. If we don't want it in the top right corner, where we can change it, we can put it in the center, or we can spell center correctly and it still works. All right, but if you don't want it there, there you go. You can do beautiful pop-ups now, can't you? There you are, right? Oh, the foreground should be black, right? Like that. All right, beautiful pop-ups. If you don't want it specifically in the center, you don't want it in the top, you don't want it at the bottom, right? You can actually specify where you want this. It's drawing on top of this thing, which is why this thing changes color. If you don't want that, all we have to do is say fill this with a space. There you go. That's filling it with a space. So if we draw it on the left again, or actually top left, there you go, right? See, it doesn't draw that one underneath, right? So, yeah, we don't have to do a line. We can do a position instead, right? And say left 10, top 3. Now it's there, okay? What if we don't? What if we want to start from the right-hand side? We want to say right 10, okay? But if you want to align it just exactly to the right, well, all we have to do is say right 0, and it's going to align it all the way to the right. So the offset is from the right edge of the widget. The same thing goes for bottom, right? Now, of course, if we wanted to, we could align this to the bottom. Then we can put the value here. And then if we restart the application, so the value is at 0, we're going to see this thing. Whoops, I did that again. Where am I typing? No, it doesn't work. It's not changing my bottom value. Oh, that's a bug. Oh, and then it disappeared. Oh, I know what that bug is. Okay, we fixed that bug, but introduced another bug. But that means that I can't show it. If you break your code in any odd way or form, you can still fix it, and the application will keep running, right? Okay, so I'm breaking the code. The value will still keep running. The application is still working. It's just the display that is broken. Right. Okay, let me see if there was any questions that I'm missing. Oh, nice one, Excel. A TUI library. Yes, it's a TUI runtime, a TUI framework, Isaiah. So it allows you to build with Rust for your backend, and then you describe your layout in Anathema markup language, and it will allow you to build pretty much any application you can imagine in the terminal, more or less. It should be able to cater for most layouts. It is based on the Flutter or Swift UI layout model, the single pass layout. So it's familiar to some. And if you're really into HTML, then it's not too confusing to get into this either, right? Although AML doesn't look anything like HTML, it looks very much like YAML. But wait, there is more. If you are building code like this, it's gonna get complicated after a while. And if you have built anything, if you've built anything in your entire life, you know that user interfaces aren't usually this small, okay? They tend to get bigger than this thing. And there is a solution to that. We have something called components, right? So we can register a component. We're going to register a component here that really does nothing, right? We're going to call this thing the header, and we're going to have one called the footer, and we're going to make a header AML and a footer AML. And as far as we're concerned, these two don't need any state, and they don't need a component. I said that and I did it in the wrong order. That's component, that's state, not that it matters. So we're just going to pass pass a unit there, right? So now we can make a header.aml file, and we can make a footer.aml file. So let's go up to our index, and we're going to take our header here and dump it into our header. We obviously don't have to have that kind of indentation. We're going to do the same thing for our footer, okay? And then clean that up. Okay, so now our header and footer are in a different place. So the way we use them now is by going header, right? Because that's what we named this, right? We named it header and we named it footer. So these names are what we're going to put in here for our component. We're going to get rid of this position thing. It doesn't do it for me, you see. All right. Now, since we edited the Rust code, we have to restart the application. I'll run this thing. This component's already been used. Oh, it's called header. Sorry, footer, right? So it looks the same, right? Wait, did I? Right, this is the footer. We don't need that, right? The hot reload still works, right? So we can still design and build, but now we're working with individual components, right? What do you want to do once you query on the component? You can't query on components. You have other means of interacting with components, right? How do you handle events? Good question. Let's go and handle some events, okay? Let's say that we want to make an input, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make, let's full screen this thing. We're going to make an input for our component, right? And again, if you imagine that you're working with a large code base, right? Complex user interfaces, okay? It's well and good to just bang everything in a file and call it a day, but that's not really how we build software, right? Software grows and become larger than the tiny contrived examples that we see, right? Use this library. You only type 10 lines of code and this works. Yeah, but that's not how we build software, right? So let's do an input component. So we're going to start by doing an RS file here. We're going to use anathema component. All right, there are some glob imports. Let's put a mod input here so this works. There are a prelude and there's a component. And of course, there's documentation. Let me pop that open just to share that. Hello, Ninth Prime. How you going? There we go, all right. So there's a whole getting started guide, which will tell you how to do a lot of these things. I have no idea why everything is so painfully slow. This documentation would tell you how to operate the templates, how the structure of elements are, what attributes there are, what elements we have, and these are the ones we currently have. Text, spans, borders, you name it, right? So, any hoodles, all right? So we're going to make a new component. We're going to call this thing the input. It's going to be our input component. We're going to have an input state as well. And it's going to have a value. It's going to have text, which is a value of a string. Whoops, state. We're going to add default to that as well, right? All right, now we're going to implement component. I do this frequently enough that I have shortcuts for this, right? Input. And I'm going to do like a very basic thing here. We don't care about blur, focus. We do care about key. We don't really care about mouse, but we have mouse events as well. So here we're going to say if let sum c equals to key dot get car, right? Then we can do state, which is the text dot text dot push. No, sorry, we have to make them mutable, right? To mute dot push the character. Okay, so we're doing a very basic thing here. All right, and we have to say that the state is input state. Of course, there's a lot of type safety around here, and that's it, right? Not really. Well, yes. Okay, this assembly is low-level programming. C++ is not, but you can put Rust and C++ in the same bucket, and they will kind of get along. All right, so let's hop over to our main function. The first thing we're going to do is going to register the input component. Input. It's going to be input.aml. We're going to use the input. Actually, we can register defaults as they all implement default, right? Then we don't need this craft, right? Oh, it's private. We'll make it not so private. Oopsie. Not so private. Okay, so now we have an input component in there, right? So let's go back to our index. And let's chuck our input component at the top of the VStack, right? Let's put a border, and then we're going to load our input here. Okay. Now, if okay, apparently I didn't register. But I did register the inputs. That has default. So this error, which needs fixing, is actually saying that the component you're trying to use does not exist. Oh, we don't have input.aml. Okay, there we go. Input.aml. Text I am input. All right, there we go. Okay, let's run this again. So now you can see this I am input, but that's of no interest to us, okay? We need to know a couple of things, right? Well, let's do this. Let's make sure that we know when this thing is focused, right? So let's say border is a value color, okay? We're gonna probably lose default now. No, we won't. Okay, so we are going to, let's full screen this again. Let's add the rest of the things back because I want on blur and on focus. And if we do on blur, that means we lose focus. So state.border.set. We can do both, right? I'll show you both, right? Color reset. Okay. So if we lose focus, then we reset the color. If we gain focus, I'm just showing you the different ways of setting the values. Color yellow. Or magenta. No one cares about magenta. Okay, so if I focus on this thing, it should become magenta. It doesn't. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I didn't actually implement, or I didn't actually run that, right? So if I go to my index, if I keep pressing tab now, nothing happens, right? But if I go to my input and I say, we're going to put the border here instead, and we're going to say that the foreground is border, and then here we want to make the foreground reset again. There you go, right? Do you see it's magenta now? Now we don't want this in our index. We don't want the border in our index. We want that gone, right? So this is magenta, which means that this thing has a focus, right? I'm sending the events to it now. If I press tab, it disappears, right? Stop being magenta. Magenta, not magenta. Magenta, not magenta. It's hard to see. Let's all right, it's fine. So okay, let's do something with the input, because you asked about events, right? So let's say instead of I am input, we're just going to say text there. Bam. All right. Now I'm typing in here. All right. We're taking the text event and we're pushing them in there, right? Meanwhile, our state, the value just keeps ticking up. So we have separated our front end and our back end. We're doing our state handling in Rust and we're doing our layout in AML. It's all reasonably simple to deal with, right? There are a lot of things in here that we didn't cover. So let me just cover one more thing, right? Stop doing that. Stop doing that. There we go, right? If you are building something like an IRC chat client, you're gonna possibly want to run your user interface in a dedicated thread or something like that, and then you run your networking, your netcode in another thread, or maybe in an async runtime. And this is designed to be able to handle that, right? So let's say that we spawn a thread here. We can't spawn a thread here because we're blocking on the runtime. So let's just spawn the thread here. So we're going to finish the runtime, and then we're going to do runtime.run. There we go. So before we start the runtime, we're going to spin off the thread here, right? And what I want to do is I want to send messages to our application. So we're going to get the component ID when we register the index, right? This one, well, I'm going to show you this, right? So if we look at the type of this thing, right? It has a component ID. Well, you know what? Unwrap. Okay, demo time, unwrap is fine. It has a component ID with a unit as the value. Okay, we don't necessarily want a unit as the value. Maybe we want a number instead, right? So we're gonna change this to a usize. If we look at the component ID now, we can see that this thing now is generic over usize instead. This means that we can send usizes into this thing. We can put whatever we want in there, right? We can put the state in there. Not that you should ever do that, but you could, right? But let's have a usize, and then what we can do in our component, there is a function called message, right? There we go, right? Message. So here, this function is called in the component when it receives a message. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get rid of this tick function, all right? No more tick functions. Instead, when we get a message, we're going to change this to a usize. I should have just used the U32, but who cares? When we get a message, we're going to do we're going to do state.value.set to the message, all right? The message is a usize. It's self-message, that is a usize. We could change this to just read usize, all right? That works just as well, all right? That works just as well. So in this thread, we're going to make a loop here, and we're going to do a thread sleep for 1 second, and then after we slept for a second, we're gonna send a message. We're gonna send a message to the component ID. And how do we do that? We need an emitter. Okay, now we can emit messages. We need to have a message to send. That's gonna be 0 usize. So we're gonna increment the message, and we're going to send the message. Emitter.send. Who we send this to? The component ID. What are we sending? The message. Jobs are good, right? Okay. If we do this in an async context, we can emit async, right? This works. But we're doing this in a thread, so we're doing this sync. So we're emitting the message, sleeping for a second, and then we're doing this again, right? So we're just going to keep incrementing the message. So we shouldn't really see any difference other than the frequency in which we're getting messages. Now we're getting messages a lot slower because we're not doing this on every tick. We're doing this on every second, right? By every second. We could achieve the same thing in our Rust code on tick by using the time delta. But that's not the point. We are able to send whatever we want into this thing. So as long as you get the emitter, you don't have to do anything confusing with channels or anything like that, right? The emitter, you can clone the emitter, right? And the emitter is cheap to clone. Okay, so now we're going to emit 999. So we're going to start with that. But we're instantly emitting 0. Sorry, we're instantly emitting... Oh, man, come on, hands. There we go. Get rid of this one. So we're instantly emitting this message. But if we move this afterwards, we can first see the 999 before it turns over again, right? So this thing is very cheap to clone, right? It's the cost of cloning a TX, right? If I could have made a copy of Word, but I can't, so I won't. It's not entirely sensible to make a copy. I just want to emphasize that it's cheap. So yeah, you can get your emitter over to your async runtime, and then you can just do whatever. So after you get your emitter, you can do your Tokyo spawn networking or whatever it is that you want to do, right? By passing the emitter in and so on and so forth, right? There are lots of different events that you can send and that you can deal with, but as you can see, this has quite a lot going for it, right? Let's focus on the input again, right? And then defocus it. Let me scroll through the questions. We're not done this yet. Yeah, it actually does recompile, but it recompiles the AML code, not the Rust code. Yes. Okay, let's hear. What's your anathema question? Oh yeah, so what is it that you wanted to do on the component? So that's how we handle events. AML. So yeah, and there are different kinds of events that you can handle. If you wanted to, you can enable mouse, right? And we can have a mouse event. Let me just copy this thing. The mouse event is kind of, I think it's sort of just on mouse. And then instead of a message, we get mouse event, I want to say. Yes, there we go, right? And now we can just make coordinates from our mouse event, right? So position is going to be mouse.position, right? And then we're going to do state.x.set position x, y. There we go, right? So we can set the position on by doing this thing, right? Now we just have to add x and y here, right? So let's add x, and I think that's a U32, an I32 or a U30, probably U32, right? It's an I32. There we go, right? So now we have mouse events in here, right? So let's restart the application because we made changes to the Rust code and nothing happens, okay? Well, of course, we haven't actually done anything with our input, with our index. So let's just draw out the mouse position on the header. Okay, but how can we do that? If we go to header and we say, okay, it says tab 1, tab 2, and now I want another text here that just says X and Y Whee! There we go, right? Now we can see the X and Y coordinates are there, right? This is changing with the next release. This is not going to be X and Y. As a matter of fact, you won't have access to X and Y for the next release. Instead, the way you're going to get access to these things is calling attributes.x and attributes.y, and we have to pass it in, right? And what does that mean? If we go to our index AML again, it means that you're passing them in as attributes, right? So you would have X would be X, right? Maybe you call it, whoops, or mouse X, right? It's X, right? Oopsie. Let's try something else. That'll do. Okay. So yes, so you're going to be able to pass in attributes, or you have to pass in attributes, mouse, Y, maybe. I mean, you can call them X and Y if you want to, and then the way you access these things would be to say attributes X and Y. And now that's not going to work because we don't actually have those. This is not there yet. And this would be state X and state Y, right? That's how this will work in the next release. I'm trying to call a function of my components to set a state value. I ended up using messages after making a hash map or component of this, and another component has this. I can send messages to parts of my app. Oh, I kind of need to see what... There's nothing wrong with sending messages, right? That's perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, the context now has messaging built in. So if I wanted to, I can tell the context to do something. What can we do with the context? We can tell it to publish, which is publishing events. That's different. Get external. Emit. We can tell the context to emit, right? To some kind of component ID and some value, right? Right now we don't have the components. This won't compile, obviously, but you can do emit from the context, but you can also publish events. So I wonder if that's what you need, Pepper. I would need to see the code because we have something called associated events. All right. Let me show you what an associated event looks like before I move on to actually start doing things. All right. So in the event of the input, it would be very annoying if you have to build an input widget every time you build something, because input widget is going to be super common. So common that we have support for third-party components, right? So instead of us doing what we're doing here, input, there we go. Instead of us just doing this with a text, right? Whoops, sorry. When we change the text, instead we want to notify the parent, right? So let's go to our main, and in our state, we're going to have text here, right? It's going to be a string. Don't know how that happened, but okay. So we're gonna store the text there. So we need to get the text from the input into the main state. And the way we're going to do this thing is we're going to have not an on message. I don't remember the function name, so I have to do this again. Whoops, I did not want to do that. There we go. Receive. This is the function that we're looking for, right? And maybe this is relevant to what you're doing now. Hopefully I didn't remove something we were using now in all my excitement. Yeah, I removed the messaging part. That was dumb. On message. No, there's the message. Okay, I didn't. All right, silly me. Okay, so receive is us handling an event, right? So we're going to say if the ident is equal to on input. We're going to call it that. We can call it whatever we want to, right? Then we have the value here, which we're going to convert into a string. Value to stir, maybe? Whoops. Is it aster? How do we make a value? All right, so we need to get us 2 common stir. There we go, right? Maybe that's it. 2 common stir to get a string. There we go, right? So that's going to be our string. And now we're just going to take this string and we're going to push this thing to our string state. So state dot, no, not state. Oh yeah, state dot text to mute push stir as stir, right? To stir is private. Oh, deref. Well, there we go, right? I overcomplicated the code for some reason. So now if we get an on input, that means that our input component is triggering the on input on our main component. And this means that the input component can be written by someone else. This opens up the world for third-party components. So people can build and post their own components. And we as a community are going to build a few standard components that does inputs and multi-text inputs. And Brook Circus built field sets, and people are building forms and all kinds of things with this stuff, right? But if you... Yeah, anyway, let's just run this thing, right? So now we need to publish this input, okay? So if we go to our input rs and on key, we're writing the text in here, right? But what we want to do after this thing is we want to take our context and then we're going to publish, and we're going to publish on input, right? Because that's what we call this. We're going to publish on input, and we're going to send in state.text here, right? A reference to state text. Takes 1 argument. But that's 2 arguments. Oh shit, state. All right. So we're going to take a state as an argument. I can do this just to put emphasis that this state here is not this state, right? But that's more of a comment to people who don't know what Rust closures are, right? So we're publishing something called on input. Actually, we shouldn't call it on input. We're going to call this thing something else, right? We're going to call this thing sandwich. And I'm going to show you why in a second now. So if we... No, don't kill that. If we split this thing in a reasonable manner... Could you please? Thank you. And we go to our input aml. Now we can... Not our input aml, sorry. We go to our... index. There we go, right? So now we can map the sandwich to the input. And the way we do this is by saying sandwich maps to on input. So now, no, I won't. So, well, that's not how you spell sandwich. Oh, man. Pick words you can spell, right? So now if we trigger, when we're mapping the sandwich event to our input event, okay? And we're updating state text. This means that we should be able to, at the very top here, before we say left side, wait, am I looking at the right? Yes, okay. Actually, let's put it in the left side. Let's put the text here. So whatever text we're producing in our input is going to end up here as well, right? This is probably quite confusing. Did I kill that? I did. Is this code? Yeah, it is. All right, cool. Whew. All right, so now we're lacking a lot of things here. Something has gone horribly wrong. Oh no. I have no idea what I've done wrong there. Did I maybe? Okay, I think I named things incorrectly somewhere. Although I didn't there. As a matter of fact, we don't even care about that. We're gonna just take that out. It would just be empty. But it's not loving it. There's something really not right here. What is happening? There's a bug in here. All right, you know what? Let's not worry about it. I have some bugs to fix, right? But that's kind of a half extensive demonstration of this thing, right? We're gonna look at third-party components once I've solved this thing. And now to what I'm actually working on. Like, what am I working on when it comes to this thing, right? I'm working on some optimizations here, right? I'm working on. Okay, so you have the receive. You do this on receive. So that's not okay, but that's right. That is right. Two strings seems a bit superfluous, but okay, we're not here to do that, right? Okay, so yes, you can use set focus. Right? I didn't even touch on any of this stuff, right? But you can set focus from one component to another component. You should, in theory, be able to build some pretty advanced stuff with this and break out your code in the same way you would do any normal project. So you don't end up with 500-600 lines of just cobbling together some UI, right? Because you can describe the user interface with the markup language, right? Yeah, this, for all intents and purposes, this is fine, Pepper. But here, you're not actually sending messages, right? Okay, so here's the header selection, right? Okay, yeah. Line 218 is when someone chooses one of the headers to edit. So I open a window and send the edit window, the value is being edited. So you send the value to the window and then bring it back, right? And then publish it back. So you probably have like a header changed. Yeah. Hello, Sharpcode. How you doing? Okay. But this for those who don't know what we're looking at here, this is like a postman in the terminal kind of thing. So this looks fine, Pepper. I don't know what the issue is. Or is there like, do you have like a bug with any of this? I don't think there's anything inherently wrong. There's a lot of cloning, but we're gonna make this state sharing a little bit easier. What's her name? Skylar. Skylar wanted to do had some suggestions, and I might be on board with those suggestions. We'll see. Once they start editing, it sends associated function events back to the parent. Yeah, and I think that's the right way to do it, right? Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Shopcode. You better enjoy it. So you end up with these things. It's just setting focus on different things. I think this is perfectly fine. There's nothing confusing about this code. You push M, you're gonna focus on the method selector, and you show the method window, right? It's all very straightforward. I was originally trying to send these values with a function, but I couldn't query the edit window component, so I did it this way. We might expose. Someone wanted the global event to expose the entire widget tree, and I think we'd already talked about that, and we'll probably do that. And also, we might make it possible to we might make it possible to make this to operate on the components directly. So from within one component, you can interact directly with another component, right? So you can just query a component and then do some work on that component, right? It's not far away from what we're doing here. It's just a bit more detached, but I don't know, right? It's gonna come down to what the teething issues are. I don't know. I mean, there's 3 long-haired people in this family, Shub, so it's hard to say whose hair is clogging up the drain the most, but I'm guessing it's mine. Okay, let's do this thing. Let's fix this this code that is broken. So yes, so what I'm actually doing is I am trying to write an optimization now, right? So I did this as an example. I wrote some code to generate 314,000 widgets and scrolled those, and it was slow, only to realize that the maximum number of widgets you can actually have is 65,535, or rather that's the maximum number of children inside a widget, because the node path are a U16. So we want to be able to do something. Good morning, Temporis. This was actually Temporis' ID yesterday. You turned up just as I was about to take credit for your ID, man. That could have been a little bit awkward. I'm glad you didn't wait. So what we want to do is have like a virtual collection that can fetch data as we need it. So we can point it to a collection that is 314,000 widgets in size, but we're only displaying 50 or whatever, right? VMware got bought by Broadcom. I didn't know that. I want to work out removing a lot of this cloning, but I still... Yeah, no, that's fine, Sergeant Pepper. I can, like, once I solve this stuff, I can look at some of it. But we need to get the next release out. Skylar has done a really nice job with the community. She's been really helpful when it comes to people having issues. And these things really helps when you work on something like this to have someone else who also helps out with things. So I can work on the things that drives this forward. So that's really nice. Just want to say that, right? So, okay, this is failing. Because this thing is failing the clipping region, and the clipping region is 0, 0. So that's obviously wrong. Why is the clipping region 0, 0? I think I know where the code smell is. This is not it. I think it's this size. So when we do this layout, we're gonna start off with like a zeroed out size, yeah? Yeah, that's really weird that the clipping region is 0 there. Okay, let's find the layout. Let's see where the clipping region is being set. So do we have anything on the context now? Well, that was dereference the viewport. Okay, that's fine. And attributes has nothing to do with anything. Okay, that's cool. What's the constraints? Okay, the constraints are looking right. Okay, so we've done the layout. Okay, what is strings finished returning here? That is correct. So if the size is not equal to self size. Oh, we never set self size. Okay, that the issue was right there. This is. There you go, right? Okay, so problem solved. There we go, right? Whew. Whew. It depends on what you're doing. Shub, I don't know. So I've never used Rocket, but Sergio, who made Rocket, has been a core person in my Rust learning. Sergio doesn't know this. He doesn't even know who I am, and he certainly wouldn't remember me. But in the early days of Rust on IRC, he helped me loads, and he was a super nice dude. So for his sake, I want Rocket to be great and succeed. I think that if I were to build anything with web, I would probably use either Axum or ActixWeb. Or do we write our own web server because this is Rust? So, okay, this was an easy enough fix. And it had to do with the fact that I started building caching into this thing, but I never finished it. So now we have to refer to things by state. Okay, so if we add a struct C for component, and we add a state for this thing, really bad. All right, really bad naming here, but we're gonna do it anyway. I'm not loving this music. Let's just pop something else on. Oh yeah, I don't think a business want to pay you for building a web server from scratch either, right? I mean, let's forget time and just think about the security issues alone, right? Doing this. I wonder how we could do that, right? Set up a web server, post, and then run Anathema, and then pipe from the server to Anathema, or like message from the server. So we do like a post thing, right? How do we do an Axum post? This should be easy, right? So if we do a cargo add Axum here. So we're gonna add Axum. We're gonna add Tokyo as well. We actually need to add features full, right? We're just gonna do the whole thing. And then Rust Analyzer just soils itself as it does. And then we're gonna restart it. So for here, we're gonna do a Tokyo. Actually, we're gonna do Tokyo main here, and then async main here. And then you guys know how this goes, right? So we're gonna do runtime.emitter to get the emitter, and then we can just run this thing. So we'll do a Tokyo spawn async move. Right. Okay, let's just do this. And the runtime is generic over the backend. Should we do it this way, right? Okay. So we could do... Actually, instead of doing this... No. Why is this an issue? Oh, a U16 is not send. So this is what? Which one is it that we can't send? I mean, like, we could do this, but that's not really what I want to do, though, right? I actually want to get the... I need to get the emitter out of here. I don't even have to do it this way. I'm overcomplicating things for no apparent reason, right? So what should we do then? Should we start up a Tokyo, not Tokyo, should we start up the Axum code here, right? So Tokyo spawn server. But we want to move the emitter in there, right? I am having multiple brain farts here, right? All right. Sorry, I wasn't sure what you meant, subcode. Sorry. Right, so we're gonna have to get like some component IDs in there as well. Right? Let's get the index. And let's make this component ID into something that has a string, right? Whoops. Like that. But this doesn't actually have a string, right? Or this is not, this is still using a unit, right? So we have to change this into a string now. Just gonna do an unwrap. We get there in the end. No stable release yet. No, we're close, but I am still considering this alpha. Okay, what's up, buddy? So serve. Now we're gonna start up the Axum, the whole Axum thing, right? So we're just gonna do. We're just gonna copy and paste this code here, right? That'd be very cool. But yeah, it is still in alpha, but you can build with it. But there are breaking changes coming. And they're quite big breaking changes coming really soon when the template language changes from just using the variable name to using state or attribute prefix. I guess it's not that big of a change, but it's big enough. I tend to announce breaking changes in Discord, but you know, that's gonna after the first few seconds, and then login screen doesn't take any input. Freezes after a few and stuck there. I wonder if we can somehow drop into terminal instead of going straight to light. Yes, you can. The code for that is, let's see, X Windows drop into terminal. There's is it Alt Control F button? Hopefully that works for you. Okay, so then we're gonna have this. This is gonna be our serve function, right? So we're just gonna grab this code here and paste that in. We just need to have a web server running, right? Okay, so if we run this now, what happened? Thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Rust Sucks. Thank you so much. I don't get to see the alert. So every morning since I started this thing, I have oh. Yes, we have, but we also should have on-screen alerts. All right, there should be. So every morning I film my bunny, whose name is Nonsense, and now we have 3 different ones, and I think there's 40 alerts or more. Right, let me show you. Oh, you had one. Okay, excellent. I just didn't get to see it. Maybe I can make this a bit larger, so next time I should be able to see it. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Rust Sucks. We're getting close to wait, past a third? Wait, no, maybe not. I can't math, but you know that. Okay, let me hit the alerts thing here. Let me no, I didn't want to make a new variant. Oh my god. Okay, can I pop this out and show this to you guys? All right. This is how many gift sub alerts we have. This I set one morning 2 days ago and made all of these. And there with the you can't see the new one. Okay. All right. In my panic, I closed it down. Hello, Avenir. How you doing? That was the first one. Again, thank you so much, Anonymous, for a gift sub to Bunny Scene. I love that there's someone called Bunny Scene. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you. Welcome to Discord, Mayfield Pemberley. There we go. It took me a while to read that. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna spin up a web server now, and well, this is ending up blocking the main thread. So I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but let's be okay with that. Okay, let's see if we can just visit that and see the hello. 300. No, you're not allowed to do that. Okay, so that works. So what I want to do now is I want to send a message into the state. So we're going to have a message with the value of a string. This is going to be empty. So if we go to our index, we're just going to have a message there. So if I were to, let's run this. Let's do this. No, that's the wrong thing. Let's remove this thing. It's bad. And let's get rid of that too. Where are we here? In demo, okay. So if I run this thing now, we see nothing here, and I should be able to load this, and this is fine. Now, but let's make a change to this now. Let's move it away. It was annoying. So when we get here, we're going to emit the message instead. So first of all, can we just get query string parameters, right? Query parameters and deserialize them. Okay, so this thing probably wants me to read the documentation, but I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna see if we can sort of copy and paste something here. Here's a post with the shared state. We don't want to do that either. We don't have to. Oh, I was hoping for like a simple query string thing. Okay, but let's just make it react to this then, right? So here, can we then do emitter.emit hello world to component ID, right? Oh, wrong way around. Oh, and that's supposed to be a string. And then we do no, we can't do that. Can we do emitter is emitter.clone? Oh, hang on. Wait, yeah, we have to move, but before we move, okay. So how do we get that? We don't want to return anything from here. Yeah, that's the issue. How can we get the... I mean, this is showing some state usage, right? Shared state. I have tea. If you're anything like me, you're gonna have a cup of tea. If you're not like me, you can have yourself a cup of pee. Don't have that. There are other letters in the alphabet. Still warm, my favorite of things that are tea to be. Coffee? Well, I forgive you. Okay, shared state, clone the shared state, and then move it. So, but this isn't async. Oh, really? So we would do... We would do this. So even though we clone the emitter and we move, okay, so this works. No, it doesn't. That's not it then. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? I don't know, and I don't want to read error messages, but I have to. Custom ports is here. So it's fine if we do that. No, it's not. Okay, that was just an accident then. You lark. Then how is this different from this? I mean, this is not async. Does it have to be async? But this is async. So this thing is not, but the function get user is. So is it returning a future? All right, so we'd have like an async function called index that returns something. I don't know what it returns. It returns nothing, you lark. And what input do you get? A path and a state. We don't care about no path here. I guess we have to have a path though. I guess that could work though, right? What do we have? Path, curl it up, string. We can do this. And then I'm guessing, well, I'm guessing that's just going to be their ID. So we would have to change this to be message then, right? That should be fine. Hello. What are you working on? Oh man, I just did a demo of this thing and I deleted it, stabbing swordfish. But the long and short of it is I'm working on a text user interface library. Like a TUI library where we separate the front end from the back end using like a markup language. We have hot reloading, state management, all kinds of really fun stuff, right? What are the fundamentals for async Rust? I can't answer that question. I don't know what that means. You have to ask the fundamentalist. If you can rephrase the question, maybe I can try to answer it, but I don't know how to interpret that question. So we start by doing this. So we don't have the state. We just do this. Then we get that extractor in there. Forget all of this. We're just going to change this to index. But it's not quite index, is it? It's going to be a get. Where we move and call that. We're going to call, what are we calling index with? Do I just replace all function definition with async and have all function calls await and my async program would just work? Maybe. But if you ask Semakova, I'm going to assume that they will say it will up until a certain point, and when it doesn't, you are going to be completely right? Am I wrong, Semakova? All right, so we're going to have the path as part of this thing. And that should be fine. So we should possibly now... actually, can we move the emitter in here? Or is it still going to do like fail? Okay, so that works. Can we get the component ID then? If we do this. Yeah, that works. What the lark? but okay. Okay, so we should in theory be able to do emitter.emit, and we're gonna emit async now. We're gonna emit to the component ID. Oh my god, component. I don't know why I try to use that sometimes. Clearly it doesn't work. I know we await that. Okay, this is magical and it is what it is, right? Whoopsie. Hang on. Oh shit. Okay, 1 second. This won't take long. See, it didn't take long. But yeah, not like this. You kind of can do that. There are, but you have to be aware of your references, right? If you're moving things around, it's great. If you use references and things that aren't send and sync and use Tokyo, then it doesn't quite work that way. But for some reason, when I write my own async libraries, like we did with the netcode, I never have any issues with this stuff. It's only when I'm either using someone else's library or I hear other people talk about it. Then it's like, oh, async Rust, like, blah, 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 blah. But for some reason, it doesn't happen when I do it, right? And maybe I'm just lucky. Okay, so now we're emitting async. Every time we go there. Okay, so does it mean that if I run this program now, I can go here and say hot sandwich? That didn't work at all. I mean, it's running, but it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything at all. Why is it not doing anything? Why aren't you doing anything? What's my advice on getting a mentor? What do you want a mentor for? I'll be your dad from now. No, what do you want a mentor for? Sorry. We are emitting here, but we're not returning anything. And that might be why it's being cranky, right? We might have to return or do something. So we probably have to return something that implements like into response or whatever, right? Okay, so this means that the unit can be converted into response. So we should probably return a string here. We might have to make a result or not. So if we do this now, yeah, there's our string. So this has happened. It has emitted the message, but nothing is showing up there, right? Don't know what you're doing is right. Last year of uni, couldn't land any internship, scared I won't find a job after graduating. I understand that. What do you want to work with? So I don't know. I don't know anything about the job culture where you live or anything of the sort, right? So it's really kind of difficult to talk about that. And it doesn't help that everyone keeps spreading, doom and dismay about the job market. But and hang on, I see something that really irks me here. Had to get rid of those like nasty, weird lines there. So I don't know I don't know if what I'm doing is right. That's pretty much everyone in the entire world doing something for the first time. So unless you've done uni before, then you're not gonna know if what you're doing is right or not. Like you don't have the experience because you haven't done it yet, right? You're in the last year of uni and couldn't land an internship. So how many of your colleagues or your fellow students landed internships, and what did they do differently? I learned Flutter, developed some personal project, built my CV, didn't even interview. Okay. If you want to, you can share your CV with me on Discord in a PM, and I can have a quick look at it to see if anything jumps out. All right. Just erase any personal information, your phone number, your email, your name. I don't need to know that, right? Just take away the personal stuff and then share it with me. Yeah, it depends entirely on where you are and what you're doing, right? But, okay, let's see. What if we just do a standard emit? Maybe the async stuff is knackered and I've done a mistake there. No, that's not it. Although that's really odd. Wait, no it isn't, you idiot. You have to use the state prefix now. Oh my hairy uncle, I'm an idiot. Okay. It still doesn't work, but at least I'm using the right prefix, I think. Is it state message? There is state message. We're not even using it. Oh my god. Okay. Man. So we need to deal with on message. There we go, right? Oh my god, I wasn't even doing that. Not just basic skill issue, intense, insane skill issues. There you go, right? Hot and wedge, or hot sandwich, right? It's a working. Can we add space in there, right? Hot sandwiches in your area. Yeah. All right. So this was surprisingly simple. We can just make a button that goes to the next question. So we can have this on screen for the next episode of Tea with Toggle, which could be considered every stream, but it isn't. No, Land of Leet, I do not. I had issues with it on streaming, on my streaming computer. I do, but on my laptop. Right, so this works. This was surprisingly simple to do. All right, so I guess there's not much to do about that now then, right? Hello, Orts. Will emit async work now? I need to try. It works. I don't think X Windows is unmaintained, Lead. I'm guessing you've stumbled upon some like older posts or whatever, right? There has been some conversations about this for many years, about X Windows being this hot mess, and everyone thinks we should move to Wayland, but Wayland isn't really that easy to use. Okay. There are issues with Wayland too. Hasn't that been a saying for a few years now? I think we've had that for like if we look for X Windows unmaintained, we'll find posts from many years back, right? Not secure. X Windows System 32. What? Okay. Really? We're not gonna see anything. I was expecting a bunch of blog posts around this. All right, apparently not. Windows XP. Whee! All right, so now we just need like a button. That was good. Yeah, so I don't know, right? I think you can use whichever one you want randomly. Canonical is not representatives of the Linux community as far as I'm concerned. They're a business that has done a lot of stupid things that I don't care about. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was, I mean, this hasn't happened to my knowledge. I can't stress this enough. To my knowledge, this has not happened. Okay, let's prefix this before someone just goes, oh, what happened? It hasn't happened. And what hasn't happened, but wouldn't surprise me, is if Canonical were doing some kind of telemetry collection on Ubuntu and was selling this data to like Facebook and shit, right? There's like, Canonical is that kind of company in my book. No, you can post a link. Post away. So if you're a first-time chatter, I'd expect you to describe the link before I would even click on it. But I've known you for a while here, Ort, so go for it. Very good. Oh man, the internet is so sluggish today, right? Null pointer D reference. Oh, I guess you should have used Frost. All right. Anyway, now I don't think X is unmaintained. So. Oh, that's funny. Instead of Margebot, right? But I do think that having an alternative to X Windows is good. I just don't know if Wayland is that, right? Wayland has been in the works for a long time, right? And it doesn't seem to shape up to be what people want it to be. How much work would it be to write an alternative to like X Windows and Wayland? What do you guys think? Should we start that? Should we start? We have that finished in a weekend, right? We'll write something new, and we'll have like this good old protocol. Like the first things we have to solve is things like clipboard and screen sharing, because this is one of those things that drives you crazy in Wayland. Like, look, it's secure. Cool. Can I copy something? No, that's not secure. It's like, oh, fine. Ask GPT. We're not even going to ask GPT. We're just going to tell GPT, right? Duck.ai is what I'm using. Whoops. Wait, what was that? Okay, never mind. Write a replacement for X. Is it X11 or Xorg? And Wayland in Rust. Also, is complex and ambitious. Stop talking. Okay. I don't care what it is. Do it. You slag. Creating a full is a massive undertaking. Okay. But I am not doing it. You are. Understood. While I can't create the full... Okay. Are you a GPT can or a GPT can't? Do it. It's a... Don't treat with that. It's not a person stabbing swordfish, right? It's not. There is no. We shouldn't anthropomorphize a computer, right? I love my child. I love my wife most of the time. I love my bunny, but my bunny is not a person, so I don't let it watch TV with me or eat crisps, right? GPT is not a person, right? It's a series of models, right? For guessing, for predicting text, right? So it's not a person. No, it wouldn't work. Stabbing swordfish, it wouldn't work. Yeah, it's just GPT is just a mechanical Turk under the hood. It's just Amazon mechanical Turk. It's just a bunch of people sitting there going, man, I can't type this fast, help. LLM lives matters. So that would be when we truly reach the pinnacle of idiocy in mankind, right? When people start anthropomorphizing computers. It's a beautiful side of humanity, right? We're like we're pretty good. Like you're watching a movie and then someone's like butchering 1,000 people with a chainsaw, and you're sitting there, and then they shoot a dog. You're like, no, why the dog didn't do nothing wrong? Why you shoot the dog? Kill more people instead. No. Right? Humanity at its finest, right? I love humanity. It's pretty good, man. That's how Terminator happened. I think when we reach the next step is when we get superstition into the whole thing, right? Morning sword. Maybe it does. I don't know if it's morning sword or morning's word. All right, can you help me out here, all right? Because we all know what happened with Penn Island. Go back to Axum. You're too late. Too late. It's too late to apologize. Meh. All right. Yeah. So but this was very easy. To send messages from Axum to Anathema was one line of code. Right. Boop. Done. Okay. Stabbing swordfish. Let's have a look. Message request. Yes, I will accept the message from there. Is that very good? Very good, Avatar. All right, let's open this up. Okay, so I'm not gonna show this on stream, but I'm gonna talk about this a little bit, right? All right, let's do this. All right, so first I'm gonna talk a little bit about your CV layout. Okay. Yes, you blanked personal info, which is why these are empty. Good. There is literally never a reason to center text in a CV, right? So left align the about me section, right? The text in the, you can center the titles, but left align the text in the about me section, right? I would make it a bit more personal, Swordfish, right? Because passionate about developing innovative solutions, that doesn't mean anything to anyone, right? So you're passionate about programming, right? Make it sound more like a human wrote it, right? Make it more human. I thought it was created Anathema there. No, we just sent messages from the web to Anathema at there as a customer service rep. Yeah, this is typical CV language. This is fine. I mean, it sounds a little bit too CV speech, right? Efficient in a dynamic, fast-paced environment. What does that mean, right? Okay, some of this is good. But I love that I'm reading a CV in 2024, and it looks like something I could have written when I was, I'm guessing, your age, which was probably around the year 5. I didn't think anybody reads that about section, so I just copied some of ChatGPT. I mean, I picked it up, right? Make it sound more human, right? I think people are probably gonna react more strongly. Do you guys remember that guy who showed his website on stream? And I read the content of it and said, this doesn't say anything about you. This just reads like AI blabbery. And it was, right? I think people are going to pick up on AI blabbery and not want it. Because you're writing a lot of stuff that has no substance. And I, as a potential employer, have to read this. And it doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, I think people are picking up on the tone. So having something that is less AI sounding and more human sounding is better. All right. Okay, education-wise, it looks pretty good. Wow, that's language section is pretty impressive. Das ist gut. Expertise, okay. Here's my first gripe with, I have seen CVs like this in the past, right? I mentioned this on stream as well, so actually let's not even get into it. I have seen many CVs, and the title expertise should probably change, right? Because if you are a 65-year-old senior software engineer and you're looking at someone who's a fresh graduate that has expertise in a lot of things, you're gonna think, no, you don't, son, okay? I think experience or skills is better than calling it expertise. Neuralink is one way though, right? Yeah, I think skills is better, right? Okay, that's good. That's good. So, okay, my first question to you now, Swordfish. All right, now we get into where I can ask you some useful questions. What kind of internship are you looking for? In what field? Because you've listed some stuff on the expertise, which is good. But the first thing that I'm thinking when I'm looking at this thing is, do you looking for a job as a mobile developer? Are you looking for that? Are you only looking for mobile dev? Many of the top Linux orgs and companies are saying they are never going to support X in the future and say that Wayland is the future because it's a security nightmare, not being properly maintained, and with all the hate for X, no one is support for Wayland. There is no way X is going to be used by any major distro anymore. GNOME, KDE, Pi, Red Hat, Linux, BSD are publicly hating on X and fully on board with Wayland. So it seems. So this is painting a pretty vivid picture, Land of Late. But could you show me some, could you show me how you got here, right? What legit posts do you have that tells this story, right? And if you quote Twitter or Reddit, I'm gonna discount it. Like, do you have actual posts from these companies and organizations saying this? Apply for a lot of internships. Okay, Stabbing. This is what I want you to do when you apply. First of all, I want you to contact the companies that you don't hear from and say, hi, it's been a while. I applied for an internship. I'm guessing I was not considered. I would love some feedback on why. Please, only honest feedback if you have the time, right? So ask them why, right? Software engineering in general, in that case, then maybe you should put programming languages at the top, right? So you should change your CV for every job you apply to, or rather, if you first apply to 10 mobile jobs, then you put the mobile stuff on top, and then you do all the web dev jobs, and then you put the web dev stuff on top, and then you do all the like system dev jobs, you put the system dev related stuff on top, right? So you just move this around, because as someone who reads your CV, right, remember that your CV might be 1 in 100, so they're just gonna quickly skim through the contents of your CV and go, oh, okay, no, this one seems to be mostly mobile dev, we don't need a mobile dev, okay, next one, right? So you need to capture their attention, right, very quickly. Reading CVs these days are a little bit like reading the news. You read the title and then you go off to Reddit instead, right? Hello, LRK, how you doing? There are dots after some of these things as well, so I would clean that up. I think problem solving and analytical thinking is not necessary to list as a skill. Problem solving is the core foundation in any like software engineering. If you cannot do basic problem solving, you can't put on your shoes, basically, right? Can you assume that the first skill on the list is also your best skill? That is a little bit like how people look at it. Past ATS. I don't even know what ATS means. I'm good, real. I'm good. I'm real good. All right. Your first project is a to-do list that has to go. Okay. Like you can have it in there, but put it somewhere else, right? Put it somewhere else. Ooh, okay. You know what, Late? I got some good respect for you right now. You're posting sources here, so we're gonna dig into this. Let's dig into this thing, right? Okay, these two are from the same place, but that's for Onyx, right? So let's have a look at these things. So I would just, I think, first of all, your CV actually looks quite nice, right? Your CV looks, okay, applicant tracking system. I don't know. I don't know what that is. In general, your CV looks good. The experience section, the font size in there is different from everything else, and it's a little bit annoying on the eyes. So change that font size to let me write down a list, right? In general, I think you're doing fine, right? So don't center the text under about me, but you can center headings, right? Now change the font to be the same under experience as it is everywhere else. Fix the alignment and layout of bullet points. They are different under language as and expertise. Change expertise to skills. Remove any ChatGPT generated nonsense and replace it with human speak. move the to-do list from the top of your projects, because to-do list is basically the most basic thing. It's like the intro project in everything, right? So that looks very novice-like, right? That's how you spell center. There is English and then there are mistakes. Okay, just so sorry, Americans. All right, I just yeah, I mean, course manager, news app, Connect 4. Who doesn't love Connect 4? Why is CPU scheduler simulator underlined? That's a question, not a bullet point, though. Hello, Kenny. So all your projects look really impressive, except your first project. And that's the first thing you're going to see, right? And then arrange the skills to match the position you are applying for. Ask for honest feedback. Some recruiters will give it. All right. Trying to make them all hyperlinks. It didn't work. Gotcha. If you do have... Let's add one more bullet point to this thing, and then I've given you enough to think about. Add a link to GitHub if you have one. Oh, on top of that, when you... So I'll just say this without writing this down, right? When you apply for jobs and you use your GitHub, your personal GitHub, make sure you don't have anything weird as your avatar, because someone who doesn't know you is going to see this. If you have like this internal joke with a friend, so you put a wooden penis as your GitHub avatar, that might be funny for you and your friend, but that is going to work against you when you apply for a job, right? Which is why my avatar looks the way it does now. It wasn't made of wood. Anyway, so think about this. When you apply, there's like, you might support your favorite politician or sports team or whatever, but take that out of the equation when you're applying for a job. The person who interviewed you might be a person you will never see again, and they might be a strong supporter of the opposing team, right? There are really ridiculous human things to take into consideration when you do this. Would hire them? Very good, Kenny. Depends on where you apply. How you doing, Modprog? Picture and README can make products look more interesting. True that, but I've given you enough to think about now. This is the first thing you do, okay? I'm going to drop this in a message to you. Where are you? There you are, right? Okay. So on top of this, right? On top of this, Saltfish, what you should do when you apply for 10 jobs and you hear nothing back, don't apply for 10 more jobs without doing any changes, right? You have to try to figure out why it doesn't work. So you have to make these continuous changes, right? There's mostly cosmetic changes to be done to your CV and or like rearrange a few things. But look at the list I gave you. I think that's a good place to start when it comes to this stuff, right? You could have done that, Modprog, but that would certainly have been detrimental for the stream, and it would have made me a little bit upset, right? And I would have, and you would have ended up with bone and juice in people whose links I don't click on anymore. Okay, let's look a little bit at this thing, right? Because we're having a conversation, right? Where Land of Lead is saying something, and I'm saying, where did you come up with all this fancy stuff? And then Land of Lead actually had sources, which most people don't have when they make claims. They're like, no, this is how it is. All right, what's your source for this? Reddit! And we don't do that, right? A YouTube video. All right, big news. Gnome to drop X11 for Wayland only, for a Wayland only future. Gnome is choosing to go the Wayland way, but is it the right move? Too soon? What do you think? Well, I don't know. We have been increasingly seeing the X11 windowing system being phased out in favor of Wayland. Increasingly, I feel like this is going at a glacial speed, but okay. With the recent merge request, we are seeing yet another major name from the Linux space opting for the same. Allow me to take you through this. What's happening? I recently came across an article from Phoronix. Okay, is this linking to this NVIDIA article? No. Okay, that's a different story. We'll keep that one ongoing as well. One thing that pissed me off when I read CVs is when in job history they've put all the tools used in the project. Fine, it gives context, but I'm more interested into tool the job application used personally. Right, I'm more interested in the tool the job application used personally because most of the time he did not even use. Oh yeah, and also when people say we did this, we did that, it's a little bit like, okay, but what did you do? Right? We built this amazing system which takes in JSON and outputs sandwiches, and it can also save people from death or whatever, right? And be like, wow, that's a really impressive project. You can resuscitate dead people, right? Yes, we call it the Lazarus Project. Oh, cool. What did you do? I designed the icon. Like, oh, okay. Well then. Yeah, screen sharing, screenshotting, which is part of the same, clipboard handling. These are all things. Maybe clipboarding isn't an issue anymore, but okay, back to this thing. This has been dubbed by GNOME developer Jordan Petridish as the first step towards removing the X11 session from GNOME. This is the first step towards deprecating the X11 session 1 day ago, but don't tell us the date then. Okay, this is from yesterday, is it? No, 3 days ago. Learn calendars. This has been dubbed blah. This is the first step towards deprecating the X11 session. The GNOME Xorg desktop file is removed, but X11 functionality is still there so you can restore the X11 session by installing the file in the appropriate place on your own. X11 has been receiving less and less testing. We've been defaulting to the Wayland session since 2016. And it's about time we drop X11 session completely. Let's remove the targets this cycle and maybe carry on with removing the rest of X11 session code next cycle. For removing the X11 code as well, see this. With the main reason behind this decision the following. X11 has been receiving less... Okay, well, you just quoting that. Well, that seems like the logical thing to do, especially seeing when X11 has been the center of many functionality breaking bugs and is quite older than Wayland. Wait, was it from another year? I didn't, Modprog. I didn't. Thank you. Right. So this is over a year ago then. Over a year ago. So then we can actually see how much of this actually has any substance today. Okay. That's really interesting. On the above-mentioned merge request and another related draft merge request for completely removing X11 code from GNOME, a few people have raised some questions. Take, for instance, Jihan, a maintainer of GIMP, mentioned that even though Wayland may be ready for different types of use cases, it is not quite there for graphics professional thanks to the lack of color management. Even Joshua Strobel, the creator of Budgie Desktop, had some critical views of this move, stating the following. What do you expect the fallout of this removal for desktop environments which currently support X11 and leverage GNOME session? Both Budgie Desktop and Pantheon Desktop, both of which are working on moving to Wayland, are currently only fully support X11, right? Yeah, so you kind of have to solve all the issues before you can drop X11, right? What does this mean, Ubuntu dropping X11 support, right? So X support. What does that mean? Can you no longer install X? Or is there paid for professional support, not including support for X? What does that mean, right? A CV must fulfill at least two objectives. Say enough to make the recruiter want to meet you for an interview. Avoid wasting everyone's time if your profile does not match the job. That's a very, very succinct take on it. It's very good. These desktop environments leverage GNOME session for the session launching currently. If the removal of this support prevents the launching of those desktop environments, then it seems premature for this support to be removed. And also, let's take a moment here to acknowledge the fact that even though X11 receives a lot of hate, I wouldn't say that GNOME is particularly... You know, GNOME saying that like X11 receiving a lot of hate is a little bit like pot calling the kettle black, right? Similarly, the consensus among many is that plenty of existing apps and operating system might face issues if X11 were to be completely removed. In 98, we removed the X11 session target, deprecating the X11 session. Now it's time to also remove the code related to it. Follow up to 98, remove all the code related to X11 session farewell. One of the suggestions to avoid breakage was to fork GNOME session and do your tweaks for running X11. Another was to have some sort of alternative version with the X11 session code in it. Nevertheless, this change is going to happen, and GNOME will not feature X11 support in the near future when all is said and done. Has this happened, right? Is there no support in GNOME for X11, right? We don't have to use that kind of language when we talk to people. I don't think Land of Leet is intentionally lying. I think this is just human talking, right? We don't have to go like, "Why do you lie, man?" But no official supports, not like they are denying you from using it. Okay. But official support in the world of Linux means what? You know what? No, we don't have to unpack that, right? Okay, I'm going to try to be open-minded here, okay? It will not feature X11 support in the near future when all is said and done. And I'm guessing that this has then happened. What to expect? According to GNOME dev Michael Catanzaro, the initial merge request for removing X11 session is meant to act as a jump scare for users and developers to take notice. Okay, so that's just a move then, right? The draft stage and merge request for the final removal from GNOME just means do not merge, but they do intend to merge it eventually. As for when, should we see if it's merged? No, it's still there. So this has not been merged, right? Well received. I can't even read all this comment here. It's just not. It's not going to be a window into happiness, is it? Right? Yeah, so I'd be embarrassed to admit this, but I'm a little bit uncertain of since I don't use GNOME or I'm not a fan of their stuff, right? Not for any particular reason other than cascading or stacking window managers aren't my cup of tea. But what's the state of this thing, right? Or sorry, that's not what I was going to say. Where does GTK fit in? Because GTK is GNOME's thing, right? That's a GNOME specific thing, is it not? Isn't it like GNOME terrible kit or whatever it stands for? I don't know. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I don't actually know what GTK stands for. According to Micah, this will take some time, and GNOME 48 is the most likely candidate. So which version of it? That puts us far time. Okay, March 2025. Okay. We'll see. What do you think of this major shift? Okay. So this one, according to this article, they are supposed to merge this by 2025, right? GNOME is GTK. In that case, isn't GTK 3 the thing that most people seem to hate on, and this is why GTK 2 is still alive? So this one is supposed to. So one person from the GNOME project says that this is a scare PR, right? But the article says that this should be merged by March 2025, right? So we'll see where that ends up. No merge request open that would drop Xorg session support. Okay, this just feels like it's the same thing. I would like some more recent information though. A set of merge requests were open that would actively drop Xorg support for the GNOME desktop. But again, this is just GNOME, okay? We haven't gotten to Red Hat yet, but this is just GNOME, okay? And GNOME isn't Linux or Linux desktop. It's a big name in there, but it isn't the representative of the whole thing, right? Going along with Fedora 40, looking to disable the GNOME X11 session support, also making KDE Plasma 6 Wayland only for Fedora. Upstream GNOME is evaluating the prospect of disabling and then removing the X11 support. This merge request, which I guess is linking to the same, yeah, right? It's linking to what we looked at, right? Hang on, this was a different merge request. This one is still open after a year. So I would argue, Land of Lead, that because this one is still open, it's not really happening that fast. They're not going to deal with issues you have regarding X11. And as much as I, as an individual, says that's fine, they don't deal with my issues. But I do appreciate that there are companies that are paying for support. And I'm guessing these companies aren't going to get support for X11, right? I'm guessing that's what we're talking about then, right? It's a major change, so it makes sense that it takes a while. Yes, but if nothing is happening on here, 11 months ago, I don't know how much is actually happening here. It seems unlikely that you would bang out a pull request and then just leave it sitting like this. It seems a little bit premature then to do this, but okay. And to be honest, right, which, you know, I never am except right this moment, which is why I prefixed it with to be honest. I lie all the time otherwise. And it's this, right? I actually would like it if X11 wasn't the default thing that we use, right? I would kind of be happy with Wayland if Wayland worked, right? Because Wayland has better performance for me when it comes to gaming, right? I don't know how this would affect gaming, right? I don't know how this would affect gaming. So, for instance, can the Steam Deck move to Wayland? Maybe it's already on Wayland. Do we have any Steam Deck pros in the chat? Do you guys know? We can look it up. Remove X session target for GNOME session. Deprecating the X11 session. The system targets are removed. X11 functionality is still there so you can restore the session by installing the target. Has been receiving less and less. Okay, we've read this already. That was followed by this merge request. Some concerns were raised already how this could impact downstream desktops like Budgie and Pantheon. I feel like I'm reading the same article twice. Raspberry Pi OS upgrade, ditching X11, a new browser, and Debian 12. Is it ditching X11, ditching a new browser, and ditching Debian 12? What's the song about the Oxford comma, by the way? No. Gamescope? We shall find out. I'm using Gamescope. There is no getting game frames through Wayland by way of X Wayland, so there is no copy within X itself before it gets the frame. Can use DRM KMS to directly flip game frames to screen even when stretching. When it does need to compose with the GPU, it does so with async Vulkan compute, meaning you get to see your frame quick, even if the game already has a GPU busy with next frame. X Wayland sandbox. Where does X Wayland? Is X Wayland X inside Wayland, or what is X Wayland? What actually is X Wayland? It does sound like it's running Wayland. Ubuntu again by default uses Wayland. It once did before 17, but quickly reverted to Xorg. X-Wayland is an Xorg emulation layer of Wayland. Okay. Yes, so it's an emulation of an Xorg emulation layer, right? Okay, and that makes sense. This is also 2023. A new release of Raspberry Pi is here to complement the recently launched Raspberry Pi 5. Oh, has it been a year already? The developers have worked on it for quite some time. It features loads of improvements and a major change that signifies the move to a more modern approach to Windows system. So on that note, so it's not going to use XFCE anymore then, is it? So on that note, in that case, I'm kind of interested in this thing, right? So gaming is better on Wayland then, right? Arguably, it sounds like. So that's positive. Based on Debian 12 Bookworm release, the developers have had to make major architectural changes to the Raspberry Pi desktop. Some key highlights include Wayland only. Naturally, you can expect the core benefits of Debian Bookworm along with the above-mentioned changes. You read that right. The Raspberry Pi desktop has moved to the Wayland Windows system as its default, dropping the X11 Windows system owing to various limitations, with the primary selling point being that Wayland performs better on modern hardware. And this I agree with, right? From what I've seen, this is true. XFCE is probably quite all right when you have low resources, right? All of this was made possible thanks to the implementation of the Wayfire compositor, which allowed the devs to keep the user experience a familiar one. Quoting the devs from the release announcement, if you boot Raspberry Pi, you will get a Wayfire desktop, which it should look pretty much identical to the desktop you're used to from Bullseye, but appearances are deceptive. It's taken a lot of work to get to the point where the two desktop environments look the same. Okay. Recently, we've been seeing an increase in transition to Wayland from all the Windows system like X11 and OpenBox. Doesn't this run on top of X11? Okay, whatever. For instance, the recent move by GNOME that has kickstarted the transition to a Wayland-only future. Is this leading us back to this article again, right? Even Fedora is all set up to drop X11 session for a Wayland approach with Plasma 6. It's interesting to see Raspberry Pi OS make the move already. For users who still want to use their older X11 OpenBox displays, they can do so by enabling these in the advanced settings menu on the Raspberry Pi. Okay, right. Pipewire by default? Yeah, I mean, we do have to modernize some things, don't we? Download Raspberry Pi OS. As the changes to the operating system are significant, the developers recommend that you start with a fresh installation. All right. Okay. NVIDIA shares Wayland driver roadmap, encourages Vulkan Wayland compositors. This one is from 3 days ago. At the Xorg Developer Conference, happening this week in Montreal, NVIDIA shared a roadmap around their Wayland plans, as well as encouraging Wayland compositors to target the Vulkan API. Austin Schaefer and James Jones of the NVIDIA Linux Unix team presented at XDC 2024 on some of their recent Wayland driver features, explicit sync support, as well as going to cover some future NVIDIA Linux driver plans. So I feel like for this thing to say anything about like Wayland only in the future, if NVIDIA says we're dropping support for X11 in this article, then right. They shared NVIDIA's been ramping up their internal Wayland testing, and among the futures items they plan to pursue are supporting the upstream high dynamic range, color pipeline, user space API. They're also looking at internal display muxing on Wayland, enabling the FB, the frame buffer, and mods the kernel module parameters options for their driver by default, and NVIDIA settings utility under Wayland being read-only settings. They have hit some additional pain points in Wayland support that they are exploring. Those wishing to learn more can see. Okay, I feel like this thing didn't say anything other than NVIDIA is focusing on or putting some effort into Wayland, which is nothing but good, right? Hello, Crispy. How you doing? Red Hat Enterprise Linux 10 plans for Wayland Xorg server. Again, this is 2023. So has this happened, right? When we see these articles, the question is, has this happened, right? Part of the engineering and product group focused on graphical display and GPUs for Red Hat. And I want to communicate a product and engineering decision we recently made. I want to provide you with some context, with the context, and explain the efforts we made in coming to this decision. The transition from the now 30-plus-year-old X Windows system to the newer Wayland-based stack has been happening for the past 15 or so years. Red Hat has been involved from the start. Over time, it became clear that X11 protocol and Xorg server had fundamental issues that need to be addressed. I do not dispute this. Xorg is old and has issues, right? We all know that. Wayland was the solution. Today, Wayland's been recognized as the de facto windowing and display infrastructure solution. But there are so many issues that aren't fixed on Wayland. I feel like we can't ditch X11 until this is solved, right? Are you excited? Can you get some puppy pictures in the Discord? Yeah, I feel like that's it feels a little bit like that, doesn't it? Good work, buddy. Oh, you can get some pictures when the puppy arrives. When you get the puppy, you can do it. Through this transition, Red has been supporting both Xorg and Wayland Stack. This splits the time we in the upstream community have available to support new features and for fixing bugs. So we're talking about enterprise Linux, right? And we're talking about, I'm guessing, paid for or official support by Canonical here. So these are two things that aren't relevant to me and a lot of people like me, long-haired fools without jobs, right? So I think it's there's I don't think X11 is gonna go away, but do I want it to go away? Yes, I do. I don't want Xorg, right? Or X11. I don't want it. Okay, I've been using it since the 90s. I'm done with it, but Wayland isn't ready. Ow, that was warm, right? Wayland feels pretty unstable to me. X11 is still my thing for work, yeah. I often observe colleagues who have way more tinkered Linux setups than I do to spend significantly more time troubleshooting the systems. Yeah, we replace broken shit with our broken shit. Yeah, I almost don't feel like Wayland is the right solution, okay? Yes, it has the security, but there seem to be so many issues with it. It almost feels, from a sort of a bird's eye, from a Captain Birdseye perspective, right? That Wayland wasn't really architected. Okay, now that is a horrible thing to say because it probably isn't true, but I'm talking about what it feels like looking at Wayland from afar. It feels a little bit like, here's a great idea. Fantastic. Can we use it? No, because it doesn't work. There was a lot of things that we didn't think about, right? If Wayland has been in the works for 15 years, how come things like screen sharing and clipboard management stuff isn't solved? It just feels weird and legacy, right? You can make Xorg talk Wayland. You can make Wayland talk Xorg, right? Through X-Wayland, which I just learned was about that. Through this transition, Red has been supporting both Xorg and Wayland stacks. This splits the time we and the upstream community have available to support new features and fixing bugs. The community has been building new features and addressing gaps in Wayland, while new development in Xorg Server and X11 has been winding down. While it's great that Wayland has been greatly enhanced, it does mean that there's an increasing maintenance burden on both stacks. With lots of new work to maintain in Wayland and lots of all the legacy work to maintain in Xorg. And I get that you don't want to do that. This has become a difficult situation to sustain. Understandable. As Wayland has advanced and become more capable, we've worked upstream and internally with multiple hardware vendors, software vendors, customers, the visual effects industry, and upstream projects to understand and develop the necessary projects to close the feature gap and even expand the Wayland stack. I'm really proud of the work we've done. This includes efforts such as HDR, X-Wayland, developing infrastructure to support modern remote desktop solutions. Okay. What does this mean? Well, I know that ModProg is using Discord with Wayland and has written some hacks to get this working. Um, Developing infrastructure to support modern remote desktop solution. Okay, so this is probably going to fit in with screen sharing, don't you think? Review and development for explicit sync support in the Wayland protocol. So hang on, if all this was being worked on in 2023, how come we still don't have screen sharing? All right. Dozens more other innovative. Okay, right. We want to recognize the significant effort all these organizations and individuals have made, especially the rest of the upstream community, without whom this project would never be so mature. This effort gave us the confidence to first make Wayland default for most use cases in Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, following up with deprecating the Xorg server in 9, with the intention of its removal in a future release. Earlier this year, as part of our Red Hat 10 planning, we made a study to understand Wayland's status, not only from an infrastructure perspective, but also from an ecosystem perspective. The result of this evaluation is that while there are still some gaps and applications that need some level of adaptation. So as a streamer, if I can't share my desktop, okay, that's not just me missing an application, that's me missing my entire job, right? Found an attempt at taking the pub in photo. Sent. Let me have a look. Oh, that is adorable. That is adorable. Let's quickly scrutinize what books you have in your bookcase. I see Visual Basic for Dummies, Windows XP, the definitive guide, how to pick up women. I'm kidding. These things are obviously not visible in that picture. Not my bookcase. Nice try. Nice try. We recognize that bit, mate. Okay, I jest, of course. We made a study to understand the status, not only from infrastructure, but also from the ecosystem perspective. The result of this evaluation is that while there are still some gaps and applications that need some level of adaptation, meaning it's a deal breaker, right? We believe the Wayland infrastructure and ecosystem are in good shape and that we're on good path for the identified blockers to be resolved by the time Red Hat Linux 10 is out, planned to be released the first half of 2025. So it looks like 2025 is the year of the Linux desktop then, right? We decided to remove Xorg server and other X server except Wayland from Red Hat Linux 10 and the following releases. Wayland should be able to handle most X11 clients that won't immediately be ported to Wayland, and if needed, our customers will be able to stay on Red Hat 9 for its full life cycle while resolving specifics. It's important to note that Xorg server and X11 are not synonymous. X11 is a protocol that will continue to be supported through X-Wayland, while the Xorg server is the only of them. Okay, so can we use Wayland with X-Wayland for most things then, right? Corporate agenda, but what corporate agenda could it be? Because, and I'm saying this because Wayland has better performance. Again, it's a deal breaker for me, but we're gonna go and look at that as well. We got forced migrations of systemd that is completely against Unix philosophy. I think the Unix philosophy is dead, right? The Unix philosophy is sort of like, I'm paraphrasing, one program does one thing and does it well, right? So the idea is that you would chain multiple programs to solve things and what have you, right? But I feel like that time is kind of gone now. It's not a bad philosophy, but living by that philosophy rigidly, I don't know. I don't mind systemd. I actually had a lot of good memories with systemd. It was the time me and systemd went to Barcelona. We had Tapeass. Then we got Tapeworm together. It was the time me and systemd went kayaking. None of these things actually happened though, right? But pipes everywhere, right? I think it's I don't mind systemd, right? I think systemd gets a lot of hate, but I don't mind it, right? It's not difficult to set up units for most things. It's nice to have all your bugs in one place, right? And that's only half a joke, right? So you all know about like journal control -X, right? That's how you start your day. It does too much. Maybe it does too much. I certainly don't like it involved in mounting volumes and such because it's really gross. Mounting network file system with systemd is a little bit like, no, don't say that. It's gross nonetheless. But can we run Wayland with X Wayland as our... So the next thing we do is write a Wayland compositor in Anathema then, right? Is that it? No, we're not going to do that. That would be stupid. Don't do that. Well, X Wayland should be able to handle most X7 clients that want immediately reported to Wayland. We need to our customers, and if needed, our customers will be able to stay on 9. It's important to note that XOG7 and X7 are not synonymous. X11 is a protocol and will continue to be supported through X Wayland, while XOG server is the one of the implementations of the X11 protocol. Maybe we just need to write an implementation of the X11 protocol in Rust, and then no one would use that because no one cares what language it's written in, right? While we recognize the energy behind some distributions and Fedora spins moving towards a similar future. What? While we recognize the energy behind some distributions and Fedora spins moving towards a similar future. What? Did you go for lunch and then smoke a spliff and come back and start writing again, right? This decision is limited to Red Hat Linux 10. We recognize other Linux disks are having different needs and decision structures. All right. Additionally, we are not aware of plans for similar efforts in Fedora, nor are we involved in similar efforts besides sharing our knowledge. We have been working on gathering feedback, but we know we can't reach out to everyone directly. If you have thoughts or questions about this, we invite you to join the discussion we set up in the customer portal. This decision will allow us to focus our efforts starting from Red Hat 10 solely on a modern stack and ecosystem. This means we'll be able to tackle problems such as HDR, increased security, setups with mixed low and high density, displays, it has intensity displays, and a very high density displays, better GPU display hot plugging, better gestures and scrolling, and so on. We're confident that Wayland will provide a solid platform, and we're excited to work with the community and all of our partners and customers on building the future for Linux. Right? So yes, while I agree that maybe systemd does too much, I still don't mind systemd. Systemd timer, systemd jobs, networking through systemd boot. I find that things just works well for me. I don't know why, but I just seem to get on with systemd a little bit, right? Except for the mounting thing. That thing is just a hot, like, let's have a look at this thing. Mounting with systemd. Let's see if we can find all right. Okay. So there's a lot going on here compared to like your FS tab, right? Although I'm guessing in your FS tab, this will be one line. So splitting this across multiple lines isn't necessarily a bad idea. But there is a lot there's a lot going on here, right? There's a lot to unpack here. So, but this wasn't for NFS specifically. But yeah, there's a lot going on. Oh man, at a quick glance, this looked like Christoph. I was like, what, was that Christoph? No, it wasn't. It doesn't look anything like Christoph now. Fun on a bun. All right, so let's go home to Arch and Wayland and see what's happening here. Let's see if they have solved the issues then, right? Okay, so X Wayland. Most Wayland compositors only work on systems using kernel mode settings. Wayland itself does not provide a graphical environment. For this, you also need a compositor. Yeah, that's fine. We don't care about this. We do care about this. Is Joy? Was it Joy? Someone linked that on Discord a while ago. Display managers. I don't use a display manager. I use X in it. So, yeah. Dead link. Oh, it died recently. Link rot. Is an X server runs under Wayland and provides compatibility. So is X Wayland gonna reduce is X Wayland gonna reduce performance, right? Are you gonna get more performance out of using Xorg or X Wayland, right? X in it. It's X in it. My DM does not automatically start with Wayland, and I don't really know what that means. That's all right, though. Vertical tabs, I see. X Wayland is next, so it does not have the security features of Wayland. X Wayland has nearly. The question is answered here, right? Prefer to call it Twitter Wayland. X Wayland has nearly identical performance to that of X. In some cases, you might notice the greater performance, especially on NVIDIA cards. Well, good thing we don't give NVIDIA money again, all right? Compatibility. X Wayland is not fully compatible, backwards compatible with XLM. Some applications may not work properly under X Wayland, okay? So I was just wondering if I can run Wayland and use X Wayland for the stuff for like a desktop session or for sharing, right? Don't care about that. Kevin. What's a clutter application? I don't know what this is. Antonio Rojas, what's going on? Okay, so let's not care about clutter then, right? That was clutter. Bye. Okay. 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 So let's see if this thing has anything to do with anything, right? Wasn't that from 2023, or was that the one that was from 2024 maybe? Well, they can't change it until it actually happens. Yes, exactly, afterwards. I wish there were laptops available that had AMD GPU and good CPU at the same time, and were not some hipster models that cost 5,000 coins. I agree with you. So I hear the framework laptops are very flimsy, right? All these like ports and stuff are a little bit jank. Okay, so config files. Let's have a tinker do now. A look at this thing. So all the Electron. Yeah, I don't know about this. Don't know about this. Remap, don't care about that. Okay. Screen capture. This is it, right? This is the issue. Here we are, right? This is the relevant stuff. In contrast to Xorg, Wayland does not allow exclusive input device grabbing, also known as active or explicit grab. It depends on the Wayland compositor to pass keyboard and keyboard shortcuts and confine the pointer device to the application window. This change in input grabbing breaks current application behavior. Hotkey combination modifiers will be called by the compositor and will not be sent to remote desktop and virtual machine windows. The mouse pointer will not be restricted to the application windows, which might cause a parallax effect when the location of the mouse pointer inside the window of the virtual machine or remote desktop is displaced from the host mouse pointer. Alright, so this is about remote desktop. Wayland solves this by adding protocol extensions for Wayland and X-Wayland. Support for this extension is needed to be added to the Wayland compositor. In the case of native Wayland clients, the used widget toolkit needs to support these extensions or the application themselves if no widget toolkit is being used. So the thing that bothers me with this is that if we put a lot of the burden on the compositor, then smaller compositors are not going to be able to support this. Right? So smaller compositors are going to struggle to keep up with these things because whoever writes the compositor might have completely different priorities, right? As an example, I did not care about mouse support at all when I started working on this version of Anathema. I was like, who wants mouse support? No one, that's who. Turned out that it was something that more than one person wanted, right? At least 2 people wanted mouse support. And I personally thought, mouse support, why do you care about that in the terminal? Exactly. Okay, can we? But this didn't say much about like screen capture. Oh, it's a different thing, right? Okay, here we go. You can share native Wayland windows or the whole screen to the X11 application. For this, you need to use X-Wayland Bridge. I feel like I'm missing the screencasting. Green Recorder, OBS GNOME Screencast. OBS Studio supports screen recording on Wayland using GNOME Screencast feature. Okay, maybe we can do this then. Should we try Wayland then? So Hyperland window manager allows screencasting and recording with OBS, including selection of individual windows and workspaces. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a little bit of work, but we could potentially try this. Okay. So that's okay. Maybe we try Wayland, give it another spin. One of these days, right? Okay, so since we made this work again, let's see if the tests are passing for Anathema now. Okay, almost. Yeah, that one we just introduced, so that was fine. Okay. Should we have a thinky poo about this then? VStack overflow. So this test is the one that's broken. All right. Let's run this code. Gotta make sure we're using the right one. All right, that shows A, B, C, D. If we put a container here with a height of 2, do you break? Yes, and we know why it breaks. It breaks because we're trying to draw, we're trying to do work on C and D. Okay, so fixing this bug is well, so I know what this bug is, right? So I wonder if we should think about the virtual collection at this point then. Okay, so let's commit this code let's commit some broken code now. Yes. Yes to the Pathfinder stuff. Pathfinder. Okay, so this is gonna be a git log. Let's have a look. So, okay, let's git commit. This is broken. Because of text layout updates, Pathfinder updates. Whoops, I forgot to check the branch, but that's fine. We're gonna rename the branch at some point. Actually, we're not gonna bother. We're just gonna merge this anyway. So where does this take us, right? Should we have a think about the virtual list then, right? And how we could actually use that. I seem to have 2 demos. No, stop that. Main, please. Damn. Sort your ship out. Okay. Let's add a web module here, since we're tinkering with this stuff. And let's move this over to here. Damassery. We need to bring this in. Okay. Really? And the emitter as well. There you are. Okay. So then we got rid of that clutter, right? No, i3 is probably never going to move to Wayland. If you want to use i3 like things in Wayland, then Sway or Hyperland is going to be your go-to, I'd imagine. There's no reason to move i3 to Wayland. i3 is an old duck, man. Gotta let it rest. Okay, so then what do we do? We're going to do what? We're going to the list. That's what we wanted to do, right? We want the list to work. So let's say that we have an overflow with a dynamic list in that case. All right, so let's get rid of, well, we can leave messages. Let's have an on key then, or on G. I couldn't go back to stacking. I find them to be a complete waste of space, right? I don't get the logic. I mean, I do get the logic behind them, but I think there's like a fallacy, because when you're talking about like tiling window managers, then each window takes up a lot of space, and in stacking, well, you can stack them, but there's sort of a fallacy there if you think about it, right? If we float this window and then we make another one, And we're going to float this window too, right? And you'd be like, look, man, I can put 2 windows, takes up almost the same amount of space, right? But the reality of it is that whatever happens here, you have no insight into what is actually happening here. So even though you can see, oh yeah, I have this window doing something here, it's not relevant to you. You're not going to see anything of it, right? Which is why I think the whole stacking thing isn't really, but it's a matter of taste, right? Nothing else. It's definitely just a matter of preference. Nothing more than that, right? Yeah, you like Sway is so close to i3. There's almost no issues. I forget that I'm running Sway on my laptop. Okay, let's see. On key, what are we going to do? Yeah, so we're gonna scroll, right? So let's go into our index here. We're gonna change this to overflow, and then this thing will just start working. Ta-da! There's our A and B. Now we want to make this kind of virtual collection for this, and I wonder how we're gonna do that, right? Like, how would this work? So elements dot by tag first. We're gonna make that into overflow. No. Come on, man. Thank you. Right, so we can get this overflow thing here. And if we do overflow.scroll down when we push a button. If we run this now and I push a button, you can see that it's scrolling down, right? Yay. But what we really want to do is we want to have a collection here, right? Data. Okay. And we're going to go to our AML code and say for item in items. Item. Yeah. Oh, there we go, right? Data. Now there's nothing there, so it's not going to show anything. By having 4 monitors. Sometimes the info on the edge. Yeah, I mean, like that, but that's a little bit like saying sometimes it's good to know when something happens. That's why I have a massive sound alert in my various windows, right? It's not. I'm obviously just being a head. Okay. So scrolling down, this is fine. But really what we want to do now is we want to be able to kind of have this virtual collection here, right? So we're going to import S here. Yeah, we are. And then we're going to have a new function, and data is going to be 0. No, we're going to do list from iter 0 to 10,000. We should be able to do this. That doesn't seem right. No, that's not right. Oh, right. It's supposed to be a string, you fling. There we go. So now we have values. Well, I thought we'd have values. We don't. Oh, that's because I don't call new. Awkward. Now we have values. No? Ugh. Awesome Window Manager is terrible. I objectively think it's the worst. I objectively think it's the worst. Well, there you have it. Are you being difficult on purpose here? We are filling up data. Doesn't want to do it. I think I think all you have to do to know how terrible Awesome Window Manager is look at some example configurations of it, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm using Linux. I don't want to spend my time configuring things. What is wrong with you? All right, so even though we call new here, it doesn't seem to do what I want it to do, you see. It's not just that, Hilden, right? Look at an example i3 config and an example Awesome Window Manager config, and you realize that one is 10 lines of code, the other one is a book, right? It's just so much code. It's just massively no. Ugh. But more importantly, why is this not working? We have data in state. Oh my god, I literally just wrote this, right? Oh, you stupid goat. There we go, right? I just keep forgetting. Okay, so we can scroll down for days now, okay? The problem is that we've done a layout of all these items. So if we make this list large, we make this list into, what, 65,000 entries. It's took a second for it to start there. See, scrolling isn't super fast. So Temporus said, blah, blah, magic list, make it happen. And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. And now I have no idea how to make it happen. So I have no idea how to associate the behavior of this collection with the behavior of the list, right? Maybe we don't need a for loop for this thing. But then we would end up with a bespoke syntax for that. It wouldn't be a widget. And that seems a little bit silly. We are touching the finish line with our pinky toes, Crispy. There are some. The biggest things to fix is performance optimizations, better testing, and that's it. That's it's like a large performance optimization thing that's going in now, and then we need better testing, right? But in general, you can do pretty much what you want to do with this now. And we've recently introduced the separation between state and globals. And so if I do let x equals 10, and I just do text x here, we're gonna see 10, right? Because we can just access the global values, right? But if we want to access something from the state, we want the message, then we have to prefix this with state. And if this is an attribute, then it's going to be attributes. Oh, and one thing that you might not have seen is that we added the either. So if attributes message doesn't exist, we can say state.message. And if I run this, we're going to get nothing because there is no state message. But if we go in here, where's the here we go, string new, right? So we're going to do string from statey, right? But if we add an attribute to this thing called message up here, it falls back to that. So with this, oops, get ignored, right? With this either question mark thing, you can have defaults. And if state message doesn't exist, then we can just get a global message. Oops. And if we now go into our program and we rename this thing, then we're going to fall back to the state, which is statey. And if we go and rename this thing, whoops, not like that, message X. There we go, global state. I have a bug I'm well aware of, so I don't want to do that yet, but we are getting there. We are not far off. So we can skip, well, we can do the performance optimization that I want to do when it comes to drawing. We can do that later. Can you do .0 on tuples in the state? You will be able to do that once we merge Skylar's PR. So right now, states have to be named. There's an issue. No, we fixed that. So we should be, okay, let's make another state up here. You will be able to do this, okay? S2 has a value of a U size, maybe. Right? So if we use S2 instead, right, that doesn't exist. No, not yet. Not yet. We need to make some changes before we get there, but you will be able to do this. Oh yes, that's fine. Yeah, we need to get Skylar's PR in before we can do that. Right, but there isn't too many big issues around this. Yeah, okay. So how do we build like a new kind of list, like a virtual list? Maybe it doesn't even have to be a virtual list. Maybe it could be... Can we bake this into the for loop somehow? So no, because you wanted to be able to do like a request value from there. Maybe that's not the right way to go about this. Maybe we should just stop the layout once we reach the end. So if we cache layouts that hasn't changed, and we... I don't know if this fits or not. I have to think, and I'm struggling with that concept. So what am I half getting at here, right? If we can have this kind of virtual list that just shows a window into the collection, then the window can be a lot bigger than it is, right? Oh, we're dangerously low on tea here. We might have to cut the commercial, right? Go make some tea. And do something about this crap neck of mine. Okay, where are we at then? Sit proper. Okay, that's my take on this. Okay, maybe we do one thing at a time. If we cache the values in the layout and we do the optimization, then it would be fast enough. Then we don't need the virtual list. So we don't have to put the burden here. But Tempe had a pretty good take. What if you want to do things like fetch a record from the database when you scroll down? Maybe that's a thing. Sounds good, crispy. It's going all right, Kylie. How you doing? How you doing, Kylie? Yeah, I think maybe we do that. Maybe we just lay out until we have filled all the available space. So once we've filled all the available space, and then we do the caching as well, that should get us enough performance. But we can't store the widgets in the tree if there's too many of them. How can we make the widget projection then? I really want to know that, right? So if we do this, you can have an ignore here. I think it's like state ignore. Right? And then we do, well, we had our 314,000. That was the goal, right? No, not a function. Like that. Probably collect that rather. So now we have a list. And we should be able to feed this list into this somehow. But without making some kind of complicated data source. This is supposed to be easy to use, right? This is supposed to be kind of easy, right? Not like, okay, now you gotta set up your data source. Now you have to define your callback. Now you have to make a sandwich. Why? I don't know. We don't want that level of nonsense, right? We just want to be able to map data from one place to another. And I don't know how. I don't know how we would do that. So we want to establish some kind of relationship between this list and this data. And I don't know how we can do that. Yes, but how does that look, Saltai? How does that look with the current architecture? That's my predicament. How do we make this into something that isn't just sheer magic to the end user? Good work, Winter. Can you calculate your widget's rectangle on screen? Well, this is an overflow widget, so it has no bounds. Yes, we can calculate, we can know the physical bounds of it on screen. But that's not the problem. The problem is, how do we take this data and map this into this data? How do we replace the data inside this list as we go along, right? In other words, how do we say when we scroll down, okay, the following values or the following data is not visible now that we've scrolled down. There is no connection between this overflow widget and this message, and this data in the Rust code, right? We just say, here's a state, here's an overflow widget. We have no idea how they fit together, right?
So in other words, because there's a maximum number of widgets you can have under a child, the overflow is a child node, and it can have a maximum of 65,535 widgets, which means 314,000 widgets is never going to fit. But we want to be able to scroll through all of these values, right? By making this kind of association. And I am really struggling trying to figure out how we're going to fit this together. Let me make myself a bit more depressed, okay? Scrolling. I don't want to do no scrolling.com. All right. No, we have no means to say that this thing draws from this thing, because everything has to go through the template, right? Yeah, we already have all this, right? Look, we can scroll now. We can scroll down as much as we want to, right? The problem is that we're scrolling this. We're scrolling the data. Okay, let's get rid of this thing. This has no value to us, right? Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's put a border around this thing so it's a little bit easier to see what's what. And if we run this thing, you can now say, right, account for the border. There we go, right? So we can scroll this data because we're looking at the state data, but there is currently no connection between this state data and this overflow, right? Well, there is a connection, but the connection goes through the template, right? So really, we kind of need some way of fetching, pushing and popping data as it goes out of bounds or outside the clipping region, but we have no means of knowing that. I mean, we do, but it's not written into the code anywhere where data has any kind of awareness with the widgets. Data just exists, right? It's just data. There's nothing fancy about it, right? Can we make a... What could we make? What could we make here? So if we go and look at the overflow widget, that's going to go to menu layout. And if we look at the layout function here, this layout function is a little bit hairy because this does layout for not just overflow, it does layout for vertical and horizontal stacks, rows and columns, and anything that can lay out many is being done here, right? But here we just have this thing here, and this definition of children is really what would have to act as something that can request more data. It would have to be in here that we can request more data, which brings us full circle back to the widget strategies. Maybe that could work. Maybe that could work. It would be here. It would be a request next. Something like children.request next. Okay. And how do we get that one set up for the children? We still don't have any means of mapping that data. we still have no means of mapping this list, which doesn't have to live on the state. It can live anywhere, right? But how do we map it to here? I guess the problem isn't really in here. It's because that comes from a for loop. So that's actually here. Can you send an event on scroll? No, because events on the elements don't deal with events. It's only the widgets that deals with events, right? So, or in other words, this is it. This is the event that causes this to scroll. So this is not. But this is a user implementation. And it's going to suck if you tell the end user that they have to figure this out. But keep thinking, Saltai. Oh, man. We're out of tea. No, I wasn't being silly. I mean, I genuinely like that people are asking questions, and I'm hoping that these questions will dislodge something, right? If I sounded sarcastic, I didn't mean to, right? We just can't associate the data in any way or form. Maybe we have to just rework how we do this. Maybe this is just dumb. Maybe the way we do data is stupid. And we should stop doing it. Like, stop being stupid. Can I do that? No, I cannot. Okay. So we can tell overflow to scroll down. And all we do is just change the offset. That's all we do. We don't even clamp the offset here. The offset clamping happens at a later point. The offset clamping is happening during the position of the value. So if we try to scroll past something and we clamp this thing and we're supposed to clamp, then we do so. This is dumb. This should be if let some true or. Can we do an or there? I don't think we can. I think I just made some syntax up here, right? No, we can. Well, also that is wrong. That is wrong. And we can't write if let some false, if let not some false. Okay, fine. Match statement it is. It's all good, Saltai. It's all good. This isn't like the nice. Yeah, so like if you're new to Rust and you read this is just gonna be uncomfortable, right? So what we're really saying here, if we try to get this attribute and the attribute doesn't exist, or it exists but it is true, right? So really this should say some true or none, meaning we default this, right? If the value isn't set, or if it is set to true, then we clamp it, right? Hello, Ahmed. How you doing? How you doing this fine day? Ah, what did I do? There we go, right? So this is more about the positioning of the widgets. So it's in the layout that we really could look at this, but we have no means of... like, children are just widgets. Widgets that are a result of the creation of widgets from this for loop. Does this mean that we're always going to evaluate this list regardless? Well, we have to look at the for loop for that. So let's go to widgets, evaluator, for loop evaluator. So for every index in loop, what have you, push the scope, scope the value. So, all right, we don't have to explain this. Scoping the value in the for loop just means just that, right? We have a name, we have a binding. So we have a name here, right? The data, and then here's the item. This is what we're scoping, right? I don't know. I explained that. No one cares about that. All right. So this is the iterator ID, and we're gonna do this for every single node. So we're gonna evaluate every single node, and I guess that's fine because the goal is to modify the list rather than anything else. So, okay, so the for loop can stay put. The goal here is to make this virtual, right? I'm having a real moment with this, I have to say. And half my attention is trying to solve this. The other half is going, did you design this poorly? Is this shit? Do we have to start again, right? Like, do we have to redesign a large part of this entire thing, right? Okay, then. I'm never gonna be done with this thing. I hate my life. What? So what can we do? What can we do with this thing? How can we get this stupid data to read from the list as we exceed? How can we make it request from the list? Yeah, so we basically have a window that we can update, right? That would be ideal. So if we could do something like have a window into a collection, fetch from the collection, somehow map the offset position, sorry, offset and clipping region to the view, to the window. And I think it's the last one that is the most problematic one, right? Even if we made this possible, which we don't have, we have function parsing, just don't have a function table and stuff. We can't implement functions yet, right? There's more things that has to go into function implementations before we get there, right? So how do we map the offset and clip region to the window? How can we do that? Because the for loop, this overflow doesn't know anything, right? It's just gonna have children that are generated by the for loop. And the for loop doesn't know when to stop iterating. Right? It's because everything sort of trickles down. It starts from here, and this container has a child. Okay, so build a child. This child has a child. Okay, so build a child. This child has a child. Okay, so build all the children, because there's nothing from here that can have any impact on here. There's nothing here saying, okay, stop propagation. You reached the max, right? This thing will just evaluate everything in here. So and this is the evaluation step, right? This is what would have to change. And mind you, this creates the widget. This doesn't lay out the widget. So the step is create widgets, then lay out widgets. So it can't really be here. At this point, this guy needs to be sort of have what it needs, right? So instead, if we could add values to the list while the list fits, but how do we get that back? Oh, this is so complex. I mean, I'm worried that I've made a design choice somewhere that's making all this so difficult. And if I walk back that choice, maybe I'm making the developer experience terrible, right? Fudge. If we change this to always be deferred, so you pull widgets, then that, oh man. What a... And let's not forget that we would have to change how everything is recalculated. We had early on in Anathema, we had this kind of list thing that looked a bit like this. Right? And then this would be a template. But then we might as well make the... No, that's not going to work either. It simply doesn't work because the layout and the widget production are not part of the same process. We create all the widgets. We would have to change the widget creation to be deferred. Yes, but you can't do that. You can't use data to fill the widget because there's no such thing as fill the widget. That means that widget creation has to be part of the layout step. So you can say, okay, make a new widget and do the layout and the position. Okay, now make another widget. But we have to do the layout. Actually, forget the position, right? If we can make widget creation deferred, maybe. You kind of do, right? You kind of do. But could we, in terms of layout, actually forget the position. Could we, in terms of layout, do this, right? Kappa is not banned anymore, Modprog. Does your idea work without deferring widget creation, Modprog? Maybe that's what we have to do. That would change a lot. Do you guys think 7789 Natalia Stum Go is a bot? Followed by H Quad 7 Vasily, followed by Volkov 11 Putti. Right? These don't sound like bots at all. You're in a Rust stream, RJ. You don't have a wife, okay? It's just how it is. You're a Rust developer, no wife. Yes, we're all worried about the Twitch invasion, Etel. Terribly temporous. Not sure what you meant by not deferring. Create all the widgets regardless of whether they're visible and afterwards only show the visible ones. No, I mean, that's what we're doing now. But you said that you have an ID that would make it awesome, and I want to hear your ID. But yeah. Maybe we should try to create a deferred loading of widgets. That would be maybe the first step. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Damn. I just hate this project sometimes. Okay. Let's give it a whirl. Let's see what it would mean to create widgets. Not calling evaluation here, but calling eval next. Let's make sure that we don't have any uncommitted data. Okay, so this means that the evaluation has to change. So if we're gonna walk backwards through this and we start off with something like the border or the container is probably the easiest one, right? There's very little going on here. So this would become children next instead. Okay, so we need in deferred widgets with your solution as well, right? Okay. Well, yeah, I remember. I mean, we did have deferred widget creation, but the complexity went up so much. But with this new layout, that might be possible. So we could maybe go from here. Anything you save that has a fixed size is not magic. It's just boring. So don't worry. I don't know if it has. Okay, so we need to make this thing into a next. Oh, this is gonna be complicated. Meow. Meow. All right. Sorry. I gotta do something to entertain myself. This is so damn depressing because I'm gonna have to unroll so much code here. Mm-hmm. Keep on rolling, yeah. It's really not that bad if you only track top layer. It gets complicated when you do nested stuff with if else. Yeah, I mean if else kind of needs something as well, but yeah. this thing needs to do the building. Adding a pseudo widget. I don't know what that means. I mean, in your tree, we already have that. If else is already in the tree. What are you linking to, Danaka? I've learned from my mistakes. I don't click on random links in the chat anymore. Just some DRM music. Thanks, but no thanks then. Okay. What do we do here? What are we doing here? Okay, we have to start with the runtime then. Where we compile this thing. No, is where we evaluate the tree. There. No, last year we didn't have them in the tree. Next meeting, enjoy your meeting, mate. Keep on rolling. And then followed by, it's all about the who he says, she says bullshit. I'm not like a massive Limp Bizkit fan. I listened to them when I was younger. I used to listen to Limp Bizkit and Korn and have all the piercings and the ink. But, well, the tattoos haven't gone away, but the pincushion has. Hello, Hexdew. How are you? Okay, so this is where we have to set up the tree. Tattoos of bunnies? No. I don't know if you can see the one I have here through the t-shirt. No, you can't. That's probably for the best. I have a little one up here. And I have some on my back as well. Pretty much the only song of Limp Bizkit I remember. Yeah. The only Limp Bizkit song I really know is the cover Behind Blue Eyes. I don't remember that. Oh, they did a cover of Faith as well. You gotta have faith, right? All right, have a good one, Hexu. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm togglebit here on Twitch. I have no idea what I'm doing. And if you're watching this, probably the same goes for you. Okay. So if we evaluate the blueprints, we could possibly just set it up instead of actually evaluating it, right? It was using one of the Spider-Mans I see, right? Not laying out, but creating widgets as well, you save. And I'm thinking maybe we can do the third widget creation. But that's going to be bloody hard though, isn't it? Like we create them as we need them. So if we could change this, so the code for a VStack or a menu layout or whatever would look something like, let's look at the container because it's easier, right? Instead of having this, it would change to something like this. And then maybe something like, a loop. Shit, this is going to be even harder, right? And what do we return from here? Nothing, right? No, we don't return. It's just going to do this. So this loop doesn't work either. I bet we can work around that though, right? We would change a lot of things, but we could maybe. I don't even know how this will manifest once we get past it, but evaluating this blueprint is going to build up the entire widget tree, including widgets that aren't visible. Because we build the tree, then we lay out the tree. can you recycle widgets? I'm not sure what that means. I mean, we can remove the top and add something to the bottom. Then yeah, sure, of course. But I don't know what that actually means. If we have anything for recycling widgets, then yes or no, right? You just have to pop and push to a list and it will change the widgets. But it's obviously not that simple. Time to write a garbage collector? No, thank you. I'm just waiting for one of you to solve this problem now. I could just sit back here and you guys fix it, but it doesn't seem to happen. So instead, we have to do the evaluation, right, on the fly. Can we get that working at least? So eval blueprint doesn't really happen. This thing should be deferred. Oh man, how do we do that with the for loop? Like this one could be somewhat okay. We just don't do this. We set this one up for evaluation. This isn't good either. Oh damn. And this doesn't really help us with like pushing and popping widgets. It probably just... Thank you, Minxie. Thank you so much. Oh, and that doesn't count. Damn it. Oh, that is so frustrating. So if you look up here, we have the sub goal, but it only works for new subs. It doesn't work when someone resubs, which I don't know if we're ever going to reach that goal. For better or for worse. How you doing, Minxie? Thank you so much for the sub. What are you stuck on with your project, Slayton? Same. What are you stuck with then, Saltai? That's nice, Minxie. You've hit a wall. What wall have you hit, Slayton? Where are you stuck? Tell me. Let's talk about this. You don't know what to do next and how to do it. Do you have a list of things that needs to be done though, Slayton? Adding a 6-0 branch to my own TUI project, but my project does alpha compositing, and now I have to composite bitmaps with terminal cells. Oosh, jeez. All right. Not touching that one with a 6. Go see a museum about that one, okay? Oh my goodness. What would you need? You have to compose bitmaps with terminal cells. How would you do that, Saltai? What do you need to do that? We could make this thing into something that we can produce from. So we store some kind of child producer. Yeah, that sounds wholesome. Don't look too close at this conversation. On the evaluator. So this thing has children, but children would become children instead. And children is a magical thing that can do the third layout. I have to find all the 6er regions and all the non-6er regions and do some math between them. Do you know how to find all 6er regions? Do you know how to find all this? I do have a list, but I don't have the list of how those things are supposed to work in detail, and figuring out those details hurt because I feel like I'm not making any progress. I'm not writing new code. That's fine, Slayton. So what do you feel is the top priority of your list? What feature is the next top priority that you should be working on, Slayton? Child producer is wild, man. It's off the hook. Either parent or the matrix. Yeah. So all of these VEC blueprints could become that. Even this one. I have a pixmap region algorithm that gets run whenever the layout changes. Okay, so you can find all this. So now that you can find all this, what is stopping you from going ahead? What is stopping you from proceeding? We shall do an experiment. So to iterate over the children, we would need an evaluation context. So to get the next child, we need an eval context. Not an evil context, we've been through this. So I think maybe that will be fine. But this is not right. I am wrong in the head. That's the input. It's the output I'm looking for. Oh, we don't have an output. Sometimes normal transparent widgets that aren't 6ers won't necessarily destroy the 6er region underneath them. Ah, so it's about a bug then. Hello, Caleb. It's about a bug. Snug bug in the rug. Fuck, this stream is boring. I'm sorry. Okay, I am boring. Top priority, don't know really. I feel like most things are so connected with each other that writing one thing will make me refactor 10 other things. Ah, Slayton. So it's a paralysis, maybe. You're worried that if you start working on it, then a lot of other things will change, right? Okay, first of all, it sounds like you've isolated something in your architecture that needs addressing, okay? How can you make this work, right? Well, you know what, Slayton? What I would say to you is to do this. Pick one item from the list. Make sure that you have a backup of your code base, either via Git or whatever. Git, make a new branch, and then you just start working on it. Like really hack away at it like I'm about to do here, and just pull everything and see if you can implement it. And then you look at it and go, okay, this works, or this doesn't work. You have to have a beard to rub when you do this though. And if it doesn't work, you just wipe everything, but you have to figure out why it doesn't work before you wipe everything, and then you get on with it again, right? It's not a bug, it's just getting complicated. That transparent widget will destroy some 6er regions and no other region. Okay, so what is it that makes it complicated in terms of implementation? Do you want to support different kinds of widgets in a list too, or are they all the same? No, you can. There's different widgets. You can do this, right? Where are we? There we go. Cargo, nothing. Oops, wrong thing. Hey, why are you empty? Oh, there we go, right? So here's our list, but we can also do this, right? We can put a text widget here. Hello. We can put a border and then a text widget in there. Also, hello, right? So there is, you can scroll all kinds of things in here. It could be. Hello, Velux. Hello. Are you enjoying it, Scott? Might have to make a video to show how it gets complicated. Instead of doing that, Salt Die, what I would recommend that you do is make a cup of tea. Okay? So this is what we're gonna do. Salt Die and Slayton. Okay, both of you, please listen to me. I have beard and long hair, and I don't know what I'm talking about. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go make some tea. Okay, I'm gonna put on like words on stream or whatever while I do this. It's gonna be like a 5-minute tea break or 10-minute tea break, whatever it is, right? While I'm making tea and I'm taking my break, I want both of you to tackle your issue that you're doing for 10 minutes uninterrupted. No sound, no nothing, just 10 minutes uninterrupted. Stare at this thing, set a timer. When I come back, you can let me know if you made any progress with it or not, right? But if you do that, just get yourself started, okay? So let me kick off this word game while I go and boil some water and we're gonna get on with it, right? I'll share the link in the chat. So for those of you who are not currently dealing with an issue, I think you should... Whoops, I didn't mean to start. Whoops, doodles. For those of you who are not currently dealing with an issue, you should play this game here. All right, I'll share this. No, I don't do ads. Okay, here you go. You guys play this while I'm making tea, and I will be back. Good work. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes or so, okay? All right, Salt Eye, Slayton, you know what to do. See you in a bit. Yeah. Wording be hard. All right. I'm waiting for the tea, so I'm going to leave this going while I'm waiting for the tea. Not really by pop. I've used end curses with Rust, but not in C. No! I think they're just random selections of words, so it's not any word. There you go, RJ. Very good, monkey. One minute remaining. Good work. 45 seconds. Then I'm going to go get my tea so you can play while I'm getting my tea. Of course. Wow, look at that. All right. Very good. One more word. You guys can do it. Come on. Oh man, I'm gonna hurry up and get my tea. Oh, I didn't see if you guys nailed all the words in the last round. Damn it.
Slayton, you're supposed to be working on your thing. You're not supposed to be playing this game. Come on, son. Oh no, you got the audio from my stream in your recording? Hang on. Oh, I see. Okay, last round. Or do you guys want to go to level 10? Let's go to level 10. Go! Is the H the fake letter? Shit, sorry, Freefall. But I have shared the link in the chat so people can. Yeah, I think H is the fake letter here. Do we have former? Yeah, I think former. Nah, sorry. I should be shut up. Sorry. There you go. Anyway, good work, Freefall. Gormer. The H is fake. Morer. Dude, Morer and Morer. Wait, did we jump to level 10 from level 8? Or did I miss something? Reform? No, that's up there already. And I'm going to be quiet. For good performance, it skips levels. Oh, really? Okay, then this was the last run. I'm sorry, peoples. This was the last one. Good work, though. Good work. Okay, let's bring this back. And let's spill some tea. Back to work. Okay. Now, how did you guys get on? Well, we're going to do this more today. We got a long stream ahead of us. And we're going to do more of this. So, when I'm gonna go need some lunch, I'm gonna put this on because I'm gonna have to cook lunch today. I have no food. I have like no food to reheat or anything. So it's gonna have to cook something. I do, Nick. And going forward, the VODs on YouTube's gonna be in 4K, so it's even better. If you look at my Twitch page, no.
hard drives we didn't want or need. Someone has linked something that I haven't watched. Maybe I have watched it? No. Is this it? Urgh. All right, let's enable this again. Oh man, it's on my about page. Let me just find this thing. There you go. All right, good work, Bonan. That should be the VODs. Given those ingredients, I think have to should be replaced with can't. Okay, just saying. For even liver, yeah. So I'm streaming to YouTube in 4K. But I'm not watching YouTube chat though, so but then again, no one's watching on YouTube anyway, so it's fine. All right, Nick, hang on to your sockets. Let me get you the actual VOD itself. Let me do this. All right, so this one is not going to be in 4K, but going forward, it will be in 4K. And I thought we could do some C programming next time, so it could be C with toggle. No. Yes, so for YouTube, I'm focusing more on quality because it's kind of more like where I dump my VODs. I don't want to record 4K to my hard drive because I would run out of space quick fast. C, we could do a sailing one where I die at sea and it could be C with toggle. Not C3, I don't know C3, but I'm an expert at C. There is no unsafe in C, it's only C. It's a safe place for VODs, yeah. Okay. Okay, so do we have more than 10 viewers today? Almost. All right, can you guys help me out? Okay. So I'm getting really bored again of streaming Anathema. This is like really, it's breaking my spirit a little bit. And I don't want to do a tea with toggle again. We can sort of aim to do that maybe on Saturdays or something, right? So what should we do next on stream, right? What do you guys want to do next? And I'm thinking maybe we can look at something that other people are interested in. Not me being frustrated. That's fun for 5 minutes. Then it actually gets really boring, right? Build a website for the next code relay. That's actually a pretty decent idea, Modprog. We could do something like that. We could build a website in Rust. Coding channels, if they require you to sign up, I'm kind of noping out of them. I'm allergic to signing up for things. Cryptography in assembly, that would probably be more boring than this. One Modprog said, yeah, maybe we should do something like that, right? I think that. So what should we do? What should we tutor about, Scott, right? What should we talk about in that case if we do that? I want to get away from Anathema just for a day, right? I just need... So there's a lot of things that I want to do with Anathema, but I think I need to do them
in a different environment, right? I need to go for a walk. I need to just space out in the sofa. I need to do something else, right? Just staring at it doesn't get me there. I'm just stuck. Try some WASM in Rust for a site. Okay, so we can do some WASM. Let me write this down, right? IDs for next stream. Okay, so we have code relay website in Rust. Do some WASM in Rust. Rust educational material, and I want to see if Scott said anything there. No, but if you guys want me to go through something in Rust, let me know. Yeah, we're not gonna do. If we do WASM, we're gonna do straight up WASM. We're not doing WASM using any framework. We're just gonna mess around with stuff. A lot of visualization for advent events. You're doing your own server-side rendering. I have done shaded programming, but nothing like shaded toys. It's more like fragment color, fragment shader sample color from texture. That's about it. Freeform. Oh my. How hard would it be to create Anathema demos in the web? 2 is in the web seems weird, but maybe it would be cool for Anathema. Maybe you say, can you elaborate on that a bit? What you need to do is plug yourself back into the Anathematrix. WASM sounds fun. Apply custom CSS to your web source for the subgoal tracker in OBS. That's fun for at least 30 minutes right now. I don't think it will be fun for 30 minutes. I have full screen something else, so I don't see anything. Again, I want to thank everyone who just dumped subs on me in the last couple of days to get us here. I don't think we are gonna be moving this fast. So I think I need like 10 subs a day now, and yeah, I'm okay if we don't meet the goal. Okay, let me put it like that, because I don't want to look like a prostitute, and that seemed to be where this is going. I'm currently building out a N-Curses 2 app in C, and I hate the library. By pop, N-Curses is such a weird way of working with colors. The fact you have to use color pairs just blew my mind, man. I don't blame you. Raise questions on Discord for next day. Whatever people are having problems with, subjects, programs. If I do that, Scott, those questions would just disappear instantly in the sea of answers, right? If you guys didn't know this, you can ask Rust questions on Discord and you are most likely going to get answers, right? But they are not going to be, no one's going to wait until tomorrow. People will answer these questions because that's the expectations, right? So that doesn't really work, Scott. I even did like on Tea with Toggle, I did that as a place where people could post questions that I would talk about on Tea with Toggle, but people answered those questions too. And that's perfectly fine. I didn't read people's answers, but it's perfectly fine. But that was missing the point a little bit. I don't want to limit the way people interact on Discord though, so I think I can't really do that on Discord. WASM components maybe, not a WASM browser thing, but rather WASM that's running non-browser runtime. What WASM runtime do we need then? Get up earlier. All right, I'll see you at 4 a.m. I'll skip the gym tomorrow if you're up at 4 a.m. and we can hang out. I might not be up at 4 a.m. tomorrow. When I do long streams, I am so exhausted and I feel like stream hungover the next day. Sure for you. Maybe some session management in Rust. What does session management mean? Because sessions is such a vague term. Reverse engineer some drive of one of the USB devices you have. I don't really do reverse engineering. I'm not good at it, so that would be just as boring as Anathema. Hello, Londa. Happy Monday to you. Hey, you're happy with your current job. Nicely played. Good work, mate. What I mean is this stuff. Bytecode something. Okay. As far as website stuff goes with Rust, there's a template engine written in Rust called Terra. There are many template engines written in Rust. I think ModProg is working on one too. What do we get for trying? For trying what? I have played with the component model a little bit so far, and it's pretty neat. Seems the way forward to put plugin system into your application with a simple interface instead of dynamic linking and all the unsafety without a proper interface. Okay, yeah, I have to read about that. Very stream-lagged, yes. Get my own team of developers soon. Good work. My take, Londo, which is going to be different from your take probably, but my take was all big because where I do well with teams is to bring cohesion and encouragement, build up junior developers, and make the environment for the developers feel very good, right? And I'm not talking about positive affirmation as in every day I tell the developers, you are a beautiful and unique snowflake. But it's rather, what do you need and how can we get that for you, right? Do you need quiet time to think? Do you need books? What do you need, right? How can we get you to become better, right? But that's useful in some places, but not in all places. If you're getting a team of like really skilled developers, you're fine, right? Session management. Let's open that and see what that is. Rust-based Twitch game. Thought that would be super fun, but what an undertaking. Trying to get close to the sub goal. I am trying to get close to the sub goal, but at the same time, the sub goal, so far my child has suggested these 4 alternatives for me. She's gonna either make me out like Pennywise from It, Shrek, a witch, couldn't be a warlock, it has to be a witch with lipstick, and pink My Little Pony. And that involves painting my skin pink. This thing, I have no idea how that's gonna work, but that's her idea. So she wants to color my hair and paint my skin. So if we don't reach the goal, I'm not gonna be super disappointed. Bytecode Alliance are guys behind Wasm Time. Years of failure in the hope that you get that success. Do a Rust-based Twitch poll. First poll can be what to do next on stream. But that becomes difficult because if I do a poll, if you have 50 viewers and you do a poll, you get 5 answers. So that means that one person in chat is representing 10 viewers, and those data points don't quite hold up. If we get close but not the goal, can you at least dye your hair maybe? I will think about it. All right, we'll do something, but I'm not gonna look like a prostitute, man. I'm gonna have to go outside after the stream with my kid. So my kid is gonna go to school, come home, join me on stream, do the makeup on stream. She has free reigns to buy whatever props she needs. So it's hair color, apparently skin color, or any other kind of props, glues and pearls or whatever, right? And then I'm gonna wear that for the rest of the stream until the stream ends. Then I have to go out with my kid and do trick-or-treating, right? So I'll be streaming for hours wearing that. All for the My Little Pony route. You know what? I was gonna say that maybe I'll let my kid join the stream. And you guys can make suggestions, but I can see that would be a mistake. Shrek. I know if we don't reach the goal, you won't be disappointed, but your daughter will be. She'll get over it, all right? She'll get over it. I don't want to guilt anyone into gifting subs, though, right? And remember, it's only new subs as well. So if you resubscribe, that doesn't count. I didn't know this, but I have what in medical terms is called a skill issue when it comes to streaming. So Not sure how to describe TUI in the web, but the idea is that you don't have to download the application and can try it out online, similar to itch.io. Maybe there's a way to... Yeah, there is, Yusef. This is something I've had in mind already, but it's going to have to wait until Anathema is done. I have 2 things in mind for Anathema. One of them is a different graphical backend. I was keeping that one to myself, but too many people have sort of speculated around that and asking questions, and I might as well just confess, right? She's gonna make it blackface and get you cancelled. Luckily, that's not gonna happen. I'm more worried that she's gonna draw something that looks like a phallic symbol in my face, but not intentional. And then, you know, I'll also be disappointed if we don't reach it. I can understand that. I think it would be quality entertainment for people to watch me look like an ass more than usual. She'd be disappointed, togglebit, for not being a better influencer. When my kid found out that I got sponsored, she flipped her lid. She's like, oh my God, you sponsored? It's like, yeah, now I'm officially an influencer. And she was so happy. If I said to her, I came up with a cure for cancer, she'd be like, cool, I'm also an influencer. She'd be like, what? You're an influencer? Yeah, but the cancer, the influencer, right? You can probably compile to WASM and use Xterm.js or something, possibly. There's Rio as well, but I have something else in mind. Somebody called Crimson Mana. Crimson Mana has already... Crimson Mana, Cat Peasant, and Caleb, and Temporus has already done such an amazing job. And this is what I said to my kid when I told her, like, we're up to 70 now. I said, and she's like, wow, this is going really well. I said, yes, but the people who's been gifting subs the last couple of days, they have already gifted subs now. So I think the rapid increase that we've seen are because of that. So I don't think we're going to see that increase. We've had 1 sub today, 2 subs maybe. Hang on. Yes, we had 2 anonymous subs today towards this. We had 3 subs today, though, right? Because Minxie resubscribed, but sadly, resubs don't count, right? You have to gift a sub to someone. Not intentionally is how I put phallic symbols in people's faces. It's the only way to put phallic symbols in people's faces, right? But she used to draw hats. She used to draw hats when she was a kid. And I'm going to see if I can mimic how my kid used to draw hats, okay? So she would start off, usually it would be something sort of like bunny-wise, like this, okay? And then she'd do like the big eyes. And then she'd draw a hat, and the hat looked like this. That's how my kid drew hats, okay? So we have a lot of pictures from my kid drawn like this with these hats on it, right? So as long as she doesn't try to draw a hat on me, we're fine. I'm gonna unsubscribe and subscribe with an alt, I guess. Well, I like the sentiment. Thank you, ModProg. But yeah, any hoodles, oodles. Oh no, hang on, you can't see it. Sorry. There you go. Now you see what I was talking about. That stupid goal was in the way, right? So Crimson, Cat Peasant, Caleb, and Temporus has already gifted subs like champs, right? There's no, I think we can't really ask for more than that, right? Can we build a WASM terminal emulator that you interact with on the website? Yeah, you can. Well, but you can use Rio, right? I'm on a 6-month plan. Oh my God, no, ModProg, no. Too much support. It hurts me. Okay. But then we have some thoughts for tomorrow. Maybe we just start with this thing tomorrow. I haven't built any web stuff I tried to build a website in several years now, so that'll be fun. You did not correct her. Well, you don't really say to a small child, sweetie, that thing looks like a and you should probably stop drawing hats like that, okay? The only thing you say to a child that shows your drawing is, wow, that's really nice. Well done. That's the only thing you say, okay? Unless you want to add extra relevant compliments, okay? Don't say shit that doesn't make sense, right? Because really smart kids knows this. They know when you're just pandering to them. But you can give every child a generic, wow, well done, okay? What other hats can you draw? Well, see, now you're implying that they should draw other hats, right? I don't think we need to expand on the hat game there. We need less hats, not more hats. This is a really phallic hat. Are you guys really, like, is there a... Oh, they finally got back to me. They finally got back to me. Okay, let's see what they say. Let's see what they say. Hello, thank you for your email. Sadly, there is no other way. Okay, right. And so died the dream of a toggle shop. So I haven't found anywhere to host like my t-shirt shop, right? The one that I found didn't like me, they just said. And that's balls. So we're not going to use them. And they had like ethically sourced things. They had decent quality because I bought from them in the past. And they had sort of a simple-ish API that we could have worked with to pull in everything without having to host a lot ourselves, right? So yeah, given that we're I don't know, back to the drawing board, I guess, right? Back to the drawing board. Wow, is there like a really, like, is there a really, really long delay? Because you guys are talking about the hat now, and I drew that like 5 minutes ago, it feels like. No, apparently not, Nick. On what grounds? On what grounds do I not like them? Because they require that I dox myself. And there are many reasons why I don't want to do that. We just really like hats. I mean, who am I to argue? So she draws pretty good hats, right? There's a 4-second delay. Fair enough. Did you make any progress, Slayton? Did you start on something? Did you start poking at something with a stick and make some progress? It's probably Modbrooks' fault. Well, pretty much everything you say. Tick, I didn't even know you were streaming. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you? How was your stream? I did write a rough description in Notepad. Good work. What were you streaming, Tick? Man, you've been a streamer longer than I have, haven't you? Public, void, GL. All right, I'll follow you though. But damn, have a follow, Tick. Just bunch them into a struct or a class or whatever language you're using, and then don't worry about it, Slayton. Yeah, I saw the OpenGL thing in there when I just popped it open, right? So GL F-dubs, right? What's good? Well, I gave you a follow, man. I'll have a look. I didn't know you were streaming. Is there anyone else in here that's streaming that I don't know? If you're a streamer, just say hi in the chat. Let's see. Do we have any other streamers in here? Complete silence. Fine. Wire predict I'm going to be a streamer. That can't finish your education first, I'd say. Nope. It took 10 months away from streaming until recently. Oh, really? Okay, fair enough. This documentation is aimed at users of the component model, developers of libraries and applications. Okay, so we'll dump this thing in the WASM thing here as something to look at. And then session management. What is this? Web. Okay, so those kinds of web sessions, right? session. Wait, what does this have to do? What does TLS have to do with sessions? Okay, right. This is just superfluous information. We all know this, right? Learning DirectX 12. All right, so you do some graphics programming, right? I hate declaring variables or global. Yeah, globals I can understand. They're probably only used for one or two things at most. Yeah, but you can go back and clean them up then, right? Always considering streaming, never committed. Really, Doddy? I think it's one of those fun things to do, or you find out very quickly if you like it or not. You stream for like 2-3 times, and then you figure out whether it's for you or not. Really? You kind of went the other way then, right? If you guys are interested in starting to stream and you don't know how to set it up or anything like that, feel free to just hit me up on Discord. I'm happy to share whatever it is there, except my stream keys, but I'm happy to share everything about my setup. I don't care if you copy my entire setup. I didn't come up with this either, right? So by all means, ask me anything about streaming and setup. I'm happy to talk about it, right? We're all sick of this streaming. Well, your schedule is a bit patchy, right? But it was fun to watch. I love Vulkan validation layers. Yeah, that's enabled in WDPU when we tinkered with that, so that's good. That I can see the benefit of, right? Is it worth starting to stream nowadays? It depends on what worth you're looking for. Like personal affirmation, no, Internet Strangers hates me. But I don't know, Slayton. I don't know what worth you're looking for. I care because this is my set. I mean, you can't just use it. Oh, man. Yeah, so Wiry was streaming yesterday. I managed to catch a bit of it. But it looks like he's got a fluorescent light, but it doesn't. But there is definitely some light that is not synced with the camera there. I'm thinking about streaming Kaggle challenges, but I don't know how to talk and think at the same time. I'm afraid of 2 hours of silence. Yeah, 2 hours of silence doesn't necessarily make for a good stream, but Sergio, I think you'll find that most streamers, it's just verbal diarrhea. You don't have to think too much about what you're saying, right? What is Kaggle challenges? Do I want to look? This isn't the thing that women do, right? To prevent them from peeing themselves when they get old. No, that's Kegel challenges, okay. You know what? What you do in that case, Sergio, is you just talk about what you're doing, okay? So, welcome to my stream. I'm Sergio right now. I'm Sergio. What we're going to do, we're going to do some Kaggle challenges, not to be confused with Kegel challenges. So for doing this thing, we're first going to start by setting this up, and then you're going to set some things up, and then you'll be like, okay, now we got this set up. Now we're going to do the actual challenge, and then you think about, okay, so this is how I think we can do it. If you have any good suggestions, do that. Please like and subscribe. Shit, that was a YouTube video. Damn it. Anyway, you'll be fine, Sergio. I'm moving fully to Linux for my PC. It says Windows recall and such. Windows recall, really? I don't. Oh yeah, Windows the recall thing. Yeah, all right. I don't miss any Windows things like certain games or whatever. I only miss NVIDIA broadcast for webcam background removal. You just get a green screen, right? You can do that in OBS with chroma key. Monetary worth, of course. Nothing else means anything in late capitalism. I don't think you're going to get rich becoming a streamer. You guys probably see a lot of big streamers and you think, I can do that. But then you don't, right? I mean, look at Prime. He's just reading someone's article. I can do that, but you can't because you're not him, right? So it's easy to look at these people and think that you can just do what they do. I think the majority of streamers cannot make a living from streaming, right? Anyway, aim to speak, then clarify later. Don't bother clarifying anything. No one cares anyway. You go to images too quickly. I like to live on the edge. Living on the edge. All good, Sergio. And you know what, Sergio? In between your exercise. But you know what I'm going to say, though, to anyone who's interested in streaming? About 30% of your brain power is going to go to the task at hand. 70% is going to go to just keeping your mouth moving, right? Museum doesn't talk, but always interacts with chat. Interaction comes in many ways. True, but the only reason Museum is doing reasonably well with viewer count is because Museum is a freak when it comes to how good he is at programming, right? I think there are very few things that Museum doesn't know about programming. So you have to be some kind of wunderkind to be able to pull off streaming to 50 people with no microphone, right? And I think I've said a few times, like, oh my god, Museum, like you should have a microphone and camera or whatever, right? But I was thinking back to something he said to me once, and then I realized that I'm a massive twat for saying that to him. But yes. Anyway, I think if you can explain what you're doing, sometimes why you're doing it, poke yourself in the eye when your eye gets whatever, right? And if you just can keep that going, then you'll be fine as a streamer, right? You can do streaming without talking to him. I think, what's his name? He makes a game here on Twitch. Everyone knows this person. Everyone knows this game. It's like a 3-letter game. It's a musical game. It's one of those rhythm games. Oh, Sue, thank you. I just, there you go, right? And he doesn't talk, right? He just got his flashy 60% keyboard and that he's got the camera at, and then he's banging out code. And he does all right as well when it comes to streaming. But these are exceptions, right? I'd say him and Musin are exceptions to this thing. If you stream and you don't talk and you sit there with a window code and nothing happens, you're going to have maybe 1 or 2 viewers and it's going to be like a slow rotation. I think you got to keep something going for that engagement, right? Light chess guy? Yeah, but he has a camera. And I'm always surprised that he doesn't have a bigger audience, though, right? He has a camera. I don't know if he's interacting a lot with the chat, but I think he does some things, right? They're using the reputation of the product to carry the stream. Exactly that. What LA Kitchen says. Or is it La Kitchen Sing? La Cocina? No? Anyway. It's called Subway Surfers. Gotta put Subway Surfers on stream for engagement. But that aside, right? I think most people, if they get over that initial hurdle, can have a good time streaming, right? It's kind of a social thing to do, and to me, it's really nice to stream, right? I have conversations with several hundreds of people that don't know me and hate me on a monthly basis. It's no, I'm kidding, right? I don't think there's that many people who dislike me. There are a handful of people who don't like me, and that's fine, right? But I think the definition of success is when a complete stranger who knows nothing about you hates you, right? Do you even surf, bro? I think I would die if I go near water. I have a reliable source that says that's true. Anyway, yeah. But streaming is fun. Streaming is very social. You can get a lot out of streaming, but you will become less productive, right? There's no 2 ways about that, right? So the idea that you can stream and let's just move that a little bit. That you can stream and be as productive as if you're not streaming, that's nonsense. That's not going to happen. Come on. 1 more pixel up. Ah, too far. All right. You can be a dingus sometimes, but you're right. I like it. I'll take it. Thank you for the deferred kappa, though, because that ruins the quote otherwise. One day I would do something with those quotes again, right? Okay, so what should we do next? So we have some ideas what we can do tomorrow on stream. What should we do for the remainder of today then, right? I'm gonna have to go and make some food soon. Yesterday, people dropped some games on me in chat. T-Pack. Oh, did I mangle their name now? Rated me and shared some game they were working on. That was really fun. So if you guys know anything like that we can look at, I'm totally up for that.
we can do some, if you're new to Rust, we can do some code reviews if you want of your code. Print those codes on a t-shirt. I'd love to, but I gotta find someone who does decent quality and sustainability in mind when it comes to these things, right? I don't want to dox myself. Even though some of you know me by my true name, Patrick Stewart, but you guys haven't doxed me so far, and I really appreciate that. But I'd rather not put it out there. It's not so bad if it was just me, but because people are a little bit too interesting sometimes, and there are other people living here with me, and I don't want to do anything to ruin their life, right? Thank you, Freefall. Thank you, I had more hair back then. Dox your wife? She actually said that. She said, but do you want to put my name on there instead? And I said, no, absolutely not. Right? I'm going to give you more men to date. You could pull off a younger Nordic Patrick Stewart. Ow! That was my Patrick Stewart impression. Oh, make it so. My volunteering. What's the Nordic equivalent of Shakespeare? I don't know. I don't even know what we qualify as Nordic here, but I am not even remotely Shakespearean, right? What's TNG? What? Get out of here, you range boomer. Okay. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. You range zoomer. TNG is the next generation. It's Star Trek, the next generation. Times 2 German. What? That was funny, though. Throw axe, maybe. Okay. Right. What do we do? All right, should I just try to bang out some progress in this thing, right? But yeah. I'm going to have to go and make some food soon, but I'm not going to kill the stream for that, right? I'm going to leave the stream going. I'm going to plonk that game on, right? But we have to up our game here, our streaming game a little bit, right? We're gonna get this stream growing and rolling, right? We're gonna do something. We're gonna make some YouTube vids, right? We're gonna like pimp them YouTubes, okay? But I can't work on the videos and stream at the same time because I don't want to make my streams into videos, because they're really boring, okay? Don't tell anyone. But if I try to watch any of my own videos to like take a short or something out of there, I'd be like, wow, this guy is really boring. Who is this? Oh shit, it's me. How did we get here?
You used to be funny, man. You used to be a funny man. Now you just sad and talk about taxes all the time.
What am I actually coding? We're working on a UI library in the terminal, and it is going through some evaluations, some evolutions. Words, right? Words. They're not that important. Just use any word to describe any situation. The situation was remote controlling, right? Don't matter, right? People understand. Boring streams put people to sleep, and those videos do great on YouTube. Maybe that's what we should do, right? I actually have so many redemptions that are not enabled. Let me see if I can pop this, or if I can show you this. Oh, where are you? There we go. Channel points. Hey. All right, let me show you how many of these we actually have. Is the music gone? No. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Look at this. Look at all these channel points we have. And one of them was night mode for 30 minutes. So we killed the light, put on something a little bit smoother, and then we sort of had a very chill atmosphere because people actually wanted to watch this and fall asleep to it. So yeah, we got like loads of redemptions, right? That one is now very expensive for some reason. But yeah. We had a lot of redemptions, but because I broke the thing that showed all the redemption stuff, and that was like 3 years ago. I don't, but I think people will like find the boring stream. I want to add some value. But I don't think making. So I'm a little bit reluctant to do this. So let me tell you a boring anecdote, which is not an anecdote. It's not an anecdote at all because it didn't happen. It's a concern. That's the word I'm looking for. Let me tell you about a concern I have about making YouTube videos. I don't want to contribute to the misinformation that is out there. There's like a wonderfully deep sea of complete bullshit out there. And I am scared that I will contribute to it to the degree that. So I've said this many times before. Whatever I say on stream, it's up to you to go and validate if that's true or not. If I say you should only use single letter variable names, otherwise Satan will take you. If you go like, okay, and then you do that, then that's kind of on you a little bit. You should sort of validate the information you hear, which is why I said we're going to tone down the bro science a little bit as well, right? But when it comes to making YouTube videos, I feel like there is a little bit more at stake there because you're putting it out there. And if you say or do something wrong, like factually incorrect, not like, I'm going to wear this cool hat, or you're doing it wrong, it's a remote control, right? That's fine. But if you say something stupid, like all variables in Rust are allocated on the heap, and now you make a video of that and you spread that and it'll be like, hey, come and check out my video. You can learn about the heap, right? It's just, you can't correct a video. I mean, you can, but you're not going to take it down and re-upload it with the correction in there, right? So if I say something dumb, like all variables in Rust are allocated on the heap, you just have to look over here and people are going to be like, no, you idiot. It's not even close to true. What are you doing, right? How are you allowed to operate a computer? Can we just please just remove yourself, right? It just happens, right? So, and that happens live, and that's part of it. But when you make a video and you sit there on your own, and even though you think you have all the facts, I just don't, right? It's just, I get this paralysis that I don't want to contribute to the misinformation. So I made these, like, I started working on this rustling series, and I started recording this thing, and then all of a sudden, I get stuck on something as fundamental as declaring a variable. I'll be like, hang on, do I even know what happens when you declare a variable? And suddenly I have no knowledge about what I'm doing whatsoever, right? Sounds correct to me. Yeah. YouTube used to have annotations. They just had to take them away. I turned them off anyway because I find them really annoying. People just put their bullshit links in there though, right? What's the exchange rate? Well, Nick, I don't know is the answer about the exchange rate. Yeah, so isn't turning live streams to videos the optimal solution then? So you get feedback when you are wrong. Yeah, but then the videos aren't any good, right? So this is the predicament, right? The video is no good if you. Oh man, I developed some kind of weird face tick. But anyway, the videos on. All right, hang on. Let me just wait for my brain to restart. All right. So when you make a video, the idea is to make it succinct. Most people watch video as like 3 times the speed. That's 4. Okay, there you go, right? 3 times the speed because they're like, talk faster, you asshole. I can't watch you struggle, right? The benefit of a video is that you can edit it. You can cut out all the bullshit, right? So you'd have to do a lot of editing to edit a stream into a usable video. And that's going to be weird. Why would you include the misinformation and then like the correction? It just becomes awkward. Just record it without the correction and without the incorrect information, right? If you learn something, then just fix it, right? That's the benefit of video. We can cut and edit things, right? And that's what we should do. So we get rid of a lot of the fluff that is happening and we can focus on the value of the content, right? So I don't think making videos is the optimal solution. I would love it if I could do it with the TUI toggle streams because they have a video look format to them. But the best I can think of to do there is just add like the question answer, show the question on screen. We're going to do that anyway. I don't think it's going to be a good video, right? Helium voice for 5 minutes should be redeemed. It's not helium voice. I have to physically hurt myself to get the voice up there, right? Uploading to YouTube could be life-changing. Never know what might explode the channel. True, Range Bomber. And also, I don't promote the channel. But I am paralyzed, not paralysis, right? I'm paralyzed with fear of making a mistake, right? Would you believe that humans can be that fickle, right? I'm okay to be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. Just ask my wife. I made that joke too many times. I'm okay being wrong, right? I'm okay being wrong on the internet. I'm okay with someone going like, this guy is wrong, right? I'm okay with that. But I don't want to contribute to the misinformation because it blows my mind how much bullshit there is out there. And young people who can't read books because they don't know what books are, instant cancel, they will sort of just go, I could read about this thing if I knew what a book was, but I don't. So I'm going to watch a video on this instead. And the video is like, oh, I'm going to tell you how to do this to become a successful whatever, right? I don't know what this is. You're milking a cow, maybe. All right, you're going to be a successful farmer. If you do this thing, the first thing you got to do, you walk up to the biggest cow in the pen, you headbutt the cow to establish dominance. I don't even know if it's called pen. Don't worry about it. I'm a YouTuber. Whatever I say is, facts, right? My opinions are now facts. So yeah, I'm reluctant to contribute to that. I don't want to add to the digital waste. But I also don't want to spend the rest of my life doing this. Right? Once I finish Anathema, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'm going to go on to the next journey in my life and it's going to suck ginormous. Right? And I don't want that. I can't be doing this, right? I can't be doing whatever this is. I need to do something. I thought maybe if I can bump the t-shirt store and add value through that, because I want them. If we could grow a YouTube channel, then I don't have to change my stream community. We could still be a tight-knit, couple of nerds hanging out together, and the videos could be where we grow the community. Instead, there doesn't have to be any real overspill, but being afraid of making mistakes make that really difficult, right? You can always become a woodworker if you're interested in that. I'm really bad at it, right? I'm really bad at it. And the thing is, I'm very reluctant to dox myself, right? I am a very private person, which means streaming seems like a really stupid idea, but I really like it, right? I really enjoy it. I enjoy this social aspect of it, and I get a lot out of it, right? So this is kind of, if I could, I would just do this for the rest of my life, but that's not gonna be sustainable, right? That's not gonna be sustainable if we don't grow the community somewhere else, right? We gotta get that YouTube channel up and going, or whatever it is that I do, right? I gotta make something with it. I don't think Twitch is gonna be the solution, right? I like the community the way it is, okay? Don't feel like I want to change our community. It's very important to me that we have the community we have, right? I wouldn't be able to handle a larger community on Twitch because we wouldn't have chat interaction anymore, right? Finishing a piece of software, well, it depends on your definition of finishing, right? You can build something on top of it, true, but at this point, I kind of got tunnel vision. I just need this thing to get into a point where I say, this is the release. We're going to make this release now, right? Anyway, what a meta conversation, right? What a complete meta conversation. But I really enjoy it, right? To me, it's really important to do the things that you enjoy in life. But what I was saying, right? So I'm gonna make a big change in my life because of my family, right? They need to do other things. So we're gonna up and leave where we live now. We're gonna sell the house and do all this stuff. We're gonna use the money to pay for my wife's education. She's gonna go re-educate herself while she's doing that. While my wife is re-educating herself, we're gonna have very little to go on.
It's not cool to talk about your financial situation on stream. It's a little bit wanky to do, but anyway, I'm just talking about the future now, right? So if I don't figure something out, I'm gonna have to go back to consulting or whatever, right? And I'm not like super chuffed about doing that, right? I don't mind it, but it's a little bit. It's not what I'm passionate about, right? I love writing software. I'm passionate about software. I love learning. I'm 2,000 years old and I love to learn new things, right? And I don't care who I learn it from, right? It's all good. It's what I want to do. But yeah, reality and all that, right? If I become a woodworker, we would have exactly 10 streams of woodworking. It would be 1 finger per stream, right? Okay, so should we get back into it now, right? So if we have an element, then we could theoretically. I just realized I have never seen an engaging YouTube video about programming unless they are very short and focused. It's more enjoyable to watch streamers struggle live with the project. I think so often sometimes with the exception of John Jensen, right? Oh, tick. I used to live up in Hampstead, man. I used to be posh, mate. Anyway. So you earn your livelihood from coding live on Twitch? Yeah, I do, Ketim. This is my current life, right? What you're seeing now. Posh twat. Yeah. A little bit, right? And before Hampstead, I lived in Belsize Park, which is just down the road from Hampstead, and it's equally posh, right? You don't have the Heath, but you know what? Walk down towards England's Lane, you got Primrose Hill, so the Heath can piss off, you know? Bruh. I used to have an office in Belsize Park, okay? But this is back when I was young and it equated financial success to actual success and nothing else, right? I'd be like, yeah, you gotta have money, man. Otherwise, there's something wrong with you. You're a pleb if you don't, right? How mistaken I was, right? It would be cool, Kesim, if we could like, you know, triple the viewership, right? Then it might be cool. But right now, it's not so much, right? I do love it. Right? You're from Manchester? Oh, really? Oh yeah. Oh man, dude. I gotta come and watch your stream for the accent then, mate. I used to work with a girl from Manchester, and oh my god, she was so mental. I remember we were at the pub once, me, this girl, and the CEO. And at one point, she kind of just lost it. So she like leaned over the table and she's screamed, I'm gonna stab you at the CEO. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. Bye. You talk about gossip and news. Oh, but I don't know how. And I feel like I don't wanna venture into Prime's territory, okay? He does a good job with that. I need to find my own way, right? I think he has sort of taken that market and he does it well. I don't want to butt into that, right? If you guys want that kind of content, I would strongly recommend that you watch his stream, right? He's doing really well. I don't know what I would do different, right? I wish I could just say, so guys, what can we do to make the community or like to make something better somewhere, be it stream or YouTube, and then someone just has the answer, but it doesn't work that way, right? Faster horses and all that. That tea is so warm. I love it, right? I have a lot of an accent, Manchester mixed with Newcastle, Durham. We'll sprinkle years of trying not to sound rough. Man, I work with a girl from Yorkshire when I used to sling pints in Old Windsor, right? Many years ago, and one of the girls that worked there, she was from Yorkshire. Oh man, she was a laugh, mate. I don't want that content, but that'll get you more views, I think. Possibly Ketim, but only if you do a good job with it, right? I do read things on stream, we talk about them, but it's not in the same vein, right? It's not in the same vein. And I'm way too personal with everyone who's chatting as well. And if the community grows, then we lose that. Oh, I feel like a broken record, right? If you're gonna be a streamer, you kind of have to be okay with repeating yourself. And that's why, I mean, I get a lot of people who watch other streamers, you're like, oh, that guy, but he's so repetitive. He says the same thing over and over. But you kind of have to, because the people you're talking to today are not the same people that you're talking to tomorrow. And if you're being a real dick, there's no one there tomorrow, but still, right? Or that's not true. If I start calling people brokies and show off my fashionable car collection that I don't have, then maybe Anyway, what are you on about, streamer? I don't understand this. All right. But yes, you have to repeat yourself if you're a streamer. Well, you don't have to, but coming up with new content all the time is really difficult, right? Because you're like, okay, what are we going to do today that we didn't do yesterday? Well, we can't do programming because we did that. I don't want to work on the same code base because people are losing interest. I have no hot tub, and I don't want to write your name on my forehead in permanent marker. Although I don't think the permanent marker is ever used. But are people still doing hot tub streams? Is that still a thing? I'm asking for a friend. Even within the stream, people pop in and out all the time. Oh yeah, totally, right? You can say something when you start the stream, and you can say the same thing when you end the stream. If you're streaming for hours and hours, the same people aren't going to be there. Strap a GoPro to your head and fight Dave's. Hot damn, man. Like, I think that would probably be like the ultimate sub goal would be to physically pick up a large Dave. Okay. Wow, thank you, Don, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing, buddy? How was your stream? No hot tub, no tits, has dignity, respects other, equals bad streamer. Has dignity, I don't know, man. But the rest of it, yeah. Can you do another stream code relay and keep the VODs? That would be sick. Totally by pop. Did you see the relay? Right? Oh, nice, nice. Wife came down knocking. All right. That we all know what that means. It's time to fold the sheets. Do you have anything you enable when testing a new option in Anathema, Torture Amel? I don't, Ithrak. I haven't even made a demo. We should do something like that. We should have like a kitchen sink file. No, isn't that Greta? Yeah, it's Greta. That's a good one. Yeah. Is Ed not a demo of it? What, like the old editor? Oh, do you mean like Scammed? No, Scammed is a really bad implementation, right? Scammed should not be used for anything. I didn't even think anyone else wants to use it, right? It's a complete hack. Right. Well, I mean, thank you for the raid, Don. You're off to work, right? Welcome, Raiders. I'm talking about here on Twitch. If you didn't know that, then you can't read, I guess. I don't know what I'm talking about. I wish I had something clever to say. Do you ever think that? Do you think, I wish I had something clever to say when a 10-year-old trash talks you? I want to play with it. Yeah, I mean, go for it. You're not the first one, but it is a complete hack, and I'm a little bit worried that we're going to have to make something out of it that doesn't suck. Like hot reloading with Scam doesn't work. You can't jump up and down in the code. I took the hack and added hacks on top of it. Yeah, it's like a hack upon a hack, right? So anyway, I hope you had a good stream. I don't know what you guys did on stream, but probably some kind of C thing. I am not qualified. I am banned by the C community, so I have to resort to Rust, which is effectively the same as C, but with the training wheel still on. I think that we are going to get back into some programming soon. I have this TUI library that I've been working on for a while, and it is really good at killing my happiness. And here we are. I think you underestimate yourself like everybody ever, but I feel like you could do reaction judgment videos while eating noodles without any pre-prep. Your voice and looks are the sound. Thank you so much for that, Range Bomber. And since my child is going to dress me up like a prostitute if we reach the goal, she doesn't think it's a prostitute. She thinks it's gonna be what was it, Pinky Pony or Shrek or a witch or Pennywise from It, right? But all of them for some reason involves red lipstick, right? So it's gonna be something, right? You could comment once in a while, do a full-on comments, whatever. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I do like the compliments range, Bob. I will live on these compliments. It's nice to hear something other than, could you move, please? Can't you pick that up? And you have aged. You look old and terrible now. I mean, when you guys have kids, you hear that too. Full-on comments, whatever. I don't know where I'm going with this, but you're pretty generic. You are a pretty generic personality. I love this, but I love this anymore. I love this. You're pretty generic. I know what you mean, but it makes me laugh. And oh my god, it makes me laugh. You, sir, have a generic personality. So, to make sense of this thing, right? Also, on top of this, I'm partially face blind, which is really funny for other people, but not for me. Which means if I see you, and I meet you and I can talk to you and then you can go away and come back and I might not quite recognize you, right? If you change clothes, if you walk out of a room, change clothes and come back in, I might not recognize you, right? I'm probably not that face blind, but I have walked up to many women in my life thinking that they are my wife, and it's been many awkward situations, right? But where was I going with this? Yes, so to me, to me, I remember people's faces if they have a very unique look, right? I can remember like a lot of people that I've met who have very unique features and all these things, right? But then there are generic people. So when I talk to my wife about things, it's like, oh no, that's a generic person at 1, or that's a generic person 2, right? Dudes with dark short hair, with a like a normal frame, they all look the same to me, for instance. They all look like that dude from the Gillette commercial or whatever, right? They all look the same. I could not tell them apart, right? And then you have people like Steve Buscemi, right? I'd spot that dude anywhere, man, right? So distinct features is really, really easy. So to me, a generic person, right? It's not what you said, but generic people, that's like everyone is generic to me almost. Almost everyone's generic, right? We need a word game back. We'll see. Training wheels, indeed, right? All the C people from the raid clip in the first person in history to say something about Rust versus C, either calling C devs old and stupid. What? Oh, without. Okay, I read that as either because I can't read. Now, I think we can make fun of Rust. The only thing that I don't love about making fun of Rust anymore is the cult joke, because they ruined it. The kernel developer in that talk ruined it, okay? We could make fun of it, but then he took it too far, and now he ruined it for everyone else, right? Side characters 1 through N, yeah, exactly, right? But it's all good. It's all good. There are a lot of streamers that look generic to me as well, right? There we go, right? Okay, so what did I do? I doubt I can react while eating noodles. Challenge accepted, right? And be like, really good, man. No, I couldn't do it. I was going to, but I couldn't. I was like, do I really want to go and change clothes? No, I can't be done doing that. Everyone else is just an NPC. Funny enough, Caleb, in my head, the way I remember you is mostly the way you look is like it's eyes and a pop filter. That's how you look like in my head. It's eyes and a pop filter. I have no idea what your face looks like except eyes and pop filter, right? Although there's obvious reasons for that, right? Face blind has never been something I've struggled with. I've been known to recognize people I met years ago, once randomly. I often recognize people and then I have to remember where from. So I can see someone and think, I might know that person. And then usually she rolls out of bed and goes, get out of here. But most of the time, it's like, I think I know this person, but I'm not sure. And if people, I recognize people mostly from like the posture and the body language, right? So I'm very in tune with people's body language, right? I instantly know when someone wants me to leave the room, right? You also said I looked like a family member once. Did I? Maybe you look like my mom. I don't know. If you ever met Togger, gonna have to come up to him with a mic and a pop filter. Too true, right? Too right. Would you recognize Prince Adam from Beauty and the Beast? I have no idea who that is, Bowden. No idea who that is. Who's Prince Adam? Throwing that shade at your mom. I think she's done enough herself, right? It's the Beast. I still don't know what it looks like, though. Oh, this tea is pretty warm. That's the most redeeming quality of cheap tea. It's warm, but that's only after you've done it. Bruh. Bruh. Hey, man. All right. You never watched Beauty and the Beast by Disney? No. It was not a movie that my kid liked. She never cared for Beauty and the Beast. And I wasn't at an age where I watched Beauty and the Beast ever, because I was born 80 years old. So not really. What if you recognize face of people you've never met? What's that called? Delusion? Paranoid schizophrenia? I don't know. I don't think you can recognize faces of people you never met, right? Because you never met them, so it doesn't quite work. Although, actually, that's not true. You could have seen a picture of them in a magazine or something, right? I just look at Face magazine and I'll be like, oh, look at this person, like generic person number 5. I want to meet you, generic person number 8. You look like a barrel of fun. Deja vu. I think deja vu is when your brain starts defragging. Similar face. Oh, that's another thing. People I think looks like other people is never what other people think people who looks like other people look like, right? Now you unpack that sentence because I did my job. Okay, I'm stuck. Help. All right. Okay, so should we do a little bit of programming? Maybe. We actually did talk about X11 earlier, but I don't think that was kind of reactive content. That was more like, should we try Wayland or not? And I think the consensus was, yes, we should. We should try Wayland because there is apparently a lot of fixes to the problems I had. So we'll see. What am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, forgot food, right? You need to watch the musical Beauty and the Beast. I have never been big on musical, and that's not because I think anything particular about it. I just don't like when people sing and dance in front of me. It makes me uncomfortable. My wife used to be in a band, and she's really good at singing, and she did a really good rendition of a song that is really good, and she did a cover of Dido, a Dido song once, and I was like, man, you're freaking so good, right? But other people, when they start singing and stuff in front of me, like, it kind of makes me want to leave. I'm like, what are you doing? What am I supposed to do while this is happening? Should I just sit there? Can I play with my phone? Is that rude? Yes, it is. Like, what do I do? So it just makes me uncomfortable. Musicals are just weird to me. Musical and theater. I've seen some plays in theater. I saw Romeo and Juliet, which I like the story, right? Because of the murder, right? And I like the story. I think it's pretty good. But I saw a play in it, and it wasn't awful. But that's been like the exception to all of this, right? That's his face. I'm not clicking on any links by you, Bonin. I've learned my lesson. You need to watch the musical. Would you recognize it? What? The musical? I can never get Discord screen sharing working in Wayland. Apparently, ModProg has a fix for this, but I'm going to see if I can get it working. I thoroughly dislike musicals. Wayland is much simpler. What, than a musical?
Wayland the musical.
All right, that's all I got. Would we do some programming? Thanks for another 20 minutes. Because programming is pain. Programming is painful. You start programming and all shit goes wrong, right? That's how I feel when everyone stands up during an anthem being played. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't have I don't swear allegiance to any one country. I sort of have my own culture because I've been a foreigner for almost my entire life. So I'm not really invested in like my country, my flag, my national anthem, my weird pairs of socks, whatever it is, right? Bruh, you're too self-conscious. I don't know, man. I don't know if you can be too self-conscious and do streaming. I think you're just gonna remove that filter. The fix by ModProg doesn't work on newest Discord version. I found it on GitHub. ModProg gets schooled
All right. There should be a Romeo and Juliet remake when they grow up. Romeo and a bag of cat. But they don't grow up, Tick. That's the story. They're like, oh, you did this thing. What a bad choice. And, okay, I just do this thing. And then like, oh, shit, you did it. And they're like, yeah, all right, well, stab. All right. I didn't want to give away the ending. But they don't grow up. I still have some project you can tear through. No, I don't think that'd be very fun. I don't know. Life is pain. Princess Wesley. Oh, man. Every year on my kid's birthday, we watch that. And she's not keen on it anymore though. I'm so smart. Instead of adding a million variables, I just defined a single dictionary and I'm displaying everything dynamically. Ooh, you gotta pay a performance for that, but you can do that. Look at Prince Adam and tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. They break out of the dumb little dream world and realize how shit the real world is. I don't think it's a viable solution though, right? Do you bite your thumb at me? Is the law upon my side if I say yes? No, I bite my thumb, sir. I don't remember. Jeepers, it's been years since I've read or seen anything Shakespeare. I just remember that. Is the law upon our side if I say I? And I think it says no. And anyway, it's like a sword fight at the beginning, right? I doubt it. Just going through someone else's code and pointing out the same issues, bad practice, things you don't like. Might as well review a project 4 times. I don't understand now, but that's okay. That's my default state. Can someone fix the pain in my neck though, right? Without decapitation. Okay, should we genuinely do some programming, okay? Type 1 in chat if you want me to do some programming. Type 2 if you want me to go and make some lunch and you guys can play the word game in the meantime. You know what? There are polls, right? Nothing. 69. Anesthesia. Sorry, I said it how you spell it instead. Anesthesia. 3. Look at Prince Adam. Word game, please. Okay, I'm gonna go and cook some food. All right, I'm gonna tank the stream now. How many views do we have now? We have 4 times more than I thought. All right, so let's come back and see what that looks like when I am done with this word game. Okay, let's just do it. But you know what? If I didn't have all this pure love for you guys, because you're all so extremely wonderful and nice, then, you know, I wouldn't do this, but now I'm going to. I need to remember to get rid of this music in the meantime, right? Okay. Are you guys ready for the word game? Get your flexing going. I'm going to go over there. Why do I point? What do you know, right? All right, food time. Hang on. Hang on a socket. All right. Yeah. Well, I guess that will suffice. We'll take this and we move that over there, and then we increase. Whoops. What the? Okay. Never mind that now. Where are you? There we go. Right. It's inversed. You're inversed. I don't know what that means. That's fine. All right. Let's do it. All right, turn dark reader off. Anything else? Oh, that's all. All right, enjoy the game. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm just going to cook and eat some food. While I'm gone, you have to listen to Scott.
And I'm back. I'm back. Sorry to disappoint you. It took forever. How you doing? Who's in the lead? Let me turn these off. Itchy triggers. Oh, there's still a little bit of tea left. I should have made tea while I was at it, shouldn't I? I've got some tea going. Ropart. That's not a word. Proud. Raptor, very nice. Pratt, my favorite word. Custard beard, good work. Top and tarot. You could do your tarot reading under the top there, couldn't you? The meta is to spam random letters as fast as possible, but you can't, can you? Because you have to wait until the lock until you can guess again, right? So you're stuck being able to guess until it's unlocked, yeah? Tart, now that's a good one. If there only was 2 T's there, right? Trap, yeah, we got that. We got port. Tara, that's what happens when you click the reset on the scale, isn't it? Keep going for a bit. I'm gonna get back in the swing of it. All right. Cats. No cat. No cat. Canteen, very good. It's a fake letter. So A or yes, no A. It's always fake, right? Yeah, I think O is fate. Fake, not fate. If we could just hang out, you guys play this game and I'll write code on another screen. That would be like, that would be a bit nice, wouldn't it? Maybe not, I don't know. But we're gonna let this play out though, right? You guys are invested in this. Do we have, yeah, no, we can do that word, yeah. Good work with the cane. I relieve you of duty now. You've done good work. Catno again. All right, good work. Enjoy the next level. Ah, I'm not getting involved.
These are some good letters. A lot of words that can be made here. The goal is pretty high, though. Neocrep. The famous new French fried pancake goods. Ah, the good old FERP. I remember when Nessa and I were out and about. Ah, a fern, man. It's like low budget New Zealand Christmas. All right. Yep, did that once. I'm just going to make nonsense with the words you guys have now, because I have nothing else going on in my life. What do you got going on in your life? Well, we're here, aren't we? Ah, good old pone. A nonce. Not on my watch. Pasta penne, or are we doing the rude version of it? Fencer, that was good. That was good. I did not see that one. Danaka, you can probably do a permutation of the word you already done with an E at the end. Oh no, it's over. Ah, but the goal was reached. The goal was reached. Good work. What's the maximum level you guys have made? Ah, don't worry about it. It's all good. Ah, yes. I have rude words already. 14. Nice. Nice, nice. Oh, man. Good on the assault there, Lee. That was good. F is fake, is it? Yeah. Looks like it. I have to see if someone has made a naughty guess here. No. Mods don't check. Ooh, this is looking a bit scary now. Oh, I don't think we're gonna get there. Oh, this is scary. Oh. Level 9. Oh. Yeah, don't Josh in us game. All right, good work, everyone. Oh yeah, Etas one. That word was not accepted. I'm sorry. I don't think automod word. I don't think naughty words gonna turn up because it would be automodded by a lot of streams. So I can see why, right? That's all right, Cody. It's about having fun. It's not a real competition. They have some other interesting games, really. What other interesting games do they have? Tell me more. Tell me more about these interesting games of yours. What we doing before, right? Now, fair enough, right? Play games. Let's see. Oh, right, let's stop that one. What do we have here? We have a message in general dev. Ah, right. That was a response to something else. So what do we have? Okay, we have words on stream, emote search, save the deal, Kartik show, yeah. Challenge your audience to guess what you're drawing. No, I don't think that's gonna be good. Stream pairs. Invite your audience to find the matching pairs competitively. That sounds a bit boring. Hello, Prevan. How you doing? He's drawing hats. I'm doing all right, mate. How you doing? How you doing? I've been enjoying a bit of a break, eating some food while chat has been playing words on stream, and they did pretty well. A bit irritated. What's up? Is it the Dunning-Kruger dude again? You don't like the place where you work anymore? Oh no. Well, you know what, Privan? There's no harm in moving on sometimes. You gotta get that sweet spa money. So you might have to move on. We all have bad runs, Skylar. It's how it goes. A shit stress and data imports. That sounds pretty bad. Do you want me to come over and fix it, Privan? I haven't built a real system in 5 months. But that's because you don't know Haskell, right? I did bad and all right. I don't know, Maru. Consistency is the name. Very good. I like your attitude. Please fix WordPress. No, I'm not touching WordPress. I once had to set up WordPress on iOS, and there was sort of a one. We had this lunatic. Fuck you. That is gross. What are you? All right, you getting the cup. I'm sorry, but you are just too gross. Don't need that here. Don't need you in my life. All right. Gross thing. Haven't you read about the WordPress drama? No, I kind of stay away from those things. I know that I know a little bit about it, but I kind of stay away from it. No, I don't think it's new drama, right? I think it's it's not settled. Okay. Well, either way, I had to set up WordPress on iOS once because the dude who ran the company is like, we need a blog. And I'm like, okay, we just pick any of the blog plugins that works with this thing. No, we're going to have WordPress. I'm like, why? And it turned out that he wanted to pay. This was back when you paid a bunch of people in other countries to just squirt out content for you with bad English. So I was like, okay. Matt stole a WordPress plugin and renamed it to Secure Custom Fields. Huh. So, wait, is this new? Is this a new thing? What are they doing? Who's Matt? Is that you? Are you Matt? Yeah, it's great. Okay, you know what? Now I will have to have a look then, okay? WordPress, Matt stole a plugin. All right, Dark Reader, where are you? Back on we go. Okay, WordPress org's latest move involves taking control of a WordPress engine plugin. WordPress co-founder Matt Mullenweg calls it a rare and unusual situation resulting from WordPress engine's legal moves. WordPress.org has taken over a popular WordPress engine plugin in order to remove commercial upsells and fix a security problem. WordPress co-founder and Automatic CEO Matt Mullenweg announced today this minimal update, which he labeled a fork of the advanced custom fields, is now called Secure Custom Fields. It's not clear what the security problem Mullenweg is referring to in the post. He writes that he's invoking point 18 of the plugin directory guideline, in which the WordPress team reserves several rights, including removing a plugin or changing it without developer consent. Mullenweg explains that the move was to do with WordPress engine's has to do with a recently filed lawsuit against him and Automatic. Similar situations have happened before, but not at this scale. This is a rare and unusual situation brought on by WordPress engine's legal attacks. We do not anticipate this happening for other plugins. The WordPress fight is now a lawsuit. Matt Monowick, WordPress order just belongs to me. WordPress engine's ACF team claimed on X that WordPress has never unilaterally and forcibly taken a plugin from its creator without consent. It later wrote that those who aren't WordPress engine, Flywheel, or ACF Pro customers will need to go to the ACF site to follow steps it published earlier to perform a one-time download of the genuine version to keep getting updates. Oh, wow. If you inspect the WordPress theme, the code is so bad. I saw the interview with the WordPress guy, and he seems like a jealous, grandstanding bully. As its name implies, the ACF plugin allows website creators to use custom fields when existing generic ones won't do. Something ACF's overview of the plugin says is already a native but not very user-friendly feature. The Verge has reached out to Automatic for comment, adjusted to add clarity about Monowick's use of the fork label. This isn't really clear though, right? What are they doing, right? This, oh, right. Thank you for that. That is just so good. You know what? That's not what I wanted. I wanted to, no, get out of here. I wanted to block this thing. Oh, for flip's sake. And it's using WordPress. Okay? It's using WordPress. Woo. The dispute between WordPress founder Matt and hosting provider WP Engine continues, with Monowick announcing that WordPress is forking a plugin developed by the engine. So what do you guys think then? Do you think this is wrong or good that they're forking it? Like, are they doing anything wrong by doing this? Specifically, advanced custom fields, a plugin making it easier for WordPress users to customize their edit screens. It's being taken out of the WordPress engine's hands and updated as a new plugin called Secure Custom Fields. So they're taking this away from these people and they're bundling it with WordPress. Legally, it seems like they can do that based on what we see here. I mean, I don't know, right? Let's be very clear that I don't know. It's not clear what security problem they're referring to. He writes that invoking point 18 of the plugin directory guidelines, in which WordPress team reserves several rights, including removing a plugin or changing it without developer consent. So according to this, they have the right to do so. Maintain the plugin directory to the best of our ability, which might not be what they're doing. Okay, calm down with the post. Our intent is to enforce these guidelines with as much fairness as humanly possible. We do this to ensure overall plugin quality and the safety of the users. To that end, we reserve the following rights. So the safety issue might have been to justify doing this, though, right? I honestly thought that what I've seen, that these two were very like similar. So no, they're not, but I see a similarity, right? But this is WordPress. WP Engine is WordPress engine, right? That's what they're doing. They renamed it and changed owners from it. Oh, yeah. It seems like they're using the security comment there for this, just so they can take ownership of it. This point doesn't allow for copying, forking, only changing. They can update the guidelines anytime, disable or remove any plugin for reasons not explicitly covered by the guidelines, grant exception to allow developer time to address issues, to remove developer access, to make changes to a plugin without developer consent in the interest of public safety. So this, Skylar, this is probably what they're using. They're saying that it's a security issue, and they're using that to do this. We promise to use those rights sparingly with as much respect as possible for both end users and developers. It's going after WordPress engine by the trademark thingy, which is why it's going to get more popular from all this then. changing the plugin is not equal to copying. I mean, I don't know. I can't legally comment on that. The security problem is Matt blocked ACF developer access to WordPress, then tells WordPress security team to go through the entire code. They later on report a security on ACF as ACF devs can't update the plugin. They have a fix. Did Matt rename the plugin with the same URL and take ownership? Oof. Not cool, Matt. Not cool. The dispute between these two announced that WordPress is forking a plugin. I like to put forking in double quotes. Specifically, advanced custom feeds, a plugin making it easier for WordPress users to customize their edit screens, is being taken out of the WordPress engine's hands and updated as a new plugin called Secure Custom Field. So, WordPress engine has their own field still somewhere, I guess, right? This step was to remove commercial upsells and fix a security problem. What's the commercial upsell though in this case? Is there any substance to this? The ACF team responded on X describing this as a situation where the plugin under active development has been unilaterally and forcibly taken away from its creator without consent. Man, that's freaking scummy though. Absolutely scummy. Which is said it has never happened in 21-year history of WordPress. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this essential community promise has been violated, and we ask everyone to consider the ethics of such an action. And the new president has been set, the ACF team role. I mean, you're heading into Unity territory with this stuff, right? You're basically doing really shoddy stuff, hoping that people are just gonna forget. You're doing this and you're hoping that people are going to forget, right? And this really, really doesn't look good for this dude, right? Both Mullenweg's blog post and a reply from WordPress claimed that similar situations have in fact happened before, though Mullenweg added, this is a rare and unusual situation brought on by WordPress engine's legal attacks. We do not anticipate this happen for other. So you're saying that if you have any legal issues with WordPress, they can just take your shit away. Isn't that what they're saying? If you sue WordPress or end up in any legal situation with WordPress.org, then they can just take your shit away, right? You can't be mad about this. This is so bullshit. We talked about this on stream a while ago. There's like a really famous material skin for some whatever, right? And the material skin is getting lots of donations and money and attention, and the thing it's built on top is not getting. Yes, maybe you should feel morally obliged to contribute back to the source in which you're making your wealth on, but that's a moral issue though, right? Not a legal issue. Matt made a lot of effort on the open source issue with the WordPress engine and then behaves the same. Since skill issues are a spectrum, there is exactly one person that have the most skill issue. But they're saying because of the legal attacks, we don't anticipate this happening for other projects, as long as you don't have any beef with them, right? They also pointed to WordPress plugin guidelines, which gives WordPress the right to disable or remove plugins, remove developer access, or change a plugin without developer consent in the name of public safety. And I think this name of public safety is what they're doing, right? He gaslit the WordPress engine people too by telling them he would feature them, and even talked at their conference and then stabs them in the back. Yeah, I have no idea what has happened here, though. This is what I'm getting, right? Some background. WordPress is a free open source content management system that no one likes. No one likes to wrangle the PHP in WordPress, do they? Including TechCrunch. Maybe they should reconsider at this point, right? While companies like WordPress Engine and Mullenweg's Automatic offer hosting and other commercial services on top. So is it because WordPress Engine is competing with Automatic? And that's why he's doing this. So it's not really WordPress versus WordPress Engine. It's Automatic versus WordPress Engine. Last month, Mullenweg published a blog post criticizing WordPress Engine as a cancer to WordPress. Whoa! His criticism covered everything from WordPress engine lack of support for revision history to its investor Silver Lake, but he also suggested that its WordPress branding confuses customers, making it sound like the company is officially connected to WordPress. I feel like that's not a badge you want to wear, right? There's like, proud Perl programmer. I sleep with cPan in my bed. Cease and desist letters have gone both ways, with WordPress engine claiming Monorex threatened to take a scorched earth nuclear approach unless the company paid to license the WordPress trademark. I wonder what they asked for the WordPress license. WordPress banned WordPress engine from accessing WordPress org, briefly lifted the ban, then imposed it again. Oh my god, this is where you start to lose favor in the public eye when you start doing this stuff. No, you're never gonna come out the hero of this, right? This essentially prevents WordPress engine from updating the plugin through WordPress org, so we can't offer automatic updates to address security issues. Oh my god, so this effectively means that WordPress are the creators of the security issue. That's funny. Good work. WordPress engine has, however, published a workaround for users who want to update the plugin and continue using ACF. It says the workaround is only necessary for ACF's free users, as pro users will continue to receive updates through the ACF website. Moving forward, Monomeg wrote that secure custom fields will be available as non-commercial plugin. If any developer want to get involved in maintaining and improving it, please get in touch. No one wants to get involved with you when you act like this. No one wants to be involved. Who wants to get involved with this person, right? If you do something they don't like, they're gonna chuck you out. They'll be like, you know what? Okay, thanks, bye. All right. No one wants to be involved with this. Come on. What a nonsense. What a nonsense. Let's look at what WordPress org is saying. On behalf of the WordPress security team, I'm announcing that we're invoking point 18 in the plugin directory guidelines and are forking ACF into a new plugin, Secure Custom Fields. ACF has been updated to remove commercial upsells and fix a security problem. What are the commercial upsells? Is that like the pro support thing that they were having? On October the 3rd, ACF team announced ACF plugin updates will come directly from the website. This was also communicated via support notice in the WordPress org support forum on October the 5th. Sites that follow the ACF team's instructions on how to update ACF will continue to get updates directly from WordPress engine. On October 1st, 2024, the WordPress engine also deployed its own solution for updates and installations for plugins and themes across the customer sites in place of WordPress org update service. Man, there is no way this is going to end well. And if they do their own updates and that update gets compromised, oh, that's not going to look good for them. Whew. On behalf of the WordPress security thing, I'm announcing that we're invoking point 18 of the plugin directory guidelines and forking our ACF into a new plugin. I guess you ran out of. You got 25 employees working there. All right then. Why? I mean, this is clearly done by the employers, right? What a tit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't use Twitter on this computer. That is correct. I have a special computer that or special setup where I can view Twitter, but I not here when I'm streaming. So that is true, but that's because Twitter is insanely gross. Popcorn emojis, right? Yeah. I mean, honestly, so you're basically saying this. I don't like what that guy did, so I'm banning him and I'm taking his plugin away. Do you want to come and work on a plugin with me? Disregard that I just banned that guy and took all his stuff away because I didn't like what he did. But do you want to come and work on this plugin for free? Do you want that? No, no one wants that. Not if this is how you react. Sites that continue to use WordPress org update service and have not chosen to switch to ACF updates from WordPress ending can click to update to switch to secure custom fields. Where sites have chosen to have plugin out auto updates from WordPress org enabled, this update process will auto switch them from ACF to SCF. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of people. Because people don't care. They're like, yeah, you do an update. I don't pay attention to this bullshit. You will be paid. Yeah, you get experience. You get experience. You get exposure. Do you want to get exposure with a guy like this? From a guy like this? Or with a guy? Be like, here's me and this Matt guy naked. All right. This update is as minimal as possible to fix the security issue, which you introduced by preventing the other people from adding it, from fixing it. Going forward, SEF is now a non-commercial plugin, and if any developer wants to get involved in maintaining and improving, please get it. No one wants to work with you then! Who's gonna want to do this? Who wants to do this? This is like, I saw you punch that other guy. Can I hang up with you? Why did you punch him? You didn't like what he did? Okay, how can you guarantee you're not gonna punch me? You can't? Okay, do I still want to work with you? Yeah, I have a soft face. Similar situations have happened before, but not at this scale. This is a rare and unusual situation brought on by WordPress Engine's legal attacks. We do not anticipate this happening for other plugins. But WordPress Engine's legal attacks were based on WordPress org doing the cease and desist thing, right? I don't know how this thing actually came. Like, this seemed like such a hot mess. It feels like there are no winners in this situation. WordPress Engine has posted instructions for how to use their version of ACF. They use their own update server, but that's also bad. If everyone is using the WordPress update server, then there's like one point of failure. Now you're gonna have two? Matt is digging his own grave. Maybe. Yeah, I guess they get a lot of attention from this. Team does not recommend it until they fix security issue. All right. Though the WordPress security team does not recommend it until they fix the security issue. So that implies that they haven't fixed the security issue. You can uninstall ACF and activate SCF from the plugin directory and be just fine. Yeah, I feel like depending on these guys, it's getting less and less interesting though. There is separate but not directly related news that Jason Ball has left WordPress Engine to work for Automatic and will be making WordPress GraphQL a canonical community plugin. We expect others will follow as well. So are people leaving? Oh, hang on. Wow. I just realized I'm reading this on WordPress.org. So they're really like to throw this in at the end. Separate but not directly related. This is separate and not even remotely relevant to your SCF thing. You just want to mention that someone is leaving WordPress Engine to work for Automatic. We expect others will follow as well. Ooh, did people follow? Did they do that? When is this from? October. It's been a day. Oh, I see WP and I read WordPress. It's not going to change. Matt, leave me alone. WordPress latest movie was taking control of the plugin. The messy WordPress drama explained. People are upset. I mean, I'm guessing WordPress Engine would be trademark. Yeah, but that's... Oh, what happened? My monitor died. Shit. There we go, fixed. He got a lot of big open source software people against him. He was also saying that WordPress is his life and that he has the world's best lawyers who will destroy them if they go to court. So he's definitely feeling like he's not only right but also invincible. So is it gonna turn out to like the McAfee guy, right? You guys know that guy? DHH, Primogen, Theo, and many more. Well, I mean, these aren't OSS people. These are content creators, right? I mean, these two are content creators, right? Like, you wouldn't call me an OSS person in that vein, right? DHH was the Ruby on Rails guy, right? So him on the other hand, but that's Ruby on Rails. Why would he care about WordPress, right? Now Monitor came back to life. Man, what a biscuit! What a biscuit! I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, to me, WordPress has always been one of those like, oh, what a mess. I don't want to touch it, right? From what I've seen, DHH does a lot of clickbaity stuff. Maybe, but DHH is the guy behind Ruby on Rails, isn't he? So clickbaity things, if you made Ruby on Rails, you kind of, but that's like saying, oh, this guy that worked on Django or Express or whatever is now upset with WordPress. Why would WordPress care, right? These are not their customers. They're literally the competition, right? I guess you get a pass for that. I mean, like, you can be a content creator and an open source developer at the same time, right? I don't know anything about TUI almost, right? That is like, that is not, he's like well into JavaScript, so I don't know, right? But Prime doesn't do software development to the same degree as DHH, right? You'd call someone like Prime or me a content creator more than an open source software developer or whatever, right? Wouldn't you? I mean, I spend the majority of my time talking to you guys and not writing code, so, you know, right? So should we stop digging this hole and move on? All right. No. Anyway, jokes aside, right? Don't worry about it. It's all good. Ugh, that thing. Yeah, no, I don't know. I wouldn't use WordPress if someone clickbait creator. That's a little bit funny. Again, I'm really frustrated with this t-shirt business. I could have had a shop by now. And now I have to find a new. Do you guys know any online services that does print on demand? I'm looking to review some that doesn't charge a monthly cost. I had one, but they weren't okay with me. So yeah. Yes, let me know which one, Land of Leads. I'm happy to look at them. I need something, and it's really frustrating because I really like this company. You guys seem to be all right. No, they were not okay with me. They wrote me a letter saying no, Printful charges, and I don't think Printful boasts any. I don't think they boast any what do you call it? That they do any sustainability. Was it the bid? No. Hang on. I'll tell you what they wrote. Right. Hello. Thank you for your email. Sadly, there is no other way. You accepted our terms and condition where this is stated. So I just asked them, like, is it possible to do this or the other? And he goes on to talk about how I accepted the terms and conditions. Fine. You can't force me to have a shop with you, right? But could you, like, if this is not possible, you could just say no, right? So I don't think these guys are focusing on sustainability and such. There's nothing here, is there? Let's just look through this briefly. All right. You know what? No, okay. So I can only choose to allow all. That's all I can do, right? Okay. Higher profits, 5-star quality. Okay, so whatever that means, right? This I care about. High quality I care about. I don't care about this. You have ideas, I've been told. Printful makes them a reality. Yeah, that is definitely my idea. Whether you're getting started or already running a successful brand, Printful is the best partner to help you launch and grow your business. I'll be the judge of that. Higher profit margins. Okay, I don't really care about this. I do want this to add a little bit of a bonus on top, but I'm not looking to make a lot of money of this. I'm basically just want to create the prints, and I want other people to be able to buy them, right? Quality products with over 10K 5-star reviews that they probably managed to game themselves. No one trusts reviews anymore, right? Deliver consistent, reliable quality for your customers. Don't sell for one-time sales. Build a brand the fans will come back to. Shipped 99.8% of all shipped orders meet customers' quality standard. That's why the world's biggest brand trusts us to fulfill their products. Immediate production, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing about sustainability here, right? Well hidden and gross business practices. That really makes me want to use them anymore. Over 90% of items are produced in 1 to 3 business days. Then they go to our shipping partner for fast delivery. While other suppliers are waiting around for third-party producers, we already got your order in motion in-house. Fast delivery means happy customer who can't wait to reorder. Build your brand's reputation on reliability and speed. Why? I mean, like, surely sustainability is gonna be the key if you're selling something these days, right? As a niche thing, right? It's not like we are big brands here, okay? Sustainability has to be important, right? What designs do you have in mind? I have loads of them. I have one with a cup of tea and it just says generic over tea thing. It's a terrible joke. I have the rust one with the thing you guys have seen. I want to do a reprint of Life is a Series of Side Quests. A CSS engineer, that one I want to do a print of. So these ones where like the t-shirts have like holes in the armpits and stuff. I can't wear them anymore, right? So I want to make them. I want to make new versions of them, right? Cheap clothing. We don't even know if this is cheap yet, Barrack. It might not be. So you want me to sign up without seeing anything? Work with a partner, not just a supplier. We fully own our production process and fully fulfill almost all our orders in-house in Europe and North America. Okay, so this takes some of the edge of Chinese sweatshop out of the equation. Well, it says fulfill almost all orders. So it doesn't say whether little babies have been working on the t-shirts or not, right? And that's very important to me. All right. Save time, avoid juggling a network of providers. There is nothing so far about sustainability. Is this supposed to invoke the belief of sustainability? We tried other print-on-demand services, but obviously they didn't fit us. Very good, very good. The back office for Printful is a lot more streamlined than other print-on-demand that we use, and quality is a lot better. There was nothing here about sustainability. And I don't care if you have a blog post about it. Let's look at the product catalog. But this Printify is the same. Printify charges you per month. This isn't loading because we don't have JavaScript enabled, so that's a lie and a half. 100% free to use, 900 quality products, largest global print network, trusted over 8 million sellers around the world. Higher profit, robust scaling, best selection. Nothing about sustainability, nothing about not using sweatshops. I mean, this picture seems like it would imply sustainability, but no, it's about profit. I'm concerned. I mean, if you're gonna buy a t-shirt from some streamer dude, surely you would care. You don't want the t-shirt to be made in some sweatshop by a baby, right? Why are these people not focusing on that? I'm just looking at all these people who don't seem to care about that, right? It's just insane. I mean, I love the API, but I can't use this. I can't get behind this if I don't know where your t-shirts come from. Because most streamers care about profit. I don't think they do, right? I think, well, first of all, most streamers don't have a lot of viewers, right? There's like the top 1%, all right? ABC or whatever they call, right? They have lots of it, right? It's not China. It's made in US, Europe, etc. But does that mean? So are they printed there or are they made there? There's nothing here. There's nothing here that says where the t-shirts were made, near the bottom. Where I'm missing it. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it. Where is it? No, it's so, but made in Europe could be printed in Europe because they probably buy the clothing in bulk from some third world country or whatever, right? Where like children work in sweatshops. I just don't see it. The UK in one word. You're having children sweatshops industrialized. But I don't want that to be a thing, right? I don't want there to be we should do what we can to stop making that a viable option, right? I don't see anything here. And what would those children eat? Well, I think that there are ways that we can change the world for the better, right? The new meta is to just import immigrants to a European country and let them work on boards in order to use made in Europe country. Maybe, but that's not at all what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about eco-friendly. Okay, maybe something. Custom eco-friendly product. Oh, right. Okay, so you have to get custom products. Made the t-shirt worn by the child, made by the child, right? It just no. There's something incredibly disturbing for me that my child should wear clothes that are made by other children. Like, do you not feel how fucked up that is? I dress myself.co.uk. So I want to find a company that I don't have to worry about this. Welcome to screen printing with proven eco credentials and print runs from just 50 items. Get a quote. Ah, right. So that means I'm going to have to put some money up front. That's not going to happen. I don't have that. No chemicals is good. Carbon negative, climate positive. It sounds good. It sounds good, but I'm guessing they don't do what I need. They don't do print on demand. The roles are reversing. Are you saying that my kid is going to be making clothes for someone else's kid soon? I'm not liking anything that I'm seeing here either. All right, we're not having that conversation, Slanjo. I'm not seeing anything I like here either. These are not the kind of clothes that I want to wear. Why do everyone look like? Why does everything look like paparazzi pictures, right? That like this looks really creepy. It's like someone took a picture from like far away and just cropped it, right? Maybe, but if I know about it, I can stop wearing them. If I find out that something I'm wearing is from a sweatshop, I'm not buying that again, right? It really looks like this picture was taken. I mean, look at the quality of comparing these three pictures. This one definitely has like a zoomed in mobile phone feel to it, right? They use Hanes, Gildan, etc., which are reputable in general. Is that what Printful is using? Should we look at Printful again? Okay, we can just search for it. And I don't think someone's prediction of the future means that we should justify buying things made in sweatshops. To be clear, you don't have to change the way you live. I don't judge you. I don't care where you buy your clothes or what you do with them. That's entirely up to you. I'm not someone who's out there to fix the world, but I know where my moral compass is pointing me, right? It has nothing to do with you, right? I see something I don't like, then I don't want to be a part of it. That's just how it works, right, for me. But that doesn't mean that you have to stop doing what you're doing, right? I have no control or input in your life, right? Does Printful use sweatshops? Stay away from Printful if you can. Okay. Working from the Philippines does have its drawbacks when having to rely on local business for printing and post. The postal system in the Philippines poor, whereas having to rely on couriers for every day. Okay, hang on. Let me just copy this thing and pop it open here. Let me see if this is anything worth talking about. I've seen a lot of people on this forum asking whether or not they should use Printful for their own clothing. So I thought I'd offer my personal... Hang on, let me get this open. This is a big post, so... Oh, man... Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Hang on to your sockets. There we go, right? I've seen a lot of people in this forum asking whether or not they should use Printful for their own clothing brand design. So I thought from my personal experience, using the company for nearly 8 months before making my transition off it. This advice is predominantly for those looking to start clothing brands or want to transition to Printful. You can take it or leave it. So a little backstory, run a 6+ figure e-commerce clothing brand. Before leaving Printful, I had an execute level account. An executive level account means you've done 20,000. Say, okay, whatever. I'm not looking at that. Made margins. Realistically, if you're trying to sell a product and make more than 10-50% profit on sale, I am not. Especially if you're selling t-shirts, Printful offers a variety of the different blanks to print on. However, 90% of all the offer is heavily overpriced. Most of the product is selling after print and nearly $20-30% more expensive than the actual cost of buying the hoodie wholesale and getting... Yeah, but that means you have to afford to keep inventory, and most people don't, right? Selling t-shirts isn't like the main business. I just want to be able to buy the t-shirts that I made for myself, and I want other people to be able to buy them, right? For example, just for the hoodie itself, you could buy Gildan Heavy Blend hoodie at a wholesale price for $8.10. How much does the print charge? 20 after shipping, tax, paying extra for the print. The price jumps to $40. Margins are everything. Okay, right. The quality of the print they use is not good at all. This is a concern, right? And yeah, I mean, I did that. I bought my clothes. I bought my own clothes. Mommy is not involved. And then I used what's called a vinyl cutter to make my prints. But that has an insane amount of work to be made. If I did that to sell a t-shirt, that would mean for every t-shirt someone wanted to buy, it would take me anything from 30 minutes to an hour to make every t-shirt. No, that's terrible, right? Embroidery is subpar. Everything has to use D2G. If you don't know what that is, ever gotten a t-shirt that's designer wears off within weeks of washing it? Okay, So this just sounds like they have bad quality though, right? Print Anathema, yeah. North Face does this. What do you mean? No, you can make 24 t-shirts per day. That's amazing use of time. Exactly. Now, I don't think we would sell 24 t-shirts a day, right? I just like the ideas, and I want other people to be able to have them, right? So I don't know, right? I don't know. This was 3 years ago, but it doesn't say anything about what I actually searched for. Printful review. Maybe we should look at this then. Our verdict. Printful is the most popular provider in print-on-demand industry. It's not only very modern and easy to use, making it a good choice for beginners. It's also available for free and connects a large number of platforms. While product catalog is smaller than its competitor, its product quality is superior and offers more custom packaging options than most. Learn more. So the thing is, to be clear, once I find one that I like, I will buy and try out the clothes myself, right? So it's not, I'm not doing this for some insane profit, clearly. Learn more to find out if it's the best choice for you with our hands-on Printful review. Product catalog is not as large as competitor, does not offer phone support. Free plan, unlimited product, easy to use, good product quality, embroidery options available. Some built-in mockup generator, beginner-friendly logo maker, white label packaging, custom inside, global fulfillment. Now, what about FAQ? I'm feeling really unhappy now. I'm feeling like people don't seem to care about this. People don't seem to care about this. Yeah. I mean, their business model is great, right? The T-shirt man seemed to have an accreditation for this. What's the T-shirt man? Dave the T-shirt man. There are a lot of T-shirt man. Trustpilot? Is Trustpilot a thing? Do people trust Trustpilot? The Co-UK site. You can share links in here, user. It's fine. Check Trustpilot on Trustpilot. eating what I eat every day for breakfast: mac and cheese with bits of cut up hot dog. What the Cody? No, Cody, no. You need to eat more yogurt. Ethical clothing and manufacturing product. Okay, this they're putting that on the front. That sounds interesting. Okay. Thank you, Yowser. Thank you. In the last 14 years, printing technology has progressed immensely, and attitudes towards ethical and sustainable production has also shifted drastically. The T-shirt man wants the customers to get the best of both worlds: quality, ethically sourced, and affordable. This is selling it to me now, right? To ensure this is not done at the cost of human rights and other principles, thank you. We only sell clothes from suppliers who are committed to ethical and sustainable production. Moreover, they always try to find environmentally friendly ways of producing these clothes, so you can be proud of your purchase each time you put it. You don't have to be proud of it. You just have to know that a child didn't make it, right? This sounds good, right? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the catalog. Oh, they're in Portsmouth. All the clothes come from seaweed then. Fashion t-shirt printing. Kettle chips. I don't need kettle chips. Supply custom printed fashion t-shirts over 15 years. Free next day. Nationwide delivery. Okay, do they not do international delivery? Do they not have international delivery? Okay, fine. 2392 2392 984 667. Yeah. Did I do something wrong? Wait, contact. The website leaves a little bit to be desired, right? All right, we'll try it again. You Egypt. Okay, hang on. 2392 984 667. No answer. Oh, hi. I'm just calling to see if you do international deliveries. Okay, now that's fair enough, right? So if I wanted to set up like a shop and sell some t-shirts through that, you can do international deliveries and such. That's fine, yeah? Yeah, print on demand, yeah. Oh, you don't. Oh, no, that's such a shame. Because I looked at a lot of these things, and not any of them were actually talking about like ethically sourcing the clothing. Do you know anyone who does print on demand that actually has ethically sourced clothing? No, I don't know. I couldn't find anything about that. What a shame. What a shame, because your company sounded really good. Okay, sorry, I won't take up all your time. I really appreciate that. And have a good day, yeah? Cheers. Oh, rubbish. They don't. They don't do it, right? They don't do print on demand. Love you, bye. Nah, that's a shame. This just seemed so good. Take a look at the first customer response. What is express service? I don't know. Bought my t-shirt as a prototype to wear for potential future merchandise and speedy turnaround and great quality. Read more. Is this what I should read? Am I missing something? Hello, Glam. How you doing? Oh, man. Oh, no. No, don't get lost, Cooper. Don't get lost. Make sure that you tie like a thread by the entrance so you can find your way back out again. It's a different customer. All right. All right. What do we got here? Whoops. If you want to see the inside of Printful Warehouse, they have some images at the bottom of, but they also have videos I've seen. It's fun. No, it's not that I think that I don't think they are a sweatshop. What I'm saying is I don't know where they get. I mean, like this is the printing. This is not the production of the clothes, right? This is not where, like, all this is printing, right? This is not the actual manufacturing of the clothes, right? And that's my gripe, yeah. Gelato. Got tasked at work to write some Rust. Nice. Nice, Clam. Nice. All right, can I get this over here maybe? Apparently not. there was an issue with that. They just download t-shirts. 2024. Oh man, created Rocket on time guarantee. Order before 2 p.m. and will aim to dispatch your order today, right? The link I provided looks to be ethical, but not sure about international delivery. Did you share this one, Dottie? We'll just find out. Let's see if there's anything here. Why are you sending a link to Google Ad Service? That's a good point. It's kind of understandable considering the cost of storing templates, t-shirts, and managing delivery without knowing how many items you have to sell. It seemed like a nightmare to me. Maybe you can consider another approach. Create a queue list for each t-shirt model, and once you reach a certain amount, place the order, but you have to deal with delivery. So that's two problems with that. One, I would have to sort of dox myself by doing that, because if I am delivering it, then you need to be able to return it if it's not to your liking. And the other problem is that I become responsible for customer service, and I'm as a one person. I don't want to become a t-shirt business. I just wanna wear the t-shirts and let other people wear them too, right? It's a good idea, and people have done this in the past with other things to get like bulk discount. But there could be imagine you order a t-shirt and then it's like 4 weeks before you get it. You'd be like, The clothes comes from those name brand companies that is hard to get info specifically from them, but you could probably look into the brands individually since you can choose which brand you want. It's weird. It seems like it's easier to find a company that actually does the right thing, right? All right, let's pop this open. Gelato, thank you. Drop shipping and ethical practice don't go hand in hand. No, but we can find something maybe. One of the companies Printful uses is Geldan, and this is their policies. Fourth wall products. All right, you guys know way too much, right? Let's have a look. Gelato. I gotta stop saying that. Italian people's like, get the off the stream, mate. Okay. Sell made to order. Sell made up custom goods with no inventory or upfront cost. Get 50% off your first order. Oh, so this is not print on demand then, is it? We're gonna have to allow a little bit. I'm just about to give up, right? After 5 minutes of trying. Do you guys want a picture? I don't. I want a t-shirt with this really happy person in there, right? Oh, Jesus, just let me look at this thing. Okay. You pay for product and shipping, the selling price. So the product is 10, that and the selling price, your monthly sales. Now, 1. Can we set this to 1? Yeah, come on in. All right, just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to have to go and cook some food for a small child. I'll be back in a couple of seconds.
Okay. Whew. Oh, Dad, I want to eat. You ate yesterday. What do you want? All right. 50% profit margin. Start selling. But I want to know. I want to know about this thing. So ready to hang. I want ready to print. Is this like all the options we have? Where can we see sustainability? Oh, top left. Wait, what? Okay. Gelato powers the world's largest network of local production hubs for e-commerce sellers. Produce what you need, where and when you need it. Faster, smarter, and greener. Harnessing the power of partnership and technology. And friendship! Through the power of friendship! Gelato produces your merchandise near the end destination. This drastically reduces waste, emission, delivery time, cost while removing your need to manage inventory and shipping. Better for the people and the planet. So this sounds good. Our robust network of production partners is fueled by software. Software, so it's full of bugs. That ensures consistent product quality worldwide. Your products are made and shipped where your customers are, speeding up delivery times, making your business more reliable because your products are made locally and on demand. Waste, transportation, this and that. I feel like you already said that. As you grow your e-commerce store, you also have local production partners grow their business, empowering local communities to produce what the local communities consume. Okay. I will, based on your criteria, ChatGPT suggests me following companies: T-Mill, T-shirt Studio, Spreadshirt. These people are a no-goer. They want you to like dox yourself. They are one of the self-doxing companies, right? T-Mill, I don't know. So we're gonna look at T-Mill as well, and T-shirt Studio as well. They send a dude to your house and makes it there. They'll be like, "Hi, I'm Kevin from the T-shirt place. Stand still while I measure you around the waist and brain, and then we just dress you." Goes through a fridge too and be like, "Your lettuce is about to expire. I'll take this with me. Bye." You can design your T-shirts in Rust-based too. Now that would be fine. I'd say if you don't, what do you want? Have they been there? No. I'd say if you don't offer food and beverage, it's not very ethical. Do you guys do this when you have like builders and stuff around? Do you offer them like drinks, tea and coffee and like food when you're cooking? I do this and they find it really weird, so I kind of stopped doing it. I offer them hot drinks, but I mean, do you want like a sandwich or something when you're working? And they look at me like, no. Like, okay then. Yes. Oh, nice. It's not just me. It's not just me then. Oh, it's good, RJ. Because I always feel like if someone's in my house, whether they're there to work or whatever, they're kind of a guest, and you treat people that way, right? It just sprays it on, right? Pixel art t-shirts. So I have like a few designs. I've worn some of the designs on stream before, but since the t-shirts broke, I want to make new ones. And instead of me buying the t-shirt, making a new print, and if it's multicolored, it's a lot of work, then I just thought, why don't we just set up some print on demand thing? But my requirement is that they are ethically sourced, right? On Black Friday, they gave the UPS guys a 6-pack of energy drinks and a 6-pack of beer. That sounds good, but I'm not sure about the drinks as they're driving. Look at Temu first. They advertise their work with WWF, Greenpeace, and should match some of your ethics requirements. Yeah, we'll look at that one. Tell them not to finish so fast so you can hit the shops and get it. Okay. T-Mill. Not ethically sourced programming language, though. Sustainable print on demand. Connected operating system for retail and demand. Look how happy people are as well. All right, platform integration, sustainability. Creating sustainable circular supply chain for fashion starts with making products from natural material like organic cotton in factories powered by renewable energy. It also means creating products that are designed from start to be sent back and remade into new ones once they're worn out. Keeping materials out of landfills in the loop. This sounds good. To really make a difference and end waste in fashion industry, we need to share this technology with everyone. That's why we created T-Mill. Our story. I don't care about your story. The journey. I don't care about the journey either. I'm just like, I care about this, though, right? Okay, so this looks good. This looks okay. Yeah, do you guys know there's like, is it like 1,000 liters of water is spent on making one like cotton t-shirt or whatever? Something like that, right? What is ethically picked programming language? Well, Calabres, right? The morally superior programming language is Rust, but ethically, I don't know, right? Locally sourced binaries, right? One that makes programmers suffer the least, ethically suffer the least. Instead of children working in factories, they force them to code. Water is one of the biggest reasons to carbon increase. A warehouse of kids customizing WordPress. Don't laugh, that's terrible. All right, that is funny. Water clean enough to drink. Yeah. All right, so, okay, this looks good. This looks good. They even have pictures of windmills, which has nothing to do with anything. I mean, powered by renewable energy, but okay. There we go. That's okay. All right, let's just get on with it, right? Create a sustainable brand, but I want to see what you have now. So show me the... all right, we're going to have to turn dark reader off. Avert your eyes. All right, okay, what's it? A platform. All right, so let's hop here and see what they actually have, though. Trustpilot. I don't trust Trustpilot. What's the other? Is another one like that? What are the birds with all those wind farms? Don't be ridiculous, RJ. Birds don't have wind farms. All right, website builder. All right. Yeah, I mean, if Greenpeace and Worldwide Fighting Club has this, and Lush, right, and Google, right. Anyway, no, but I think Selfridges, right? Yeah, Selfridges is what you think about it. Custom printed for. Oh no, you have to do. Oh bollocks! It's not print on demand, is it? Oh, maybe it is. No minimum order. Okay. They don't have a lot of choice though, but maybe. Can we see what this looks like? Well, come on. Oh, this goes somewhere else. And then this UK shirtprinting.com is like this terrible company that just, we have our own babies in the basement working as we speak, delivering binaries. This is not a good looking t-shirt though. It's like, what is all products? Maybe they have more, right? No sleeve printing either. Now that's okay. I just wish they had a little bit more. What's a long line t-shirt? Someone who understands clothes. Oh, I don't see a big difference there. Okay. It shouldn't be exclusive. I want my teacher person delivered by a Nigerian prince with those enlargement pills that you ordered. Yeah, I'm okay with more expensive. It's not going to be insanely expensive, is it? Right? We're not talking £50 for a t-shirt now. But I don't understand what these things means, right? Yeah, I'll turn up on stream with one of these, okay? And a baseball cap backwards. The missus will be pleased.
it could be the website being bad. Whatever we go with, I'm gonna buy it for myself and wear it. So when someone asks, are they any good, then I can say whether they are or not. I don't want a drawstring bag. That can piss right off. And I don't want that because I'm not a hippie, even though I keep saying I want like ethically sourced stuff, right? I'm just a human. Okay, order. I want one medium, please. £20 each plus VAT. I don't know if that's much more expensive. They wanted 28 for the other one, right? The other one was 28, wasn't it? T-shirt man was the one we couldn't use, right? Yeah, we can't use that one. I don't recognize these things because they don't have... No, just work. Come on. Just why are websites so bad? Just work, please. Work where? T-shirts and alcoholism. Don't drink and wear clothes. I don't know. You should probably drink and wear clothes, right? That is essential. Save settings. There we go. And everyone's got Trustpilot on there. They're not trustworthy. Donuts. Anyway. Michael. Budget T-shirt. $9.25. All right. Get inspired. Yeah. Run away from your problems. Maybe that should be a print. You can run away from your problems. Oh my god, that would be funny. You can run away from your problems, and then a picture of a running shoe or something. Oh, okay, I imagine that would appeal to people who are runners more than anything, right? But I don't know. I find that funny. Gave you a choice at the end. Child labor on the left, ethically sourced plus 40% upcharge. Yeah, I think there's a reason they don't do that. So, was your t-shirt made by Little Timmy or Big Timmy? What's it gonna be? All right. So wait, where am I again? Rapid delivery, certified organic. Bunny. Okay. So we added one to bag. Let's go to checkout. Do you have a coupon code? No. Hassle-free 28-day return policy. Normal sizing. There are no funny business. If you're still unsure, exchanging size is easy if you want to go up or down a size. All right. Is protected by 256-bit encrypted connection. But 256-bit what? All right. What is it? 256-bit wrapped in triple des. Organic quality. We hope you're blown away by the softness and quality of organic content products. Smiley face. Data privacy. We store and use data consistent with a privacy policy. 256-bit ROT13, right? We got the Caesar cipher, the latest encrypted cryptography. Wait, can't speak. I don't know if this includes shipping or not. I don't know. I'm not going to click on PayPal, though, because that's just going to do me in. But it doesn't say anything about delivery. Our cart is protected by reCAPTCHA and the Google privacy policy. No, wait. Our cart is protected by reCAPTCHA and the Google. And the Google what? Just the Google? What? The Google what? Where is the next button? Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm blocking it, right? I'm blocking. Oh, it's probably Stripe. Yeah, there you go. Pay by card. Email, no. First name, also no. Surname, not happening. Phone, I have one. Billing address, 123 Well Walk. Town City, yes. Wait, we might have to put in some actual addresses in here, okay? Vale. 13. And street. Res. County. Okay, delivery is £7. So you're looking at £7 for
You're looking at £7 for delivery, then it seems like. Okay, let's see if we can undox ourselves here. Let's just go back. All right, so we're looking at about £32 for a t-shirt. What's the name of the extension where you enable Stripe? It's called NoScript. The print is probably more. So you reckon if we... But don't you think this is with print? Printed in the UK. I don't know. I mean, this isn't too bad. Although this is bad. I don't know where did the content go? Oh, all right. So T-Mill is definitely an option. So thank you for finding that one. Printify seem to not be. All right, we're going to turn Dark Reader back on again before my eyes explode. Can you sign up and make... yeah, I'll do it off stream though, because I have to put in so much of my personal information and that's not good. So the t-shirt man was out of... okay, street shirts, help and info. Let's see delivery. Sponsorship. For good causes. Do you think we can explain to them what a terminal jam is? So the winner could get like I won the Anathema 2024 terminal user interface jam. Do you think that I was the winner out of 3 contenders and the 2 other contenders were the same person? Man, they have some font, right? Some font. Let's see if there's anything about delivery here. Print, now, FAQs, reviews, contact, COVID. I hopefully I don't have to have COVID information from a website about t-shirts, t-shirt deliveries. Wow, that's a beautiful picture. Why does my print look small? Hi. Why not? We make orders especially for you as they're customized for you. We cannot accept them for return unless they're faulty. All right. It seems to be a lot of focus on the artwork being the wrong size here. That concerns me a little. The image is pixelated. I imagine that this is because people submitted like a really low, they're like a 640 by 480 animated GIF, right? If your image is not of a high quality, that is a shame, but it's ultimately down to you. Yeah, it sounds harsh, but it is, right? Yeah, I mean, you can't, like, unless you have like a calibrated monitor, it's not gonna happen, right? Assuming we're talking about t-shirts, right? Do you wash your t-shirts at 60 degrees? I wouldn't even wash it at 40. I would wash it at 30. All right. And I do not iron my clothes. And I think that's pretty apparent. There's nothing about international delivery. If you place black text on a black shirt, even though it's unlikely to be visible, it will get printed. It will not be checked. Really? Be vaccinated or no
Okay, they do worldwide delivery. Okay. Roland says brilliant, thank you. That's good. Your washer dryer. My washing machine has. Do you guys not know how washing machines work? All right, I'm just gonna have to look at a picture of a washing machine here so you guys can get a little bit of an understanding here, because I feel like you guys should know this. Okay, all right. There is a temperature on your washing machine. If you wash at 30, your clothes are gonna get clean and last longer than if you wash at 40. If you wash your t-shirts at 60, they will most likely shrink and get ruined because it's too warm. But you should wash your underwear and socks, bed linen, and towels at 60, okay? Like, really? I thought you were kidding. I thought you guys were kidding. Okay. All right. All right. I thought you guys were kidding. But these are very, very hard to see anything here. But most washing machines have like a temperature on there. 30 degrees, right? And then you have these things. You should have like an eco setting. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Anyway. I just look at it now. Hey man, sometimes that's all we do, right? We just stand there in the mirror, but we don't get anything done that day. Okay, so this one isn't entirely out of the question. There seem to be a lot. I mean, again, like I said, I'm gonna buy API. No one will know we're involved except everyone. All right, not that I mind, but yeah, I mean, I think this one seems like a possibility. We're gonna chuck those in the corner as well, right? We have some options. Good finds. Responsible source sustainable product. Gelato seems like a good choice too. Or was there a reason not to use gelato? Products. Technology. Or was D2G the thing that people complain about the quality of? What is okay, let's just go with t-shirts, right? No, this isn't real, is it? You have watched. Oh no, you don't. ¿Qué pasa? Un momentito. All right, what were we doing? Why am I looking at this for? Oh yes, now I remember the conversation. Okay, let's do this just because I want to see like a close-up of this thing. It really is cool, cold, cool, warm, hot. Soil level. Deep clean. Jeans. Why is jeans in bold? Damn. damn, this is kind of funny for some reason. I don't know. It makes sense, right? Whoa, that's a lot. I've never seen jeans. There you go. Okay, who are these people? T-shirt studio, clothing, T-shirts. Budget T. I think we looked at this. Yeah. Michael sounds familiar. Was there anything about these? This doesn't read like a human. I am always happy to return to T-shirt studio, smiley face. No one talks like that. I'm always happy to return to Asta. Every little helps. Thank you, Bot Rogers. Nothing about these things, right? I don't know if this one, was this part of it? Customer review GPT, right? Temp gauge on your machine is posh. Nah, man. That's like everyone in Europe has that. And a washing machine, you can buy one as cheap as like 300 euros probably, right? I mean, it might not be a great one, but not $1,000, man. Okay, no, it's Printful. Okay, Gildan. I think we made with respect for human rights. I like this. Oh, no, but this was... Okay, this was what some of them were using, right? Okay. This one, fourthwall.com. It doesn't work without JavaScript. No, not even. I wouldn't ever. I never get into those conversations, right? Because you know what we have in Europe? We got taxes, mate. Taxes coming out of it. You'd be like, oh, look, I made X today. And then how much of that is taxes? Oh, more than I made. Now, every country has its positives, its ups and downs, man. Plushies, man, that just looks like a crying animal. Fuck that, man. Imagine giving that to a child. Hi, here you go, sweetie. I hope you never sleep again. And the kid's like, Daddy, you will raise this thing like you don't look at the eyes as well, man. Whoa, man. Oh, this unit looks whack. Is it wall mounted? So it's like a top loader and a drying machine, a dryer in one, right? I don't use a dryer. I just get in the car, hang my underwears out the window, and then I just do donuts in the parking lot. Just stacked. Code is stacked. All right, so this was the budget T-shirt. So we don't know about the the thing yet. If you say so. Can you imagine if you contact these people and you ask them, like, is your clothing ethically sourced? Can you promise me that no children were involved in making your clothes? And they go, no, we can't promise that. Oh yeah, no, Cody, I was just being silly. I figured. All right, so let's have a look at this thing then. Yeah, so T-Mill looked a bit dubious when it comes to the like the kind. Like I don't know if I want to wear them, right? The fit. I like these very basic t-shirts. This looks a little bit baggy. But this is probably a little bit of a drawing, or they put the t-shirt in a scanner, which is what it kind of looks like. Yeah. But maybe you bought your iPhone before you knew. Like I said, if I don't care what other people do, I'm not judging anyone. For once, it's a lot cheaper to buy clothes made in a sweatshop. And if you're like a single parent living with 6,000 kids because of poor life choices, you might not be able to afford the luxury of your morals, right? So I'm going to be very, very clear. If you buy your clothes from a company that is employing sweatshops, I'm not judging you, right? I don't know anything about you or your life situation. Now, if you have an abundance of money, I want to point this out to you, that we have this sub-goal that we haven't reached or even made a significant dent in today, right? But that aside, right, I don't judge people, but I feel that if I know, then I have to make a choice, right? And if I pick some kind of provider up here, thank you so much, Glam. Did you not get an alert? Was there no alert for you, Glam? Oh, hells no. Right, look, like I say to my kid all the time, daddy fix, okay? I'm just going to play the alert for you. I'm going to play a gift alert instead. Which one should we play? We can play the one that I made today. Is this from today? I just film my bunny every day to make new alerts. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Glam. I appreciate that. Yeah, so if I pick one of these things and then someone goes, here, this company is unethical, I can prove that this company in particular is directly employing sweatshops, right? Then I'd have to just go, okay, fine, we can't use this anymore then, right? It's rubbish. I know. It's difficult. I know. I have 40. These are from like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe. I'm not an Apple lover. I have Android. I'm just saying I know full well that Android is not as well. Yeah, I don't know, right? I don't know. Yeah, there was no alert for that. That was weird. That was weird, but we'll fix it. Anyone who's not a subscriber and who wants to subscribe, I will fix the alert just for you, right? Okay, I think we have a lot to aren't you? Well, it's by choice. It's by choice. I don't know about this. We're going to put them over there. This one, this T-Mill was a little bit... This is also T-Mill. Yeah. So this one was a little bit uncertain. Fourth wall, eco-friendly essentials. All right. $13, no minimum. Eco-friendly. This sounds pretty good. All right. Depressed-looking model. This sounds really good. All right. Can't even see the eyes there. They're just like, this is definitely targeting a certain audience, isn't it? A cup is not a bestseller. It's a lifestyle choice. All right. Oh, I look great in those. Right. Wait, before this turns very inappropriate. Anyway. Clear case for the iPhone. Don't you like get a print on there? Knitwear. Hats. All right, come on. All products. Let's see. No, wait. Isn't everything eco-friendly? Cotton t-shirt. An apron with a pocket. That pose with the pocket, that just looks awkward, right? It just looks awkward. Okay, this leaves me a little bit confused. Wait, Adidas? What? Huh. They do. I mean, we wouldn't... Why is this gaming? What is sweatpants for gamers, right? Did you guys ever see Adventure Time? That's my give up on life pants. You call them give up on life pants? I don't know, right? Like, I'm not judging. You can wear sweatpants if you want to. A desk mat, not a mouse mat, a desk mat. I guess it's a desk mat because I could have my own printed desk mat and I have to have this Logitech bullshit. Wait a minute. Is this mouse mat made by an actual mouse though? Ethically sourced mouse? So I don't know. And like this is very confusing. Are all of these like really loose fit things? I just want a normal t-shirt. What the fuck is inclusive sizing? Sorry for cursing, but I have never heard of inclusive sizing. Am I gonna regret this? What is an ethically sourced mouse? It's just a rock with a wire out of it. Oh man. Come on, Forbes, you hairy bollock. You are so terrible for not working. Oh my god, I reject this whole thing. As society, the fashion industry must adapt. The average size of an American woman has increased from 14 to 18. The body type the brands have created too, both from marketing and technical design, is now outdated. The push for fashion to embrace size inclusivity is intensifying, and while there are now more brands offering sizes past 16 ever before, many still get sizing and fit for large sizes wrong. This guide helps you highlight some challenges clothing brands face today with inclusive sizing. Implications of taking shortcuts, proposed solutions, and the benefits. What the fish is this? How can 3D technology help? What am I reading here? Extended sizing. Some smaller brands such as Universal which offers ranging from 0 to 40 and Good American which is ranging from 0 to 24, also great examples of catering to all body shapes. Okay, so it's just a different size scale, okay? Nothing else. It's just a different size scale. It's weird to use the word size inclusivity just to say you have really big sizes, but they're trying to catch an audience, I guess. No, but I get it, right? If you have like small, medium, large, and everything on both sides of this has a poor fit, then I get it. It makes sense, right? Because there's not like small, medium, large, and then everything after that is the same size. I mean, it's still gonna vary as you go along, right? It just was a weird phrase for it, but this, I don't like the product, the way the products look. So I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Still can't count, that I can look at now. So I'll review this of man bun. My God, what freak would have a man bun and a beard? Get yourself sorted, mate. There's something wrong with you, okay? Man bun and a beard and some tattoos. You got skill issue. All right. Is it the same person? Oh no, I thought it was in the same location as well, right? They're all just leaving the same place. Everyone's leaving the same place, right? Okay, let's chuck a few links now in here. Ideas for next stream and t-shirts, right? T-smirks. Ethologically sourced. There you go, right? Beep. Don't nobody want to see me do evaluation of these from this point on, right? We're just going to store this somewhere where I can look at and review these in peace. And I'm going to find what I think looks good that I'm interested in. And we're going to go with that. Woo! Okay. Wow, what a journey. What a journey that was. Okay, we're 9 hours into the stream and my shoulders feel a little bit like they're on fire. You should buy something from all of them and then buy an ad tag to do returns on all of them and see where they really came from. But probably they will just be destroyed and recycled when you return a custom print, I'd imagine. I imagine that's the case. Oh my God, it really, my shoulder feels like they're on fire. Gotta go to morning stand-up. Thanks for hanging out, Glam, and thank you again for the sub. I really appreciate that. Do you guys remember when this was a programming stream? Okay. Do we have any tea left? No. No tea. No, really don't have any tea left, balls. Need some straight. Yeah, we could do some... a what stream? Indeed. A what now? All right. I think we're good to just go ham and destroy this now. I'm a little bit reluctant because it's going to be a lot of damage done to this thing, but we just have to do it. So widgets, eval context, we're going to break. Difficulty, very good. Very good, RJ. I appreciate that. Anyway, so evaluation context, evaluator. It is high, evaluator. All right, and then this thing will produce a widget. And what do we get? We get a box down anyway. Then we get a container. And the container, does this thing have babies? No. Does the widget kind have babies? Also no. Wait, they really don't, do they? Hello, Coolio. How are you? How are you doing? What are we doing now? Yeah, you know, we are just so damn excited, aren't we? I see the problem. You're great. I'm happy to hear that, man. I sometimes look at myself in the mirror and go, you're great, buddy. It doesn't help, though. It doesn't make it true, but I appreciate your candor. So who's making the tea then, right? Should we just destroy this code base with some like completely far-fetched IDs? So what I'm thinking is that we can just store the blueprints on the widget. That could be the first thing we do on the container. Like that. And then we don't do this. So we just make one widget at a time. And then we can request babies. So to get a child, we need an evaluation content. Oh, but you know what? You know what? That's gonna be really complicated. Because it means for every child, we have to scope everything every time. This is where babies come from. No, it doesn't become a widget problem because we detach the notion of children from the widgets. But we do need to have the evaluation context every time we want to get a new child. And you know what? That involves scoping everything every time. If we are not smart about this, which we're going to try to be. Actually, it doesn't. It just means that when we're producing children, we need to do that. So it becomes a problem when we're going to produce a child in the middle of something. But that shouldn't... I don't think that should be a problem. I don't think that would be an actual problem. So now we just have to make children exist. We're going to go to the container. And we're going to add children here. Which is going to be children. Oh. 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 Okay, what if we start with this? So we do that. That works. That saved a lot of time, didn't it? That could work. Hello, you say? How you doing? We can make this fly. Kind of. Now, this is going to be a little bit weird. Because we need to track things as we use them. Maybe, that's what I'm looking at now. Okay, we do this the naive way for now. Oh man, I forgot that from last time, didn't I? No, you don't do that with this keyboard. There you go. Fix your ship. Yeah, so back we go to make children here be a thing. All right, so pub use self children. Bam, right? Okay, so if we do it this way, then we can now request the next one from children when we need them. So let's do this with the container just to see how this will look. No. Now we get nothing because we don't draw anything. So we're going to do a container with text hello in it. And we get nothing. This might show us something. Yeah. But the container, we never evaluate the children, right? So this could kind of work. Now, the next thing we have to do is we have to get an evaluation context into... so when we do the next function here, right? Is it eval CTX or eval context, right? You never know. Probably a live. Ooh, right. So, no, and yes. Need access to the tree now. This is gonna be difficult. Okay. We need to track the index. This is going to be a little bit awkward. And then right, we just reset that one. Okay, so that gives us the blueprint to work on. Now remember that we have to do this recursively. That doesn't work. That doesn't work because we're not returning anything. We're just building in, adding a new child to the tree. And not only that, oh my god, this is gonna have to require rebuilding this whole thing. Not only would we add a child to the tree, but we would also have to do something where we add a new neck to me. Is that how this works? Fiddlesticks. Okay, so we build up, we add the evaluation context, and everything goes kind of down the toilet then, right?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Janelle? You doing anything good? What's new? Good walk? What should I do about this thing? Slippery ice roads. Where do you live? I mean, don't answer that, but oh my god, O'Neill. That's just hectic, right? North Pole. You live in the North Pole. I'm gonna call Santa and confirm this. We've already been busy calling companies today. No one lives there, Jonil. It's only like polar bears and angry penguins and seals.
Listen.
And you. Hello, Regalias. How you doing? So this doesn't work because we have to do this with a closure and a filter, and we have to look at the cache if there isn't one. I figured that, Jonil. I figured that. You live up in no man's land. Minus 20, I would have checked out a long time ago. Lapland?
That's where Santa's from, isn't it?
Do you want to build a snowman? Sorry, that's not what I was gonna say. Moving on. Unrelated. Your window manager, is it i3? It is i3, but we're gonna try something else. Oh yeah, me too, Janil. I would never stand for living up there. All right, I'll be out of there in no time. So what should we use for Wayland? If we're gonna try Wayland, what should we use then, right? You can't get rain when it's minus 20, Jonil. That's like shards of ice raining down upon your person. Sway. Sway would maybe be like the safest choice. Should we look at Sway and screen sharing? I mean, I already have Sway on my laptop. No, I figured, Janelle. I get a feeling that these are going to be a little bit old. 7 years ago. Okay. Winter just started. Mode email protected. What the hell is this? Ah, yeah. I mean, I can just route my desktop audio into a microphone. This is how you guys are hearing audio. You guys are hearing my desktop audio on stream, but you're actually listening to a second microphone. And this is how I can annoy friends and family by piping audio when they're trying to call me as well. So there's some cool things you can do with these things. Basically two sound cards rolled into one, this is. But in general, yes. Is this the hidden email? Nothing about screen sharing, though. Wallpapers before taking screenshots. All right, but people have their priorities, right? Try WF Recorder for screen recording. Okay, so according to this thing, OBS supports screen recording using Pipewire. Can we run Sway while we're running i3? Can we do that? And try it out. Okay, so, oh my god. If we do this, then we request the next child. So we have to cache it and then fetch it, right? So what's a pain? I'm used to it. Oh, right, you didn't get it working. Well, that sucks. That's it's because you live too far north, mate. You need to go south where it's warm and the texture's there to sort of come out and play. Was it? Is it like a piece of dust flying around back there? I could just see that in the camera. You did not just say that, you say. Have you ever seen the If Camera Brands Were People videos on YouTube? Go on, give it a link, Leet. Let's have a look. The answer is irrelevant, Jonil, because it's not Arch, right? It's redundant to ask, Jonil. Distract me from my existence of pain and children. What? That makes no sense, Janelle. Either you like Arch or you're not real. Okay? Ah, foul. All right. This is so true. Oh, no way you have money for that. Oh my god. Hey, I'm using Sigmund Canon, okay? Just back off now. The hipster camera, the street photographer. Oh, man. It's funny, but only wedding and architecture is left. No one pays for photography anymore. No. Oh man, they should have edited this to be a little bit more fast paced because the delivery there would have been so good. Oh my god. Wrote that guy's lines are great. How did it go, Don? Did you have an altercation? Oh, that's funny. Oh. They're making that too long now. I would have expected us to see Hasselblad in there. I didn't even know what phase 1 is. Are they light field cameras? Or is this like the cameras that's on like Hubble or whatever, right? All right. Part 2. Oh yeah, I see it down there. No, we don't want to hear about Squarespace. Oh, that's funny. They produce back for analog cameras like mid-format Hasselblad. Fair enough. Let's bring this back. That was funny. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess that was funny for like 3 people in the stream, but that was pretty good. Micro digital back. Yeah, I mean, what do we got now? Micro 4/3 and everything, right? APS-C. I can't afford anything else, right? But that Canon bit was just so spot on. And the thing is, if you buy the Sigma lenses, they are a lot cheaper than Canon's L lenses, and they're really good. All right, anyway, we're not gonna get into it. It was funny. It was funny. Okay, what should we do? What should we do next then? Teach me cameras. There's not that much to know about cameras, right? Once you get some intuition for focal length, f-stop, and aperture. Focal length, f-stop, and shutter time. That's like your 3 ISO as well. But that's like your 3 attributes that you configure to get enough light into the sensor, onto the sensor. Film in the old days, right? To create your exposure, and that's it, right? Everything else is just about what it is that you want, right? If you lower your f-stop, you're gonna get a more shallow depth of field, right? To get more light. If that doesn't fit your image, then you have to crank up or down something else, right? Focal length, ISO. Yes, sorry. Focal length has nothing to do with that. You're absolutely right. I don't know why I said focal length. So your ISO, your f-stop and your shutter speed is what determines how much light hits the sensor or the film. Your focal length is your zoom, basically, right? Sony and Canon are a great place to start if you want brands to look into. I think if you're gonna get into like photography, buy a cheap DSLR, right? There's no... Oof. Anyway, this subject costs me money to even think about, so let's not. It's just too... It's like I feel like I'm getting poorer by just talking about this. Ooh, okay. Yeah, the problem with a phone camera, Jonil, is that your focal length is pretty set, right? You're not going to be able to compare a mobile phone camera with like a 50mm or an 85mm focal length. What's her name? Like Elena Shubinova? No, what's her name? Elena something? She's a Russian photographer. Portrait photographer Elena. I don't remember her name. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Shumilova, that's her. This she uses an 85mm lens, and there is no way you're gonna be able to capture images like this with your mobile phone camera, right? It doesn't quite compete. That looks a bit over processed, but it doesn't compete, right? And that doesn't hurt that she's a really good photographer, but this is just, you cannot compete with a good glass with your mobile phone, right? Or when you want to throw your babies out to sea, right? So no, really spectacular like portrait pictures. Cycling, photography, fly fishing, field. Well, it's easy, right? Photography is the most expensive hobby because cycling and fly fishing means that you're gonna die alone very quickly because they're really depressing. I'm kidding, obviously. Field recording audio, I have a Zoom H4n and for like Foley recordings and stuff, which is clearly relevant these days, I guess. But that wasn't too expensive. I don't know how much you need to go when it comes to that. Space rocketry. All you have to do is buy a shitty social network and make it worse, and somehow that qualifies you to do space travel, right? How you doing, Temporas? How are you this beautiful day? Underwater photography is even more expensive. Stick your camera in a grocery bag and stop complaining, okay? You'll be fine up to 5 meters. No, absolutely. Because if you're gonna do underwater photography, you need to have a waterproof, like a proper waterproof case, right? Not grocery bags. There's enough plastic in the ocean. You can just throw your camera in there. It'll be fine. You can develop. Wasn't it an old photographer that developed a photograph by just putting it in the what's the river in India, right? Or was it the Nile? No, it was that river in India, right? And he just developed a picture because there was so much chemicals in it. He just put the picture in there. Ganges, yeah, that's the one, right? Yeah. We can probably see this, like photographer develops picture in Ganges, right? No. I mean, you can't read National Geographic or Nat Geo anymore after Rupert Murdoch bought the magazine, right? It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, there was like this old story. Someone had developed a picture because it was so full of chemicals, right? You shouldn't headbutt metaphorical walls. You have to, Mr. Pie. How else are you going to make progress in life? You kind of have to. Yeah, so I'm looking at this thing and I'm just hating on this project. I feel like with 20,000 lines in, and this is just killing my spirit. I just want to do anything. I would clean the house over this project now. TUI is always fun. Did you not hear what I just said? Okay. Now, I am cleaning 8 hours a day. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll trade with you. Fix my problem and I'll do your job, man. But if it's minus 20, I'm not going there. Okay. I'll die. Oh, what are we gonna do? Exactly that. This is what I want to feel right now, right? 9.5 hours in. We're not even done streaming today. We're gonna keep going until me and that corner have met and I'm crying, which is soon. Oh man, I want to do just about anything else than this. To not get grossed out? I don't know. You don't get grossed out by cleaning, right? It's just mopping the floors mostly, right? It's push-ups time. How many are you gonna do, Enrico? And are you gonna do proper ones? Can we see some good form? Slow control, deep stretch push-ups. None of that like, oh, I can do 50 flex by the elbow push-ups, right? Predict you'll do at least 2. I'll do 5 for every one you do best offer. Well, put the camera on then. Hop on stream. Let's do it. I'd have to do it on the table though, where we do the tea with toggle video, right? I have to do it there. Have you seen the UFO 50 game collection? I have. Some of the stuff looks really fun. Some of it looks insanely boring. Reminds me of those multi-game cartridges you would get in the past. So you turn the game on and off and goes to the next game. Some of them even had like menus. When I code review a half-finished Anathema project, I don't want to see Anathema. I want to burn it down. I'm hating on it right now. Is there a decent browser-based text editor that works well with touchscreens? No. I have hated every one of them, Benny, that I've tried to use. And writing code on the phone is such a pain. Is this how it's like to do projects? A lot of brain and tears. It's what it's like when you do a project over a long period of time and you don't take enough breaks. All right, that's it. You seriously contemplate if you're gonna dig out your old Logitech cam now? Is it? It's chest and tie day for me next. I don't know if the table could hold my weight. It should be able to. Let me look at the camera, man. Let's see. Let's open up the Sony. Yeah, I mean, this is my desk, right? I have to do push-ups on here, so I have to have my head here. I think I might not fit on the table. All right. Looks clean. I mean, cleaning, right? Is your current cam fixed? Oh yeah, well, it's not, but it can only move in these angles, right? It can only move like that. So, yeah, more or less. Well, we're gonna do
Standing desk. So standing desk is all right, but Jonil, walk instead, right? Get up and walk around for a few minutes. If you're not streaming, then just get up and walk around is better. Tinder photo shoot. It's on a pivot. Yeah, shit. Wife is texting me. Okay, never mind. Never me mind. Always wanted to try a standing desk. All you have to do is stand up, and then you know what it's like. But you should have so a standing desk means anything but standing still. You should always kind of like be moving your body when you're standing up. Otherwise, and because you compress your spine over time as well, it's going to be very uncomfortable, right? What's the decision for tomorrow's stream? It's undetermined. So it's either code relay websites. Either we build a website or we pocket WASM or we do some Rust educational material, right? I don't know which one we'll end up doing. I think we're just going to have to take the day as it comes, right? I wouldn't mind doing some like talking and doing things that I know. Talking about and doing things I know is also quite easy. So maybe that, right? A stand when doing drawings. I mean, you know what it's like when you're cooking, right? If you stand in one place stirring a pot, you get the experience, right? Do you draw, Jonil? Are you a graphic designer? Can we see some of the stuff you've done? I'm gonna go and turn my camera off now. I tried to learn to draw. Fair enough, I've been there. Okay, so thank you. This has to be recursive. Which it isn't. This doesn't work. You can just dump it in the... You can dump it in the in the community chat if you want to. Unless it's like a not suitable for work drawing, right? If you draw like mom in the bathtub or something like that, then maybe not. But if it's a normal drawing, then by all means. Okay. That could also be mom in the bathtub. It's a little bit sus. But let's have a look then. We can be art critics now. If you're shy, you can send it. As a PM to me. I got an email about a game today. You know what? They didn't say much. I don't care. Maybe some point we'll look at it. I don't know. But we got to do something, right? I can't just sit here and say nothing and do nothing, right? This is like, blah. Blah, 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 blah. You guys like, is this content? Blah, 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 blah. All right. So doing this is going to be a problem because we actually have to go down to the next widget, and that widget might have to go down to the next widget, so we have to call next on next, right? So that doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. Oh, fiddlesticks. No, I can't talk now.
Right. Where do we go? Where do we go? I'm barely treading water here. Should we end the stream maybe? Oh, hang on, we got a drawing. Oh wow, okay. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be really shit, but this is actually pretty good. I didn't think it was gonna be shit, I'm kidding. Is this you learning how to draw? Damn. That's pretty good. Do you have it in local bin or I don't use the app image? That's you drawing what you see. Then get out of the bathroom when your mom's there then, okay? I am kidding. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Low quality shit humor. Okay. Been doing a long time. Oh, all right. I thought you were like, you're just learning. Okay. If no one gives me something to do in the next 5 minutes, we'll end the stream. That's not a threat. It's just like, I'm treading water here. I got like nothing going on. I saw the Enrique. Do you want me to look at it? Do I want to see it? Should I look at the clip and then you clip me looking at the clip and then I look at that clip and you clip me looking at that clip, right? Code some C. Do you want to do something? I want to build a snowman, but I don't want to go over to Joe Neal. Code some C. Do you want me to code some C? Okay, can we get... Is it Tracer? Tracer pointers in C, right? Let's find it. C pointers. Nah, man. I want the Tracer dudes thing. They're not as difficult. All right, so what should we do? What should we do in C then, right? Done. Hello, kitty peasant. How you doing, buddy?
No!
Start making TikTok videos while reading tech articles and sitting in a hot tub. Man, don't tempt me. That's bloody... Do that, right? How about Sig instead? Want to see some more of that? Then you guys should look at Christoph. Is it 2F maybe? There you go. Follow Christoph, man. He's got Sig all over the place. I am tired, my neck hurts, and I feel like my brain has been replaced by a Brillo pad. Other than that, I'm feeling pretty good. We're going to do some C programming, but I don't know what we're going to do. You can fix my CSI MIP ISP camera problem on an IMX8 MC4. Okay, well, this is how you do that, right? Let me show you how to do that. Right. Okay, so this is the first thing you do, okay? No, wait, this has to be like a pointer that we then dereference in the middle of the word car, right? Like this, okay? Oh, shit. That's also not right. Oh, brackets are not allowed in here because we can't do that. Damn you. Maybe it shouldn't be brackets, right? Maybe it should be square brackets like that. Oh, man. What? Oh, no, we started recording a macro instead. That won't work. You tell me, man. I don't know. I'm just making things up, okay? Can we do this then? Bam. There we go. All right, hang on. We're just going to have to compile for a while. I don't know what compile. Oh, I'm using Sig C++. All right, never mind. It compiled. Is that it? Print. Oh, right. Use, not in this language. Is it, do we have to have a semicolon there? You see this? You see this? Yeah? Proceed. No, they put a U in there, okay? Don't worry about it. It's all good. All right. I don't know. So, do you guys need me to teach you C? Okay? C is a very complex thing. This is like YouTube videos made by someone who's just done this, and they'll be like, okay, I'm now qualified to teach C. So the way you do C, right? First, you're gonna include Studio H, right? It's named after this dude who lived alone in a studio flat, and he had no friends because he was programming assembly. But then he made this thing in his Studio H flat, and you know, whatever, nerd. Okay, this is a character, right? We're gonna call him Waffles, right? And he laughs a lot. Okay, and then you put like this half-made smiley face at the end, and that's to keep the code happy. Okay, print is because you want to print fun. Okay, not just print. You really want to print in there. Okay, now everyone knows that it's all about interest rates, which is why we use a percentage, and S is for super cool, right? And then we're gonna print our character Mr. Waffles. Okay, we return 0 because we have no money, so we get no interest. You now know C. Get on with it. All right, ship it. Yeah. No. That looks like some kind of C++ lead. Now, how mutate what Waffle points to and get a seg for? Well, I guess what we could do, right, is we could return this thing, right? Whoops. We should probably not call him Waffles, right? Waffleify. That's some spelling, right? Alright, so why did you complain? So incompatible pointer to integer convert. Alright, so we need to return. Is that it? Or this is guest-driven development. Hang on, I'll get there. Bam. Okay. So this one isn't. Is this not allocated on the stack? Now you can hack your college scores. If you don't have a printer, you have to do it manually. It's allocated on the stack. So. But it's not free. Is it moved here then? Do a few operations you see? Okay, right. So it is wrong, right? This is the wrong thing to do, which is why I was so confused, right? Because it seemed to work quite, work quite well. Hello, Toasty Sandwich. Yeah, we're doing it. I'm C. Chadman now, right? Chris C. Chadman. And I do C, C++, all the other languages, assembly, bassembly, assembly. Yeah, I'm not allowed to use void here, right? So you could do this, right? But then people be like, no, don't do that. All right, let's do. Okay, so let's mutate the string, shall we? What should we do with this thing to just make it completely bonkers then, right? Ooh, look at that. Okay, that's a bad miss. All right, so we need new lines, and if we're gonna mutate this thing, can we just make another character in here then? Gruffles, Waffles. But let's print out some gruffles, shall we? My hands. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. You have to make Wolf's point to a mutable string. But isn't everything mutable in C? I am toasty. I didn't give it a size. That's how I failed at this thing. Okay, right. We're gonna go back in time. Whoop. There we go. So the only mistake I made was not putting a 3 in there. Apparently not. Oh, I put the bracket in the wrong place. I put the bracket in the wrong place then, right? Okay, since we don't know what that is, we being me, I'm just gonna throw all of this at it. Okay, right, none of this works. C is broken, we might as well go home. I don't even know what's happening now. What? No. Don't you want it to be a 4 and null terminate? Do we have to do a null termination here? That can't be why it's not printing though. Oh shit. Alright, read the error message. Temporous, man. Come on, man. You got one job. Ah, there we go. Waffles. If we do this... Wait, what happens with the rest of the memory then? Can we do like hang on, I just want to know that now. It's 10, okay. Wait, what do you complain about? What warnings do we have there? No warnings. Alright, cool beans. Alright, yeah, there was no warnings. Probably not S here. No, that's the number, right? We need waffles. Brrr. Okay, so that's not right. But why don't you tell me what the right one is then, instead of just giving me a warning? F is float, right? Alright, we're gonna do this. C format string. Geeks for geeks, tell me more. Character, signed. Scientific notation, floats. Signed integer. Oh, really? So that's... So these... No, signed integer type, signed integer. Okay, can I get some help here? What's the difference between D and I? You could use a string, literal lol, which will automatically be null terminated. C, yeah, thank you. There is Sterling if you null terminate it. Yeah, but that sounds like some weak ass, like, ooh, I'll play it safe, right? We don't do that. Man pages, listen, I don't discriminate. Searching for jobs is depressing. What are you searching for, Toaster Sandwich? What kind of jobs are you looking for? I'm waiting for someone to explain D and I, the difference here. For signed integer type, signed integer. Long, long doubles. Yeah, you have to look through the entire string to find the null termination. This is a trade-off, right? In Rust, you don't have to do that because the length is coded in the string, but then your string is also larger, right? I'm a fresher and looking for Golang dev position. All right, how many jobs have you applied for so far? No one's answering me. Okay, that just works. All right, so should we do this then, right? Would this look like this now? There's definitely nothing wrong with us returning 10 here, right? Is 60 plus a bad number? In what sense? No difference between D and I with print, but there's scanf. Okay. Why are you not using car? Because I don't know. You know, this is a bit of elite C programming, which I don't expect you guys to understand, right? I don't want you to feel bad about this because you don't understand this, okay? I don't want to go into any details either because I don't want to confuse you. So, you know, brackets are not allowed here. So this is the compiler trying to sort of strong arm me into something I don't want to do, but we're just going to go with it anyway. So we're going to change this into that just to see what happens, right? So warnings is just the compiler being afraid of you, and you shouldn't let it boss you around, okay? Array initializer must be initialized a list or string list. Or, I mean, you say that, but I kind of feel like you're not being very cool about this now. All right, so we could read the error messages, but that just seems like a lot of work. So here we go, beautiful. Nothing printed, meaning no bytes wasted, right? We have preserved a lot of our environment in doing this. You wouldn't get it. What is your agenda here? So we're currently working on making a new kind of operating system that's going to revolutionize the way we use computers, right? So this is built entirely on AI, but it's a fictional AI, so you don't have to pay for it with disk space or anything like that, right? You kind of just use it, and then it behaves like a normal operating system does today, meaning it doesn't work at all. And then you don't feel so angry when things break because the AI is in there and you kind of know it's going to break, right? And also we're preserving a lot of disk space doing it this way, right? So we don't want to bloat our binaries with a lot of code that does things, because the more thing you do, the more things can go wrong, right? Well, it was either something to do or I would end the stream, and Don said, do C programming, and here we are, right? So, right, okay. Now we are all the better for it, right? I hope you guys don't feel like, you know, you feel less of like a programmer because you're watching this skill level. It's not like, I don't mean to be like mean to you or anything like that, but wait, why the flip did that work? I mean, of course it works, right? I don't want to be mean or anything, or you should like feel that like I'm better than you or I'm flexing on you a little bit. But when you've been a C programmer for as long as I have, it's almost impossible for me to make mistakes, right? This comes naturally to me, right? I just wake up and I was like, I'm a genius. I have this idea and we're going to do this thing. And yeah, it's just natural, right? It's just natural, right? All right, I'm going to take the tractor out for cleaning soon. It's just perfection. And anyone who just sees warnings and errors, you're just narrow-minded and you can't look past your own like imitation of reality, right? If you like took a second to understand how good I am, you wouldn't be so hung up on the errors and the fact that the code is entirely nonsensical, right? It's just nonsensical to you because your brain isn't big enough to take all this in, right? It's not my fault that I'm so good, right? The C in togglebit stands for C programmer. Top 1%. Well, this was interesting. I kind of feel like my gift to you is this beautiful program, but you can't use it because copyright me, right? You go into the party at night, the party where we sit in an ivory tower and start shooting Jewish studded arrows at everyone. The intelligent. The intelligent. Oh man, good quality. All right, so what programming language do you guys want me to dazzle you with now? Then what do you want me to do? But I don't want you to feel like inferior to me. It's really difficult when you live like this because you're setting a standard no one else can live up to, right? Haskell, QBasic, Python, OCaml. Oh shit, I was supposed to ignore your comments, Enrique, just to see how long until you got angry. APL, Prolog, all right, COBOL, yeah. Sweet High Prolog, is that it? Like, is this it? Oh, Prolog uses singleton. No, we don't do that. So we're not going to do this. Singleton is for beginners, okay? So we won't do this. Create a language. Okay, should we create a programming language then? No, that actually is doable, and there's a lot of like parsing and stuff. And no, that you made it too real. Make a text editor. Bam, there you go, all right. Whoops, ignore that. You're tired of Vim? That's if you're tired. Look, Margaret Thatcher said, if you're tired of Vim, you're tired of life. Okay. I thought you said don't look at it, Janine. I did look at it though. It's pretty good. Make a Notepad++ clone. Oh, but that requires like Electron because Notepad++ is written in a lot of people don't know this, but Electron was the foundation for Notepad++, right? So people think that Electron came a lot later than Notepad++, but that's just because they don't understand how complex Notepad++ is, right? It was written originally in QBasic by a German named Hans Fromage. You can look at criticize it. I'm used to it. Then when you say that, it makes me not want to do it. It sounds like I'll be mean if I do it. I should know C++ with pure Win32 APIs. Is that because you made it? Node++. Electron was created by Modprog. I would make a code out of that, but it's only funny to us now. All right. Okay. Are we done for the day? Maybe. Do you guys have anything? I think my C skills has just kind of burned a hole in the fabric of reality, right? So I don't know what we're gonna do. Yeah, I think maybe we're like, do you want to stream, Don? Are you gonna hop on? Should we raid Dawn? You can't. We haven't raided anyone in a while. Could raid someone. Should we raid someone new? Should we raid someone random? Should we just pick someone at random? Let me have a quick look. Maybe there's like someone doing something. All right, the only requirement, here we go. Someone's learning C#. I was gonna say the only requirement is that they have a camera and a microphone. All right. Let's say hi to them first and see if they're like, because some people don't engage with the chat. How's it going? Yeah, they seem to be all right. No, Museum doesn't have raids on. All right. There we go. All right, we give them a raid. Thank you guys for watching. You guys have been great. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'll be streaming every day this month if I can until we reach that goal and disaster will ensue. You guys are wonderful. Cheers for now and let's raid.